გავმოჯოს. რა ვახერთ აბა? მე ტირაფეინ გაგვიწურე რა, ერთი მოგება რა იქნება ეხლა. ეს პირანია მაგარი იყო, overpass-ი ძალიან მაგრა თამაშობს იმენ. არა, ბილეთებს ავწერ. სალამი bro. უი, არის მის? და ერთი წუთი. მოიცა ესე როგორ გავასწორი. ება
Astralis. Now, one thing is strong CT sides. Another one that's been a bit surprising to me, Yanko, is the impact Snow has had for Pain Gaming. A player that has been a big question mark within this lineup for a long time, but so far this major, he's stepping it up.
Yeah, we saw that he, joined 2 years ago, and they were talking about him. Like, so many orgs wanted him in Brazil. He's the next Coldzera. He's this, he's that. Hasn't really transpired in such a manner. Honestly, felt like at times, why is he lurking all the time for his team? Just put him in more active roles, then you'll get more out of him. We saw a bit of that on the T side, but on CT side, it's still those anchor positions, and he's one of the main reasons why they've had a strong CT side in this tournament.
However, despite having a strong tournament, Ash, his opening kill stats are not looking too good.
Yeah, they're not, and this is the bottom 5 players so far in both stages, I believe, actually, in combined. And Snow, you kind of see he's not going for that many, maybe not as many as was before, but success pretty poor. And he's kind of asked the question, how is he doing so well on the CT side? So I had to look into that to see what kind of player is Snow right now in Pain, because he is putting up these very good numbers. So maybe we have some examples we can dive into now.
Yeah, it would be nice to see exactly what it is he does well on the CT side.
Yeah, so perhaps we've got Snow here in Cologne. I don't think that's a global warming problem. It's just him kind of blossoming now as the youngest player from Pain. And what I notice is he's really annoying around these smoke Shanku, consistently going in through them, going back out of them again. And it just, I think it's another real tilting thing. But again, like we talked about in the first example, buying a lot of time when he can do this.
Maybe it's an English thing.
That's
Maybe he, just misinterpreted how smoke is spelled, because he sure does love him. Like every time, just using it defensively, and you can see in a lot of these rounds also that the Astralis game, people are saying, oh, 0 rounds on your pick on T side. And they had a lot of opportunities. They're getting into the bomb side, they're getting the first kill. These are 5v4s, 5v3s, time and time again, but they just didn't do a good enough job of those micro decisions of trading, spacing, like players also not shooting that well or taking enough initiative. And you can see that Snow is doing such a great job of repositioning, using his utility, buying time, playing off of his teammates, and then once you're feeling it, you can get away with a couple of kills that you're not necessarily supposed to.
I think it's fair to say that Snow has matured a lot as a player in his time in Pain. And we're at a point now where I feel like we were talking about potentially replacing him from Pain Gaming a couple of times. They decided to stick with him, Ash. Is he untouchable now in Pain?
I don't think he's untouchable, but it's clear that they're kind of playing around him more. We've talked about these entry frags, like it's not really like there, but you see like in these examples now, he's consistently he's being set up like Big Azure takes aggro here, he even went out from in the lower earlier round, and this is later in the same round. He's the one hiding, Imperiais are there. playing for him. They don't actually come to A, but you can see the mentality of, you know, set Snow up as much as you can on CT sides. He's not so good when it comes to just going out and finding entries, but when it's the chaos, the smoke plays, the little like macro moments in the middle of the round, that seems always be quite good at the moment.
Yeah, he seems to be doing quite well for himself, and obviously, you know, a massive mood boost as well within the team, as is always evident by the player pictures. Speaking of the opponents in Monty, you described them as a team that has played some good, solid Counter-Strike so far. When you look at that lineup, I'll be completely honest, heading into the major, I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is interesting. First and foremost, the fact that they start in stage 2, a bit surprising. You look at players like Afro, Rainmaker, who's been around for quite some time, couldn't really find their footing in their respective teams. You put them together in Monty, and all of a sudden, you have a very solid Counter-Strike team.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about different fits, right? And I think, honestly, I want to give a lot of props to the leadership of Monty, right? Gizmi and Kakafu for some of the game plans, for how they look most of the time. They're rarely lost in rounds. And then also a couple of voice comms that we heard, you know, from Gizmi. He's very much in command of the team, like speaks with a lot of confidence, a lot of authority. I think that just gives confidence to his teammates, into his calls, right? And they execute with a lot of faith. And then, of course, the individual players, Rainmaker has been great on that Mirage T side out of apps. He just finds impact again and again, and really all the players have had their moments so far. For Monty, that's why they're in the 2-2 game.
Good leadership, you know, good synergy in between the players, and seemingly a decent map pool as well. Speaking of the veto, Ash, is there anything you expect in this game from Pain, or for that matter from Monty?
I actually expect it to be a banker of Mirage, Nuke, and potentially Anubis last. What I kind of like as well is Monty, they have 7 maps, which I'm not the biggest fan of sometimes, but in this series they can kind of play around with Pain. It's hard to guess what we're kind of going to ban. So, Dust 2 pick coming in from Pain against Monty. That seems a little bit risky, perhaps. We'll just have to see how that one plays out.
Yeah.
Well, I think for Pain, it was their map pools overlap in terms of Nuke, Anubis, Dust. They like it. I thought Monty was going to pick Mirage. In this one, seeing how the but actually they go for that Dust 2 pick, even though Pain plays a ton of it. And I think them getting Mirage, I'm a bit surprised that Pain let Mirage through instead of Anubis. And for Pain,
you banned it as well.
Yeah, I think for Pain, you were wondering, like, you know they like it, but are you confident enough to pick it and start with T side? We got our answer.
Nuke, Dust 2, and Mirage, should we need it between Monty and Pain Gaming? We're talking about a Pain that went 0-2 on day 1, have fought their way back, and we're talking about Monty being one of the biggest surprises of stage 2 so far. One of the teams will eventually win this game and make it to stage 3, and the loser will go home. It is truly do or die time. We're ready with game number 1.
Yes, indeed, we are ready for this one. Monty taking on Pain. 2 Brits in the server and 2 Brits at the casting desk. Chad Sponge Birchall is taking the day off to rest up, feeling a little under the weather. And so I've stolen Hugo's boyfriend, Harry Russell, in the building.
It's a nice way to be referred to on the entrance to this one. And yeah, it's a great game we got in front of us, man. Monty versus Pain. For the final spot in stage 3 of battle. You're either one game away, so close, or you get there. We're starting things off on Nuke. Monty kind of shocked us all. A lot of folks had them down 0-3 in the pick'ems. That is not what they've brought to the server. Some out-of-the-box thinking from their captain. Was going over these Pain pistol rounds. Real tendency to finish A on kind of a second tempo. It's either that or out towards ramp. And so if you've done your homework here, can have an idea as to what Pain are going to bring your way.
Rainwaker's been a sometimes it doesn't. Azuu's push here. Safe was holding, but with a USP, that's accelerate ramp, Rainwaker dips down. Will have to back away, respect that. Rainwaker and Afro poised and ready.
In this crossfire, third rotate, even down through the vent. This is going to be tricky for Pain. It's Rainmaker in this kind of enclosed position. They don't know about him. Rest of the team trying to bait for him, but they drop on down.
Boys.
And all the entries coming through for Pain.
Azuu found one, and still they find themselves on the back foot. This looks impossible to find a way back in. 2 HP, 6 bullets in your pistol. Gizmi just 11. There's a flank from Gizmi that's easy pickings for Snow, so he will find his first contribution in this do or die affair.
ვერ დავაყენებ ყველას ისე ძმებო, რომ ყველას გაგისწორდეთ. აი კიდე ცოტა ჩაუწიეთ არამე, რავი, არ ვიცი, რამე მოიფიქრეთ თქვენ. ყველას ვერ მოგარგებთ ამ იმას, რა ქვია, ერთი ვარ მე.
Zulu frag out on safe, and they pivot down to be comfortable.
რასაც უყურებს სტრიმზე არის მის
It's rough
ხმამაღლა.
there. You know, was saying coming into this, like Pain really don't have any tendency to use yard in the pistol.
Pain's
Monty
there
clearly
was
did their homework
service,
heading into this
man,
round. They went for that yard push.
Legacies.
They not only got a kill from it, they had all the info. I think that's going to feel a little frustrating because you knew what was coming your way. You were ready for it, but ultimately don't hit your shots. Pain come through with a nice, easy pistol.
I don't know who I have in this one. The desk rather split as well. I think Monty have certainly impressed. I think they've done some convincing. But Pain on name value, Pain on expectations. You actually were saying just before we went live, you had quite high expectations for Pain.
Well, yeah, you know, at least I figured they would get to stage 3. Right. You know, just because you think about, they're kind of chasing that high all the way back from Austin where they had their best run at the majors. Yeah, but the best didn't go their way, right, going out at stage 3. Changes. The safe one only a couple of months ago, having to bring him into this squad. That's the one thing I think that gave you some doubt here. But the other changes were very targeted. The idea that stage 3 wasn't good enough. And I think you could actually regress
მე რეალურად მინდა 2. ანუ
Oops. I don't think that was intentional.
ერთი მინდა მე რეალურად ეხლა, მაგრამ ის პიკები ვინც ვერ ამოიღო, ჩემი რა დავწერეთ ის Tyloo როგორ ჩავასწორეთ. Flyquest-ით. მაგ შემთხვევაში მინდა 2. ისე ერთი მაწყობს ამ Pain ან Legacy.
არა,
უთხი არა საკმარისი.
So just kind of puffing their chest up here with the main smoke in, cutting off info, with the secret molly just to deny any grab, add information from Monty. It's a ramp take in the downtime, and Pain have got the repositions they were hoping for here. Eyes on the yard, leaves ramp open.
Yeah, they're gliding into this. Wide open, you've sold it. And so Azuwu is responsible, an awful lot of responsibility on his shoulders.
არაფერს არ იგებ coin-ის სილამაზეს სმაშებია. ან challenge-ია პროსტა მეტი არა. Random challenge-ია ჩათვალე, რაც არ უნდა მაგრად იცოდე counter-ი და რაც არ უნდა. აი მოთამაშე იყო აზრი არა აქ, ანუ ვერ გასვავ რა მაინც რა. გავარნაზია საბოლოოდ. სადაც მაგ bombs თუ რა ვქნათ მე.
I mean, it's a dream for Pain into the second round as well. Sure, you wouldn't have minded a couple of extra kills, but the fact is just you found the path of least resistance, you glide into the B site. Haven't seen a single member of Monty.
Here on Nuke, I have my eyes on kind of 3 players for this Monty squad. The A-hold has been a little bit rough, and not just here at the Major. Bemis obviously had a really, really rough time yesterday in the Bet Boom game. It was a bit of a shame to see too, because everyone else on the squad was looking really solid. He was very much the Snow. Oh my God.
შენ ნაცვალე ბავშვი იმენა რაც გაგინებოდის გიხტიბოდე ბებე
and you lost the things you were trying to save.
That is just brutal, isn't it? And Snow is all smiles at the end of that.
I mean, he is, yeah. He's I feel like he's
ეს ახალი ხელთათმანები ლურჯი რაცაა რა ძალიან ლამაზია დრაკონის ისინი აქვს ორნამენტები და თეთრი ძალიან ლამაზია სულ თეთრი როა
it's just, you know, the Counter Strike revolving door.
გამომოჭრილი
Some of them still linger on screen.
ამ Pain-ებს წურავთ ჯერ და მე Legacy
like that next batch of Brazilian talent.
I think it's so awesome with him as well, like having that little connection to Fallen being a part of like his kind of academy series back then.
Yes.
You know, very much ingrained in the scene. And also, you know, Big Azera has been very loyal to this guy. There's been a lot of calls over the years for Snow to be the guy to get cut. He's the roster. He's the guy sitting next to Big Azera. Big Azera devotes a lot of attention and time to him.
I mean, the desk highlighted as well that their CT setups were kind of setting him up to succeed. I think that shows that there's faith and responsibility on the shoulders of Snow. This is just the Eek. Should be that nice 3-0 start. But they're not going to mess around. Diligence on display. I mean, this couldn't get more high stakes. You lose, your major's over. You win, you're in stage 3 with the big boys.
არა გიზმის იმას წურავ კაცო. Hours 5-7 ისე გამოიყურება.
Bemis gets out with it 1. As the rotates arrive,
oh, Snow,
desperate dash for Rainwaker, pincered from the lobby. And these A guys, it's a 3-man hold it can be for the side of Monty in these rounds. Bemis very much the guy that's going to be anchored in place. Had a rough go at it yesterday. Been something that's a trend that's kept up throughout a lot of their games. Struggling A holds. Gizmi sometimes with him over towards main, and then also Azuwu. things that look up here for Monty is that Afro's been solid out in the yard. Rainwaker it's really this A bomb site that makes me a little bit nervous. The CT side based on how they stack up.
He slipped off the boost, not going to be getting that launch he was hoping for. Looks like Big Uzera's going to try and take a bit of momentum off that top side, at least threatening to do so with that smoke chained together.
High level.
Zuu tending to it. Oh, and on the reload, Big Uzera's got an opportunity. Just to get down. We've got an opening kill in favor of Monty into the first gun.
Snow active out here in the yard. Feels right at home in this position, and they've missed timing on him on both of these breaks. Meanwhile, Payne are back in the lobby, posturing over towards ramp, ready to react around Snow.
Rainwaker
in a position just to get one and then try and get the hell out of there.
Ooh, that'll do nicely. To follow up, HE avoids the hunt from VSM. Peri is going to have just 11 to work with. You get the info, you maintain the man advantage. Afro onto Snow does not connect the shot. Orb's position noted, and you've got 39 seconds to find this finish. It does look like Safe's flirting with pushing out of this hut. He's been audible. Here comes the commitment. Bemis, can you pass the test? Yes, they can. In combination with the Zuu, 2 go down, and they pass that. So that's got to be a big thumbs up as far as your tally chart for top defense.
Yeah, well handled there, right? Good info grabbed. The damage from Rainwaker ramp enough to repel them. Meant that they didn't have to over-rotate. Didn't even concede that space. And even the spot from Afro, like, sure, he missed the opportunity on Snow, but you build a better picture of the round when you see him still skirting around main, still playing for that yard control. And so 5 alive when all is said and done, and the A site withstanding with 4 kills from those 2 defenders. That's a good step in the right direction here for Monty.
Bicho, we started out here. Nice try, huh? This we say my research that I'm sure that out
He looks really solid. He's having a massive uptick across this major, which is kind of the dream, right? Debut major for this guy, as it is for 4 players on this Monty squad. Usually it's just get knifed. Safe did just get knifed. Okay. Love tap out towards spawn. Hope that doesn't make all the difference in this round. And all right, bit of aggression here for Monty. Works his way up close under the silo. Has Afro providing some overwatch on that AWP.
Oh, იმას აპოზიცია. Გავმოჯეს. ეხოწები რა შეიძლება მეტირავნე არა, კაროჩე, Snow, Babu, Bebe, რავი, პატარა ბიჭი. პატარა ბიჭი, იქიდან ავეფექ, ეს VSM-მა მოსყიდული ყავთ მე გეუნები იმათ.
Has he got the capacity to just clean this round up with a clean headshot?
კარგი ხარ, მაგრამ ეს Afros რამდენ ფილს წურავთ ანა, ეს ვერ გაწურავთ. ო, გავარტყან, იხო ესე.
Just aren't there. I think there was a bit of flag there through the wall.
Steve did just hit that.
Crazy.
For 18 damage, it's nothing to write home about. They've also got ahead of this with the rotates. Zuu moving down. That's the freedom of having this 4v2 and info about the ramp take. You just feel
არ ვიცი ვინ იყო და არც მინდა რომ ვიცნობდე ვინ იყო ილი.
Time for Zuu. Monty, these are 2 convincing rounds back to back and now building up.
კი სუპერ ლაითორი მაკახა. მაჩმენ. 14 კილი რო გაგიწურო რა. 14 კილი რო გაგიწურო. ვა, ხრამ.
Sign already, I'd say. There's that knife.
Oh.
And this is that like half-hearted clear, like he starts to consider
it as he's around
the corner. He'll be looking to avoid that in future, but yeah, nice forward. Good to see some proactivity on that CT side. Gizmy going outside and immediately finds them that second round, but 2 convincing ones.
მე მგონია რომ მაინც Vitality იგებს, მაგრამ Vitality სპირიტი მინდა ფინალის სასწაულად რა.
An outside round like that is, you know, now for the rest of the game, you're going to be checking that close corner and you're going to be doing it thoroughly. I think you're a little bit shocked that Monty felt the freedom to do that so early on.
And if you're VSM, you feel especially silly because you're sitting there on silo, crouching, trying to clear him as an AWP shoots you, looking like a bit of a plum. Like, okay, guys, we're going to clear that properly. So certainly a little bit of conditioning. Afro on the scoreboard as well. That was his first 2 contributions.
Just staying away from the yard.
Is he just going?
Ramp pop with the pistol.
მაგარ ხოძია, დაფრინავს ისეთ ხოძია. დაფრინავს იმენა რასაც ქმნი. 170 საათი აქვს ბოლო 2 კვირაში ნათამაშები. 170.
You couldn't really get better if you tried. Playing a confident game.
ძმებო, გეხოწები გამირკვიეთ? რამდენი საათია ორ კვირაში, რამდენი საათია გამირკვიეთ რა?
Has that little in-depth look at this team, talking about his major aspirations.
And also just, it's funny to see, you know, he talks about how he likes to call Counter-Strike. We'll see more of it on the T side. But it does like to manipulate the rotations. No better map for that than Nuke. It's Pain's pick, though. But on the CT side, he's been bringing the aggression now. Oh, this is brilliant. Snow's trying to clear one side, and he's on the other. They're not ready for this at all. Gizmy's found his head. Snow goes down again as an opening death, trying to find They're accelerating behind this wall of smokes. Bomb on the back of safe. Does it really want to commit here? VSM will make his way down. Afro's caught Big Uzera in a belated trade. It gets weird now, because your bomb's yard behind red. Ooh, what a shot! He just lost the kneecaps of Afro, flicks into it for an equalizer. VSM being down secret is just so unexpected. Safe is really trying to sell this with a volley onto the secret stairs. Building this idea that no one's crossed.
მადლობა, 326 საათი არის ორ კვირაში წარმოიდგინე და ამას 170 აქვს ნათამაშები. მადლობა, დევკა უოჭოლი გაგიწურავთ ბებერ. ფენი მეც მაწყობს და ლეგასი და ბერვასაც რამენერად გაგიწურავთ.
Oh my god. Okay, but still
საფე გაატრეიდე ხა.
Can't be losing the bomb safe. Gets the information that Safe has returned to the lobby. They still don't know about VSM down low. He's still hanging out the window.
Need him to open up your ramp round. If you want to try and, you know, bring the bomb in to join him down on this B side.
დაეხმარეს მაინც ის თო. როტაციას რო ვიჭერ VSM-ს მაგას გასაგები ან უჩემი იმენა ანეიზი არის მა. ეს რომ მოიკლა კი მოგებული ქონდათ რაუნდი რაღაც პონჩი როტაცია აქვს ამას მაგრამ რა.
We're looking at another Monty round. Another Gizmy opening. And a very uncomfortable one for the T side.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just props to Monty. Good timing on that lobby aggression, right? And I know it was kind of on a knife's edge with the Pyria catch. It felt like he saw Bemis like 3 times over on that scale down the ladder. That one is a bit of a rough fight.
უფრო მაგარი ექშენი გინდა გითხრა რა იქნება?
It was just finding a way to marry it all up.
ნავი სპირიტი. უფრო მაგარი თამაში წავა.
An immediate timeout on the back of that. Wanting to say his piece to the gang. Recognize that they've been in some good spots in these rounds, but have struggled to kind of bring it all together. Monty, a CT side that is really standing up to the eye test right now. They've had good round starts. Gizmy's aggression.
აი მაგას დღეს დავწერე რა იმას პიკემს. თავარი ეს ორი პიკემი დავსვათ ეხლა ფეინი და ის დავსვათ რა. ლეგას.
Dies to push up Gizmy. Clears the angle he died from last time and that ends up baiting him into Gizmy all over again.
რანაირად ვერ დაინახა და რანაირად просто. შემობრუნებული რაუნდი იყო ჩაურა.
You kind of just feel like you're lagging behind Monty a little bit, right? They're faster off the mark with their round starts. They're faster off the mark with their mid-round calls. And so time for Pain to be the ones to take a bit of control here. They have this hero gun on VSM. Yard smoke's going down. Last time he was able to make it across fully. And so maybe they're going to look to use that in some way. Let's see the Monty paranoid about a potential garage cross, so they don't play anyone super deep in the yard, but the exception it gives me through.
Nice.
Feeds VSM one, and that's an M4 to get retrieved by
Pain.
Again, Gizmy onto Snow. Sure, there is an immediate
ერთი გვაკლია. ხო, ვიცი რომ ერთი გვაკლია, მაგრამ ვინც სტაილო დატოვა, იმას ხო ორი აკლია და იმათ წურავ რა იმორს რა. ვინც ვერ მოასწრო გადაკეთება.
Had an aid if you wanted to try and break this, but for now they're just going to hang out in secret, see if anyone overextends.
And would you? It's not really an over rotation.
I mean, it's the only info you have, right? The players did cross into secret, so making an adjustment to deal with it. You got Afro covering if they come back up.
Azu was a nerd, dude. He saw it was an incendiary and stuck around to tap the head. Now he can evacuate. Just a little safe haven from the flame. Bears fruit for a tap of the head. They're committing to this. Single door will swing open. Pressure applied.
Shadow wondering where he's gotten off to.
Lots of possibilities. The back was turned, draws attention. Now they know he's in so much trouble.
Oh, finds
him from the grave. It's Afro, not ideal, but could distract, could do damage. Now single door is open. Beavis has got two backs on his screen. Can he find it clean? Yes, he can. Another Monty round. This one a whole lot harder work. I don't know who to give the gold star to. Maybe a Zulu for his defense. Gizmi providing another opening kill. I will reiterate.
Oh, მაგარი ფინალი კი გამოვა. იმენა მაგარი ფინალი გამოვა რა. ძალიან ბევრ მაყურებელს დავიჭერთ რა. მადლობა დონაციისთვის უკმეს. უოჭველი დავიჭერთ. მაგრამ მაყურებელსაც და ვაფშე ზოგადად მე მგონი ძალიან მაგრამ სოფლიო ემთხვევა და რავი, აი ეგეც თემა არის თან, აი რამდენად ეყოლება მაყურებელი მეიჯორს ეგეც არის. აი ისე დროს მორჩება წესით რომ სოფლიო არ დაემთხვევა სოფლიოს თამაში. პირველი თამაშები ხო 11 საათზე იწყება მსოფლიოში.
And so maybe time for a change, steering away from the yard control in this round. Gizmi's put the fear in them, but that's not going to stop Monty from making aggressive moves. They're ready with a flash setup over towards ramp.
ჩემთვის ერთ-ერთი ყველაზე მაგარი მირაჟი იყო ნავი ვიტალიტის მირაჟი, აი სასწაული ოვერტაიმებში ეგეთი მირაჟი რავი. დიდი სიამოვნებით ნახავდი ეგეთ 5 maps იმენა.
It's fine. Everything's cool.
Oh, he's found it. Found it.
You don't want to be dealing with that as a major rookie, do you? 2-2 affair. Boys, I've lost my gun. Okay.
I know it sounds pretend, but this has really happened. It's all good. He's got it back.
Afro Aggie in the heart reblock on Squeak.
And this is nothing more than a fake outside, and with how Gizmi's been playing, he nades on that smoke, didn't see anyone. I don't think he's brought down on this at all. Even with a little push around that smoke, just
ფინალს აქ ხო იტალიის ფანი რო ხარ ეხლა ცოტა ტეხავს ეგ.
bit down on that yard fake.
მე რამდენი მსოფლიო მეორე ხო რა ვერ გადიან. არა დატო რა გინდა ევროპა ხომ მოიგეს სამოდენიმე ხნის. მადლობა დონაციისთვის კიდევ ერთხელ. ბიჭო, ხო არა მე CS ძალიან დიდ მუღამს ვიყე რა. CS-ი ჩემთვის. აუ ეს ვინ არის? კაროჩე, ძმებო ძალიან ტროლავთ უკვე რა. მართლა.
I mean, you are in so much trouble. VSM's got the bomb on ramp side. You've got 15 seconds. This round feels like it's over. Up the heaven ladder. If Azubu wins this, the
demo შენი ნახე იმან მოკლა ჰევენის. მეტები გადაკეთეთ მობას გაფიცებ. არა, შენი მენა თავი გახმა.
No time for safe to do a thing. A unique flavor to that one. Rainwaker definitely going to be very happy with his defense of the ramp. Solid work from him. Afro even denying safe bringing anything through. They got nothing.
Დასტავიდან დონარომა და კიდე მაქვს რომ თამაშის
the game's been stellar, man. Like they spotted early on that the yard fake was exactly that, just a fake. Rainwaker then plays this position, and the reason why Pain really are lagged.
რაღა დაჩაგრული ხარ ძმა, კიდევ ერთხელ მადლობა დონაციის, მაგრამ რაღა დაჩაგრული ხარ, 8 წელი არიგებდით იმას სერიას? თუ რაღა ზედიზეთ? აი ერთი ორი წელი ჩააგდეთ, ეხლა მოაგებინეთ ნაპოლი თუ ინტერი თუ რაც არის, მოიგო ცოტა მარათონს. მადლობა დონაციებისთვის.
This is Payne's pick, but you would not know it based on how Monty are playing. Money in a bad spot again, and so, you know, these can
stage-ზე 4 უკვე გამოიწανε, 5 უნდა გამოიწნო, 5. ეს რაუნდი გვინდა რა, ან ეს რაუნდი რა, 1-4-5 რაუნდი გვინდა უეჭველი რა, რომ იქნას ამუშავო ქონდეს რაღაცა პისტოლი რო წავაგოთ არამე. აუ ეს Rainwaker-ა მაგარი ენქორია, კაროჩე ტიპი იმენას გადაიყვანენ უეჭველი რაღაც მაგარ გუნდში ძმაო. ამან ამ მეიჯორზე რაც აჩვენა რა, ოპა, მოიცა დაბრუნდა.
Two quick trades, 3-on-3, and a chance to slow this.
Nice, timing,
Never expected it to Gizmi. Bemis is now feeling pressure. Trapped in from
ხო და აქ რაღაც მაგრად მოერგო და ესე თუ ითამაშა, იცია რომ ბოლო ეიზია, რომ სხვაგან რო წავიდე ძმებო.
This round is just
Monty. კარგად ჩემთან ვიცა.
Kind of find his coordinates. See him on that top side, everything pivots. The bomb heads B, Perrier is going to get that planted. Safe contains from his heaven position. He feels like he can't even get vents. That's what Safe's kind of intermittently checking for. He's got the cash where it kind of would be cool to see him go for it, but I suspect it's a hopeless endeavor.
It's just the moment you're faced with a vent drop into an uncertain B site, like you don't think twice, you know, you just hold on to the gun and he won't even get out with it. Great round from Safe. That's how we say, like, the Tech 9 rounds just sometimes loosen you up. Like, Safe would not have pushed that smoke in a rifle round. He would have played his life. He would have sat back. Gizmy would have never fallen prey to the timing. But you go into it, it's already lucrative after this double kill. And so, down to take even more risks.
I didn't see it from his POV.
Liquid-ში იყო ხო ილი დაწერეს წეგან. მე მივარტყათ რა 40 ლაიქით, 43 ლაიქით ავიდეთ ასებარ.
Okay, well that's going to resuscitate some hope for Pain.
Vamos caralho. Vamos caralho.
Fumble on the run boost once more.
Pain-ის პიკია, მარცხნივ ზედაკუთხეში წერია, ვისი პიკი არის მაპი რო იცოდ. ანუ მაპის მარცხენა მხარეს ვისი ლოგოც არის, იმის პიკია.
I mean, these snow
ალბათ მე კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციებისთვის.
Usually a big part of Pain's side. The idea that you just have him so boxed in yard that he doesn't feel like he can do it is a massive boon for Monty. That's an opener.
პირანია ძმა მარტო უერყას თამაშობ შენ.
Spamming his scroll wheel to try and get away from the bullets.
ამათ ინსტაბანი ეთყობა უერპასი აქვთ. აბა გამიჩეკეთ ინსტაბანი უერპასი დაადეს ეგრევე იმათმა მონტე თუ რა მაპი დაბანის.
As to how you finish this. It does look like Safe's lining up for yard smokes.
აბა პიტო.
Let's get his reaction to this. Leaves it in Afro's hands.
Sees that Afro has an age just to break on these smokes.
Well placed. That is right in this pocket of VSM's Pain jersey.
Gizmy's been so active.
VSM
flashed through those yard smokes, and so he's confirmed, like, it's not outside, guys. No, exactly what's happening now.
აბა წინა თამაშებში რა მაპებს ბანავდნენ? წინაშიც overpass ბანავდნენ? ო ამათთან დაბანეს overpass ნეტა ეგასე.
Here comes. They've only got 20 seconds to find this finish. You've got to get past Afro as well, but he's done well removing big
Afro 7 კილი გავწურეთ უკვე.
Opa. A 2 versus 4. Trying to hold that rotate, trying to stop the drop of Gizmy. Looks like the bomb can go down. Rainmaker's confirmed it, and there's a 1 and done. Lurk is removed. Snow doesn't have the health for a clutch like this. Rainmaker just buying time, relays the information that he's crossed towards that single door side. Numbers here. Snow would need that one tap and hasn't been able to provide it on his first dip. Triple swing. And Zulu picks him up. 7 now on Monty CT. After a Tech 9 pickup from Pain.
It's just crazy in this game. Like, Snow has more kills than Gizmy, but the impact that Gizmy is having out in the yard is absolutely huge. He's
არხი გამოვიწეროთ მე და სტრიმის დავალაიქოთ, ვისაც არ გაქვთ გამოწერილი და დალაიქებული 13000 subscriber-ისკენ გავიწევთ. წლის ბოლომდე უნდა გავწუროთ 15 უეჭველი. 15000 ცხოველი უნდა გავხდეთ წლის ბოლომდე.
You know, Afro was out in the yard with Gizmy, set him up with the flashbang. Insta rotate when they get that info.
Insta rotate.
Staying one step ahead with really nice, really active mid-round moves. And the worst thing is, because Snow's kind of had the fear put in him in these yard control rounds, he's never even there to confirm that they're doing this. You know, Monty are walking into all these stacks, but Pain are walking into all these Monty stacks, but they're no closer to figuring out why they're materializing.
You would love to see an 8th if you're Monty. Because, I mean, Pain would only really have a Tech 9 half by the pistol and its conversions to show for their first half of play here in this elimination match, this elimination or qualification match.
Yeah, you know, they haven't won a full rifle round yet. The one round they've been able to find outside of the pistol was that Tech 9 round.
Oh my god, you might even see one on the AWP.
Oh, Afro.
He had support from Gizmy.
Neta 13 კაცი მოკლას რა მაჩის ბოლომდე რა.
Rainwaker's got pressure. Second guessing is Util, just has to choose to stand and deliver. Needs a rotation.
აუ, არა, ბიტო, ძალიან ხოძია Rainwaker-ა, ძალიან. გუშინდელი თამაშიდან აგრადი თამაშა და.
Damage is done. Once again, Pain having to work with this number disadvantage. You heard the devs talk about their capacity for winning those 5v4s. Well, they haven't had that many of them.
ბიტო, ფერები არ შემიძლია, просто დაუწიო.
Half from the T side of Pain. Monty have just been able to keep the boot on the throat, making things incredibly uncomfortable for them, and that is a hard.
აგინდა 9 კილი გავწურა უკვე Afro, მაგრამ ესეთ ანგარიშ თუ მოიგებენ, ეჭება რაღაც.
This is their map pick, but you wouldn't know it in that first half. We'll be right back.
აგინდა ძმა 19 კილი აქვს ეხა რა 5 კაცაც მოკლავს რამენაირად. 19 რა 9 კილი აქვს და 5 კაცაც მოკლავს. 14-ზე გინდა თუ 14-ზე მეტი. აი, 8-4 არ არის, ცუდი ანგარიში, სიმართლე რომ გითხრათ, ან გუშინ ალბათმა ვერ ითამაშეს თქვა კაი ტისაიდი. აი აქ როგორ დაადგა? ხელი რო არ გაეყინოთ ეგ არის, ხელი ეყინებათ, ალბათ სისხლის მოძრაობა არ აქვს. კარგი და მაგიტო. ზოგს აქ ეგ პრობლემა რომ ხელი ეყინება რა, გინდა ზამთარი იყოს, გინდა ზაფხული, ცივი ხელი აქვს და ეგენი მაგას იყენებენ რომ გაითბონ ხელები და უფრო რეაქციას და თითის მოძრაობაც უფრო სწრაფი ქონონ. ეყინებათ ხოლმე თქვენ ხელები ძმებო ზამთარში? პისტოლი ვაჭველი გუნა. აუ, იმენა ეს ის ბლეკ მეტალი გაუშვეს ძმებმა იმენ. არ ვიძახი ძმაო, არაფერს მეღადავები, გიჯები ხო არ ხარ. თქვენ ძმაო რაღაც არასწორად მიცნობთ. მე ეგეთი ტიპი არა ვარ, რაღაცაზე გაგპრეფოთ. 1000-ში ერთხელ ვადაობ რაღაცას მეღადავები. როგორ თან თალებდა ჩვენი ძმა დაინახეთ?
Monty's game plan, combined with some sharp individuals, has seen them with a runaway success on their CT side. Only one round past the Pistols in that first half for Pain, and they now lag behind in a big way on their map pick. They need results here in this CT pistol, or else Nuke is going to pass them by in an instant. You see a lot of frustration for Snow. He was the real target of this Monty game plan, get in his head and effectively cut the map in half once you don't have to worry about Yard anymore. Let's see what Monty have got up their sleeve here for this T-half.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot riding on this pistol.
ეს გვინდა რა უოჭოლი რა. იქუზენოს პამოც გამოვარდებიან ეხა ცხოველები.
Dual Berettas for Snow, pressure applied. Gizmi's already removed Bigusera. Gizmi, how's he done that? Two into the top side.
კაროჩე ძმაო, რას პიკავთ ამ ნიუქს უთამაში არიცით თო.
VSM in heaven. Good luck, have fun, mate.
უჩემი რა.
Put him down. I mean, that feels like
აგაძალეს იარაღი დაგადეს შუბზე თუ რატო გაპიკეთ, აი ვერ ხვდები.
We're going to pop lobby, second timing. Util's there and so are the frags. I didn't see it from Gizmi's POV, but that first one onto Bigusera came rapid.
Dude, honestly, yeah. Gizmi's just got homing bullets for Snow.
Yeah.
Doesn't he call him Mr. Plow? He's the enemy of this guy. Like, that second kill was wild. He's in the smoke, coming out into the top site. More just key entries for the captain of Monty. And I think this is the type of game that just gives you such a confidence boost that the game plan's going flawlessly. The individuals are hitting hard. You know, there isn't a weak link right now. A little bit paranoid about the top site. BMAS had that really rough game yesterday.
Yeah, just tracking on the drop down, gets a flash of information. I will just reiterate. So Gizmi's got 7 kills. 5 of them have been opening calls. The guy is just giving them an advantage in the majority of these rounds. So fair play.
Vamos, caralho. Com vontade, mano. Porra, com vontade. Não é pra reclamar quando morre não, mano. É quando morrer, mano, aí você tem que ajudar o time. Essa é a sua função.
I like that from Riggs. Yeah, I mean, you can see the translation there, top right, but it's just saying, like, don't complain, focus on the game. There's a little bit of a pace change into lobby, safe. He's surely a dead man. Finds himself more bullets, has the support on the way with a 5-7, but they're just going to be challenged. Nothing for you here. You fully invested. It's a 1 versus 4 for Big Uzera that won't even get going, and we've got ourselves already the double digits for.
Now
they get to convert upon the pistol. It just feels like this is going to go one way and one way fast. They have to eco this one. That's 11, and then the game gets going for Pain. But the fact that your coach is sitting there having to do the classic, like, don't moan when you die, give me info, you know, help the team try and find a way back out of it.
I mean, Monty will have played a game that gets under your skin. There's absolutely no doubt about it. You've just kind of been out game planned off the rip, really. And I think there's nothing more frustrating. This is your pick in this series. It's one where, you know, going off the numbers, you're meant to have a huge edge. And you've just failed to deliver that. And I think in the moment, you're not even really sure how. That first half passed by so quickly, but it did all start with Snow just getting really targeted out in yard. And that's eroded the entire game plan for Pain. You know, think about how many fakes they were throwing in that first half that Monty just knew were fakes. Yeah. They never fell prey to that, like, moment of doubt where you see the outside smoke, so you get caught out of position because you rotate down. They never felt those type of nerves. They've been in full control. And so now you're left with a rifle round up against 11. That's the reality here. Monty really right there on the finish line with 1 rifle round to break through. And this would be a stunning victory. The fashion they've done it in, coming in with a hot start in this high-pressure series, right? This is a 2-2 game. This is a dreaded position, even for top teams, even for experienced squads. No one likes to be here.
And if you're Pain, you can completely understand why they ended up on Nuke. It's served them very well this major. They've been Astralis and FlyQuest on it so far, and their opponent has only played it once here at the major versus Bet Boom, where it was like, I think Monty got, what, 7 rounds in the loss?
Afro,
They got absolutely swept after an initial head start.
Okay, so here's the guns. It's time to find out if Pain plan to put up a resistance in this first map of this do or die affair. Looks like a little bit of a free ball smoke. Gets me up on the silo. He's going to throw out one piece of the wall.
He's going
going down. And then you accelerate into the top side. Are you ready for this?
Oh, biggest error looked like he's a second away from vent dropping, but that util coming in. Afro with a catch. Here, back of the site, getting walked on.
Oh,
it's an important trade back for safe, and that slows the roll of Monty. No longer can they walk out into this bomb site. Smoke start to fade. Now they're going into crossfires. This is a high-pressure situation. Man out of the CT vent. You've got to get past him. You've got to do it quickly.
Just spotted Afro. They have no idea. Just Gizmi in the clutch with 40 seconds to cook. Retrievable. Yes, I'm just walking on in. This is cheeky from him. He should catch me. And safe to Vank. Top of the tables. Is he standing in or is he now in the roster? You know, it's been a bit of a last-second substitution.
Oh, Guinda, much
putting in a shift for Pain.
And I think
the thing that's nice about bringing in a guy like Safe, you know, at least he's had a lot of reps, has a lot of experience. You're not taking chances. Know what to expect. Knows the type of fights he's looking for. And it's, you know, it's familiar territory for him. He joined Pain first in 2020, played his first major in 2021. And remained with them until 2022 when Furia came. ეს ჩავიდა დიღომში უკვე, so. აი ხე კარგ დროს აფეთქებ, მიდი. So, არავინ ჩავიდა, არავინ არ არის ქვემოთ. This is always 18 like-ის მივარტყაც მე გავიდეთ ორასებარი. Secret early, Big Uzera's the one tending to it. We might get a little bit of a captain clash here. Doesn't look prepared. Never mind. Takes the head off of Big Uzera. That's going to lead to a lot of moving pieces. You get blocked, Squeak, you accelerate ramp. Safe Sorp is here though. Utel really punishing. Oh, hard VSM. Hoping to alleviate some of this ram pressure. An important double, and now is Snow pushing into the line.
Check it out, Snow.
I don't think so. I think they're going to game of timings here. Pass each other completely. Afro makes it so. I mean, you've got the kit on Snow, but you need rounds. You need rounds. Doesn't look good though. No one's feeling good about calling this safe, but you're just out of position, you don't have info, and you're looking to get out with guns. Also, doesn't it feel so poetic that in this all-important rifle round, in a game where Gizmi had completely shut Pain out of that yard control, how do they win it? He sneaks down secret, takes the fight over Big Uzera, the captain for the other side. And if that isn't kind of he dominated the yard control all throughout that first half, and he gets to show it here in the round that takes them onto map point.
He was so unprepared for that. You know, like Gizmi's not anticipating that. You just see this kind of crab walk of Big Uzera and a very quick reaction as well. There's mechanics from Gizmi. You'll see it again, look. Bang. Just starts to move his mouse, nails the shots. It's a nice double as well. You get to see VSM putting up a fight. The fact that you kind of, I feel a bit ridiculous to say he needed 3 there. But yeah, that's kind of a round-ending death. And we've got a 12-5 scoreline, folks. Riggs burning through his timeouts. That's the last they'll get. And it would have to be 7 consecutive. Not... doesn't even sound easy when I say it.
No, no part of it does, right? And I mean, it's just in this game, only one team has propagated from yard. And that team is Monty. What do you do on Nuke when one of the 2 avenues you can look to play with is entirely removed from the game? The map is so shrunk, you're playing it on, you know, close quarters mode where you're super reactive, and it's forced you to constantly just play catch up to Monty's calls.
Well, I think Gizmi's probably got a good idea as how he wants to throw this blow. Is it pace? You've got so many rounds to play with. Why not flirt with aggression? The flash was there, but Snow is still with a white screen. Nails the headshot in the flame. Beamers finds it back. It's going to get hectic around these smokes because they are going for a vent dive. Just unloads into the smoke. Afro lingers lobby, safe tending to this, and an easy pick onto Gizmi.
Afrom კაცი მოკლა, Afrom ვერ მოკლა, კაცი ეს რაუნდი მოიგეთ, არ გააგიჟოთ მაჩმენ.
He's going to fake it out. I think he's hoping for an overextend.
ეს რაუნდი მოიგეთ, ფეინებო, არ გააგიჟოთ მაჩმენ.
Big Uzera.
Big Uzera, პროჭი. აუ სად იყურება ბიჭო, უფრო სხვანაირი სათვალე რო უყიდოთ უფრო.
Why is this happening? He's going to drop fence. VSM's a dead man. You are a dead man.
GG.
And now all onto the shoulders of Pyria. Can he come up clutch to save Pain on their pick? Monty turning the tables, and it's a 13-5. A statement affair. One of them, their major ends, and for one of them, they will secure stage 3. And Pain's pick down in 18 rounds of play. That was rapid.
A fast game of Counter-Strike coming out from Monte, taking the first map away from Pain Gaming, which, in case you didn't know it, was their map pick heading into this series. Nuke not going the way Pain had hoped for. And Monty, on the other hand, continuing to deliver, continuing to impress. Janko, you said something that I found very reasonable, that every single game Monty has played so far this tournament has been against a good opponent, and they remain competitive in every single one of those games. This time around, though, they do more than just be competitive. They absolutely demolish Pain.
Yeah, we were also talking about their leadership, saying how they have good game plans. You know, the players rarely seem lost on the server. They always have a plan about how it is they're going to go about things, and I think that showed itself here as well. Some of the early rounds, the focus they had on outside. I mean, they lost pistol, and after that, once it came to the gun rounds, they lost one round by accident, really, against the half-buy that was unlucky more than anything else. And that was it. They were very dominant and in control on their CT side, and throughout the game, really, we're just a better team.
Yeah, especially in the opening kill department as well, you know, in terms of like dictating the rounds. You have a Gizmi going 6 for 7 in opening kills, a Suvu going 4 for 5.
Hey, that's Ash's thing.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that. You know, in general, they win the opening kill department 14-4. Safe to say that Monty really knew exactly how to open up the rounds versus Pain Gaming.
Yeah, it seemed like they had a lot of disrupting going on, and it was just kind of, could Pain really deal with it? And I think we got a big firm no from that.
A big firm no. You prepared a couple of rounds.
Were
you showing what exactly went so well for Monty on the CT side? Losing the pistol, Pain converted, but then the aggression coming out from Monty and disturbances, I guess, that you described.
Yeah, and actually Snow going off to, I think it was 7-0, 7-1 in this round. He had such a great start, he's the outside player, and a lot of the focus from Monty ends up just being, let's go outside and let's kill him. And Gizmi did it in 3 different ways in this half. That was really nice to see. And what I think I didn't really like so much, Janko, was it wasn't working from outside, and I think the tier 1 teams kind of go, okay, we need to fix that problem, we need to go outside and address it, and it felt like Pain kind of ran away from that problem a little bit.
Yeah, and in some of the rounds, you see them how they die, and it looks a little bit pedestrian, really, from the side of Pain. You know, unawares about the potential aggression, right? Getting shot to the side, not being ready for some of these aggressive plays, like caught off guard here completely. And yeah, it was a lack of awareness and a lack of adjustments as well from the side of Pain.
Yeah, and they actually, what I like from Monty here is they understand that Pain is struggling outside. Let's go for some lobby aggression. You see there's a ramp play going on this moment, but actually because they just come and feed a kill to Azu, they decide, you know what, guys, we can just cancel this now. They've kind of funneled them in like sheep into, guys, outside doesn't work. We know you're not going to go outside now. Come towards A. And yeah, they did a really good job of that. And even in this one here, I think what I love is the idea is clearly they're going to try and blow the smokes, have 3 HU grenades, they're going to keep doing it. But then they throw a second wall, which is kind of meta, and there's a little tiny play you can make here, which if you go in between the smokes, you can find a timing before they explode, and you can beat the T's here, and when the flash play comes in, I mean, it's a 1-for-1, which isn't ideal, but the information that you can get there for the rotations and map like nuke, pretty
And it's also really important considering that second wave of smokes went out. So at that point, the jig is up, right? Like, they're not using it with one guy to fake, and the rest of the team is somewhere else. No, that's where they are, and it's much more difficult, even though it's a 4v4, and in theory, it favors the T's well, considering the amount of utility that's been spent and where the players are and their buy. Like, it's still a big advantage for Monty in that round.
Whenever I watch them play so far in this tournament, one word that I would use to describe them is having a great synergy. I feel like they're making the absolute most out of their players. Again, as we spoke about, Janko, you look at the lineup and you look at the player material they have to work with. The likes of Bimas, the likes of Rainwaker, a couple of, dare I say, unknown UK players coming into the mix as well. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. You don't have a lot going on for you over there, but now you do. I feel like it's a team that really gets the most out of every single individual. Like the synergy, the cohesiveness within the team it seems to be very strong.
I think it's a matter of, again, I'm getting a bit repetitive, but leadership. But I truly believe that as long as you have decent players, good coaching, good in-game leading, you can get that team into the top 20.
Top
20, something. That it comes down to the players a bit, they determine your ceiling, right? And I think that's why what we're seeing here, we're seeing them play good you know, to me it seems to mesh well. The other day on Ancient Legacy, they had an early timeout, getting a bit tilt, and you know, they were able to reset, Kakafu getting them back on track, right? And the players being very aware and vocal about, yeah, we can't have those things happening, we have to keep the focus on the game. And you know, that's just 5% here, 5% there, and all of a sudden you get a team that's looking pretty solid.
I feel as you're quite known in your coaching career so far, and hopefully it's not over yet, but to make the most out of the players that you have available, you know what you did with certain game allegiance lineup, etc. That's something you've been praised for. The fact that you're getting the absolute most out of the player material you have to work with.
Yeah, they've got a good experienced AWP. The rifle's been around for a while as well. They're kind of all good, a little bit good at everything, but I think Azuu being unlocked is kicking them up another level because they haven't had this online. Like Azuu hasn't been this player that's been here, but I think the main thing I'm liking so far about Monty is they're very proactive, and I think to come to the major, sometimes you end up going in your shell a little bit, but actually, if anything, I think they're constantly on the front foot. They're making plays all the time. They're really bringing the game. They're playing to win. I think if you don't come to the major playing to win, you're more worried about the emotions, everything. That's where you can kind of get caught. In this game here, I don't think Payne could say anything other than Monty were definitely trying to win. They were the ones making all of the plays, and Payne were having to be reactive. And being reactive, sometimes, so as sure as you both know, it can be difficult.
And a stark contrast to that new game yesterday that we saw Monty on against Bad Boom. They also had a good start, but Bad Boom doing a much better job of adjusting and switching it up. And we didn't really see much from Payne. In some of those examples, you see Pyria trying to go outdoor, just dying. That happened a couple of times. In the first gun round, it was Biguzera like going for that sort of play. And sure, sometimes it can work, but those are just like such high-risk plays to go for. They feel more like trick plays than something that you're really setting up, like you're just trying to take a timing there. You have a feeling or something, and I think, you know, the deeper you go in a tournament like this, the less you will see those plays succeed, and more you will see teams punished for attempting them.
Agreed fully, and I think that for me, the way we talked about backstage when we were watching that game is we were really impressed by the way Boomich dealt with things. I think here, like you said, I wasn't so impressed with it. Big Azir dealt with it, and also Snow outside, he was 7-0. I think he ends a half 8 and 9 or something. So I want to see more adapting on the fly. So this is what I expect from Big Azir. To find
curious to why they picked Nuke. We had Big Azir joining us after them winning yesterday, where he said Nuke is not a map for them. They can win a lot in a row because it feels a bit random for them, and it's not really a homegrown map for them. And then you go into this game and you pick it, you know, and you show up with this performance. So that leaves a couple of questions to be asked. However, focusing on Dust 2, they have to win Dust 2 if they want to stay alive. That is the map pick of Monty. From what you've seen so far, from what you know about Big Yanko, are we looking at a game that is more likely to go 2-0 for Monty?
Not as much because of the map, but just because Monty looked like a much better team. I thought Mirage was going to be the pick because Payne plays it less, and Monty's played it really well against some really good teams, you know. Yesterday they lost it to Bad Boom, obviously, on Dust 2, so going back to it, yeah, it's their most played map, so I guess against a team of Payne's caliber, they feel like, all right, this is where we should still be fine on Dust 2.
You said that Asuvu is one of the big differences for Monty as to why they've taken another step up. Dust 2 is his worst map, you know, in terms of his rating. Is that going to be an issue for them?
I don't think so much, because I think if you look at all of the stats so far, Azuu looks terrible in everything because the last few months have been that bad. Like, he genuinely looks like a guy who is already out of the door. We'll be kicking, replacing him. I think now Monty thinking, you know what, actually we need to keep this guy, go to LAN. UK players on LAN usually very good, but I think he's probably potentially saving his Monty career though he's playing. I want to see if this keeps going on Dust 2, because he has it in him, and he was sharp again on this new game. Him and Gizmo, for me, are the guys that, surprisingly, the UK guys, the ones that I think are the biggest bright sparks so far.
I was just about to say, no bias at all from you.
Absolutely no bias.
Do you share this sentiment with Yanko as well? Do you think this smells more like a 2-0 than a third map?
I think so, I really thought this would be Mirage. I was 100% sure this would be Mirage, and I think Payne would have that same approach. They thought today there's going not to be a Dust 2. They won't prepare for this, and I think that's probably why Monty have done it, because we've seen all their games, like you mentioned. The prep has been very good for Monty all the time. They have a huge advantage with the prep here because it just seemed like this is a foolish pick to kind of make. So will it backfire? Maybe. We'll have to see. I think Payne would have had a game plan ready for Mirage. They've wasted a lot of time, and now Monty needs to go put their game into effect.
You're definitely right about that. We will have to wait and see what's going to happen in this game.
Monte.
What we do know is that Payne has backs against the wall. They need to win Dust 2 if they want to extend this series to a third map. Otherwise, they will be eliminated from IEM Cologne. After the break, it's coming up. Dust 2, which potentially could be the last map of the series and potentially could set Monty into stage 3.
Wow. Win rate-ი 67 აქვს იმათ და იმათ 40 რაღაც ქონათ, ვერ დავინახე. Win rate 56. შენი აზრით ლეგასიც აუ, კაი, დამანები თავიტო. ლეგასიმ თუ გატროლა ტაილუსთან, რა ვიცი, ძმაო, შეიძლება გავიპუტო ყველაფერი. ფენმა მოიგოს რა, არ მომიშალო ნერვები. ой, ქარხანა რომ მუშაობს უკან ხედავ ბოლიროა მოდის. სადაა, წარმოიდგინე. სად დასახლებაა და სად ქარხანა, ჩემი. რანაირი ქვეყანაატო? რანაირი ქალაქია ვაფშე, რა გაბრტყელებულია იმენ. აუ, აბა. მაგარია.
Flash. Flashing now. Secret. Boom. Two here. Three more outside guys. Three more.
Secret.
They're running secret.
I'm gonna block them. Secret. I blocked them.
They're blocked, Rain.
I smoke door.
I will pick up in. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You have main, yeah?
Yes.
We're fine like this.
Tell me when the smoke fades,
Oscar.
Okay, it's fading now. You can come ready. Just hide double.
At any time.
Or hide side or something. I'm
Tell
not
me when you will not have main anymore.
I will have it.
They like to end mass door, remember?
Yeah, they're stuck for now.
I don't see secret yet.
Yeah, I'll play side and watch ramp. Ramp is open, Afro. So hide
One
from
molly double.
Bad molly.
under heaven if you can.
Wait, as you might have kills.
No one see it.
One secret.
One here dead.
One more.
I'm with you. I stick close.
Yeah. Coming.
Okay, them going up vents late, okay?
Yeah.
Carry. I'm gonna play dock.
I have ramp, yeah.
Careful 11 or Imas.
I'm gonna have double from dock. One double.
One is double.
They flashed.
And
One single, one double. It's gonna be B. I have double.
Windows as well.
B, guys, it's B.
Yeah, okay.
I'm running ramp.
I'll stick down rent.
Where are you, Oscar? Double and glass. And single.
I'm down rent.
Planted in the ramp.
Both mini ramp.
Sound. I pick single.
Okay, close.
Ramp one, wait, don't pick.
Both there, Bemus. Both there.
Pushing you left side.
Nice! Let's go, man. Good flow.
Bro, what is this flash?
My first major that I played was Shanghai in 2024. When we qualified to that major, I started crying a lot and was a very emotional moment in my career. And yeah, I was very happy. I changed a lot as a player and as a person. I was like a kid in that moment. It's my, I think, 4th major in a row. Have to be normal. I have to stay comfortable playing the major. Of course, it's very good to play in major in Cologne because I was watching SK Gaming playing. Of course, my biggest inspiration is Fallen. When I was 13 years old, he was teaching me with some...
Goatee, winner, goatee!
Kurme was that David it all.
Magaria, Colzerara.
And I love him, and I have a lot of respect for him. I think the best highlights from Fallen for me is the one that he was playing against Navi in Overpass. And it's the Fallen, stop blowing my mind. And for me, this round was insane.
Okay, tags up. He's gonna get... Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's gonna take it. Fallen, stop blowing my mind.
It's very good to represent that flag and that country who is so big in Counter-Strike. I love Brazil. Every time that we qualify to the playoffs, I have a Brazilian flag with me and I try the most to make them happy. For me, it's my dream to put Brazil on the top again. I work a lot to do that. Will be hard, but I will try my best for sure.
Let's go. Abamidi gochvenet.
Welcome back. We've got the Cologne Major on your screens, and it's going to be for another couple of weeks. Stage 2, 2-2. Loser major ends, and for the winner, which
როგორც მადა მაგათ რეგიონში მარტივი არის მეიჯორზე მოხვედრა.
Stage 3. It is that cutthroat moment. Last few spots available in the third stage.
მე რომ მეიჯორზე გავიდე, უნდა მოვუგო მთელ ევროპასთან. ამას უნდა მოვუგო იმას, რა ქვია, გვატემალას, ჩილეს და იმას, რა ქვია, ამერიკას თუ რაღაცასთან. კანადას და იმას ეთამაშებია, დაჟე კანადასაც არ ეთამაშებია, ცალკე არიან ესე.
Shut down Pain in spectacular fashion. A clear game plan from the offset. I think that was the order of the day for Monty.
Bolivia-stan imებს ეთამაშებიან.
Stopping it. They shut down
Republikastan.
And we saw from Pain frustrations were setting in. There was a lot left to be desired, and now trying to turn things around on Dust 2.
აქვს შანსი მონასპა
here in this pistol round that Pain could hope to pick up with this C2 side start. If you want to just try and take it by the numbers here, obviously spawns factor in massively to these pistol rounds. I think you're going to look for some type of mid engagement here. Just try and hit the ground running. You can learn a lot from what you see in this mid fight. Xbox smoke or door smoke is a bit of a staple here for this Monty squad in a lot of their pistol rounds. So you will have that to contend with. And yeah, here's Pain looking for that info.
On the mid engagement.
Now they're out of there.
Interesting. That second guessing the charge. Now you get that smoke in. Understandably, Gizmi and Azuwu are going to have their feckles up before the mid-fight. Flashes come through, a spam through the smoke from Pyria, not going to find too much. Glock did manage to hit the goosh, but he gets away with the man advantage.
Now, I don't think we're going to see it in this round because BMAS is lurking out towards long. But this mid-door smoke does not mean a lot to Monty. And what I mean by that is not uncommon to see them just play straight through it. They've left a lot of options open here. With BMAS still over at long on that P250, he might be good for an opening. But when one doesn't present itself, he's going to move back around, try and link up with Monty around the tunnels.
Yeah, he's been spotted.
Winning
flank there, but he's going to get away with his life. It's safe.
Marto.
Short off on the right foot once more. Flash and go, gets some info, does Gizmi, and they catch. Pyria still manages to stand his ground and tap ahead. Emas and Afro going to try and find a way back into this site. A nice one in combination, but there's the flank from Safe. Bemis is a dead man, crouching. Come on, Safe. There we go. 3 kills on the pistol. Pain start as they mean to go on. And when I was taking a look at this one, you see Monty picking Dust 2. You quickly have a look at it. They've lost 4 Dust 2s on the trot from Astana and here in Cologne. Comfortable territory for them. And then basically communicating to us map for them despite 4 consecutive Dust 2 losses. Forced into the economical. I'm going to keep my eyes on the openings. Does feel like it's a very key determining factor.
We had that stat coming into the series, right? The idea that they're number one for.
შევიდა შორტი ხალხზე, ბიჭო, გაჩეკეთ, ეგ დედანატირები მაინც რაღაცა ესროლეთ პროსტო. აი ეგრე, რა დავაი, გადა.
2 or 3 openers in the game, right? It's quickly forgotten about. So if they're able to capitalize on these entries a little bit more, going to be looking to a couple of things for that. I think he's safe on his AWP, right, calling his opening moves, trying to be involved, a bit more active on that gun. Some of these little pushes you can do out towards short. If you're able to force more of these opening fights, I think that's going to do a world of good for Pain. And for Monty now as well, you know, they're the ones you might have had their game plan prepped for a little bit more here on Dust 2. Because I think, even though it was maybe surprising, they picked it, maybe they would lean into Mirage. Looking like a B finish here. Pyria tucked in and will go overlooked. Detention peeled away with 2 players.
Nice.
On through, flashes just barreling over the top the entire time. That one goes nowhere quickly for Monty. Part of me is impressed and has admiration for the fact you're calling something so direct.
Pain და Legacy დაგვჭა, Pain-მა უნდა მოიგოს, Legacy უნდა მოიგოს. დავაი. აი, სტარტი მომწონს. მაჩვენას გაუწუროთ Afro 14 კილი ძმებო.
Was there to support, draw attention from the doors as well, even chip in with a kill. Getting himself his 6th, but Pyria passes the first test on that B site. Shouldn't be too much for Afro in this clutch, but he is going to give it a good go. Creeps and crawls. Is no one spotting the catwalk? VSM's jiggling middle. Big Uzera's not going to be able to spot this, so he has got a path of least resistance for a plant.
Yeah, it does have a gap. It's not a gap if you're Afro, you imagine you're going to find in this round, so I don't know how careful he's going to be clearing all these angles, and that will inevitably, you know, give a bit more time to Payne to course correct. But for now, he's got all the room, has all the space. It's going to come as a surprise to him that it's this open, but he has found the gap. Payne are going to be on for a retake. The full belt of util on Snow.
Hey, Dado, Bombi, Bombi, Yara,
For Afro, it's a matter of...
He can't believe it. He genuinely can't believe it.
No, exactly. And you would be suspicious the whole time. How much room does he think he has? How much room does he think he has from this gap? Does he feel comfortable to be open along? Right now. As he sees nothing, I don't think that does a lot to shore up your mind in this spot, right? You're still paranoid. There's got to be more resistance than this, but it is just a mad scramble. 3 players up through short. Molly clears out the bomb site, so Afro's got room to work with. There's a second.
They didn't hear it. Because Zera didn't hear it. There was a slight tick of the molly. Now he's got 2 backs turned. If he could just deny, go for the double. Afro, one hell of a clutch available. He couldn't get the transfer. Oh, if he just finds Snow on the defuse, it gets super awkward. VSM would have got hectic, had to try and scoop up the kill off Snow's corpse, find the bomb in the smoke. That wasn't really the time. That was a 1v3 on a plate for Afro. Just couldn't seem to transfer into the smoke defuse. A real opportunity to give Monty a crazy fire starter round. You'll see it again in the replay. That annoying movement back of the head as well is scary and tough to track. Oh, yeah, safe didn't feel like it was secure. Hello, an opening kill.
Yeah, I mentioned this already, but these what you like to do is just play right through them. And that's exactly what we're seeing here from the captain. After his entry, steals himself away and going to hear the rotate of Pyria. That might draw him into safe AWP. So fixated on clearing out. You know, this B player was a little late to the party, so smoking away. Good catch out of Azuwu. Up next is safe on this side. And he's certainly feeling the pressure. This B site, notoriously hard to retake. You might have to begrudgingly cancel this. You're coming into it with more firepower off the rip. But that doesn't matter. It's purely a numbers game here. So Payne just bow out of this round.
Yeah, fair play. That's Gizmi and Azuwu winning the round with their frag contributions. And you can do a bit of scavenging as well. You only came into this with a half-threatening buy. Didn't even put all your pennies into it. And you leave with your first round on the T side. I'm sure there's no complaint. Sachi Beamus might have something to say. Yep, that's a bit frustrating. He's gone down to safe sort, but they will still leave with the round and 3 rifles.
ხოდა თან რა თემა იყო იცი შეიძლება სკაუტი ქონოდა ტიპს რა
the last 2 rounds maybe trying to condition Payne a little to worry about this side of the map. You've seen more often than not they've been fine, or at least they feel fine to leave Pyria alone on this side of the map. And so Monty tried to show them you can't do that. You need to dedicate a little bit more to B. Again, multiple players sent towards those tunnels. But the bomb is with Beamus, and he's the guy who floats around these long doors. So you're not in a position to react super quickly here. Just standard staging as they go looking for map control. It's the safe AWP on a short position.
Didn't find anything on his smoke breaks.
Oh, რა მოლოტოვი იყო ეგრევე გაიხ.
Util of Azuwu and Gizmi to take that short space.
Getting ready to go B. That's still the end destination here for Monty. This
მოლოტოვი წააცილა, ყველაფერი ააცილა.
Now they have a good idea that it's an AWP and Pyria over there.
ვამოპოხას გაგუდავენ ეხა ტყუნაში ნახე.
Looking for answers middle, just a little jump spot from Pyria, has nothing to report. Accelerating short, chill your beans, Gizmi. 3, very disconnected from what's going to be this B finish. Lurk smoke deployed, makes life difficult for Snow's AWP.
აგუდავენ ახლა ვამოპაჰს ნა. მოლოტოვის მოხდება ნახე ახლა მოლოტოვის მოხდეს დაჟე. ერთი ფლეში, ორი ფლეში, სირბილში მოლოტოვი ვამოპოჰას. მოკიდა უგდეს, მაგრამ ვამოპოჰა გაგუდულია. კარგი ხარ? კარგი ხარ?
But Snow's doing a very good job of delaying just by hiding out at the back of Plat. Nade breaks open and Azuwu has found the headshot. Do you want to go for this one? Is it the same story? And this is Gizmi. We've seen it in his calling. He likes to do these kind of pattern calls. He likes to condition you. Like it's just been, it's like half of the map has been deleted.
Yeah, it's exactly what they did back on Nuke, man. I think it's why this Monty squad have actually fared so well here. I think Gizmi is proving to be a pretty exciting his opponents in these games. I think some of the matchups they've had, it's been almost hard to call your way out of them with just individuals going missing. But he brings a very fresh perspective into this squad. For example, here, like you were crediting Snow and buying all that time, and I think he did a phenomenal job on the back boxes. It's a really rough position, right? He's been mollied, had to smoke himself off, but he's buying you so much time. And the reason why, in spite of him gifting you kind of 15 seconds, the rotates never arrive, is that earlier in the round, Gizmi faked the mid to be. And so the whole time Payne are meant to be rotating, they're actually bogged down, clearing completely dead angles over towards mid.
Right, yeah, like you can see the X-ray there. They're under the impression it's like two towards the doors holding the rotations. They don't realize just how committed they already were into the site.
მაგის მერ პლუს ფრაქში არ გასულა რა. მართლა. მაგ ვიდეო რო დავწი, გახსოვთ პირანიაზე?
AWP, but Safe's actually starting his AWP over on B. Considering that the potential remedy. Oh, and he might escort Piria. You know, perhaps aggression is the answer. Further.
Monty haven't really had to consider any aggressive move in the mid-round yet. That smoke is to just further sell this play isn't happening. And so this is going to free up Big Azera.
There's no way Rainwake is expecting this. Sure, he's fallen for their trap with the sound of that smoke. And easy pickings for Safe. This is where Payne do their best work.
VSM რამე მოკალი, просто ეს როლი. კარგი ხარ. ეგეც ბებერ, ეგეც რა. კაი, არა უშავს, იცი რომ ორივე მანდა. Full info, it's 100%-იანი. Oh, მანქანას დამოლავენ დაენძრა იმას.
After had a good go at the 1v3.
გაჩეკავენ აზრი. გაჩეკავენ.
Clear this corner diligently.
აუ ბიგუზერა, კაროჩე იმენა ზარალაჩ.
Maybe got a little too hungry for info here, right? They were so busy deep clearing. Sure, it means they have this flank from Safe, which is very interesting. He can get here on a good timing. But it leaves two 1v1s open for the site control. And Safe on the AWP on this flank doesn't want to commit too early to the backstab.
There's an AWP there. Afro's not going to hit the shot, but Gizmi will. Suddenly a 2-on-4 goes 2-on-2 now. Safe is activating. Afro's considering that late arrival as Safe beats him to the punch. And there's Piria. Close but no cigar. A nice attempt to try and get back into that round after the early casualties. But it's Safe. I feel like we have to give him credit.
Payne-იან ლეგასი მინდა მეხუთესთვის, მაგრამ ორივე დაჯდება უკეთესი.
Trying to be a lot more involved because it's clear he's coming into Dust 2 with a point to prove. Wasn't really much of a factor back on that first map, but boy, do you know about him here.
ბიგუზერას ისეთი მოდელი აქვს, რავი, მაგით ვაფშე იმინა.
And he follows it all the way through to its conclusion, wrapping long, shot in the back. Safe, he's realized that he's going to have a big game, and to do that, he's got to be in the right place. So he's playing a very aggressive brand of CS on that AWP.
Can't believe they're going B again, or at least they were flirting with it. Now you're blocked. Piria jump spotted towards Big Box.
The thing that's tough to contend with here is mobile. It feels like he's everywhere. This round, he's backing up Big Azera on the short side.
Oh, თქვენკათმებო ეს რაუნდი მოიგეთ და 6 ხართ უკვე და მეტი რა გინდა ძმაო. ბაჩმენას გაუწროთ რა Afros 14 კილი გეხოტებით.
When we were casting Payne.
ჩვენ პატარა ძმას გაუწროთ. მინა პატარა ბეთავში კი არა.
Okay, Azuwu rips his head off. Opening kill goes Monty's way.
Azuwu's advantage აქვს ძმა, სათვალეებით უფრო კარგად ხედავს.
Flirting with the block smoke. It's actually going to be the incendiary first. He's picked up a HE as well, and that's done great damage.
სამაპში უწერია 14 კილი.
Standoff that he alongside Gizmi and VSM. Puts it all onto Big Zera here. He's got so much work to do. Gives me
nice.
unprepared. So VSM will find some rifle upgrade. There's Big
Idi
Zera.
rameshi გამოგვადექი შეჩემა rameshi დაიწებ. აუ ბიჭო, აუ გეუნები ძმაო ჩემი ენა რო ვაჯო ადამიანს იხოდება თქო. ტიპმა ბოლოს 4 კილი როდის 3 კილი როდის გააკეთა არ ახსოვს კარიერაში.
With 17 seconds left, he's going to try and preserve his AWP. Don't fancy his chances. Perry has locked the door behind him. He's going to die after time here if they're not careful. Hunting him down. 5, 4. They're going to kill him after time. He's only going to have a grand left. Holds on. Okay, go on, Afro. He's done it well. Brings the orb through.
You need to drop the molly Afro, okay?
Yeah, some frustration there for Gizmi, right? He actually called them into a great position. I think that's a more than justifiable round to be kind of pissed off at. You got everything you wanted in the round. You get past the safe AWP. That's been the big threat in this game. The defense was split, right? You had one guy pushed up long on an MP9. Big Zera, the only player in the site. And Gizmi saying there, he called the round, it never came in. And if it did, that's a Monty round all over. So timeout called in because there's a bit of friction right now for Monty. He was crediting them for flowing well back on map 1, but that's not happening here at the dawn of Dust 2. At a certain point, if Util's lobbed in the wrong place, you see that molly that he wanted to head ramp fall into the bomb site. If things don't land where they're supposed to, there's only so much the IGL can do.
And that's a perfect example. It explains why that felt so casual for Big Zera.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Suddenly just has all this room, all this freedom. He almost can't believe they've made it so easy for him.
Oh, we're going to get a nice one. He's actually lined up with the dot on the wall for a smoke break play. Afro set up to succeed. He had a target on his screen. VSM lucky to be alive.
Irania
little stroll out towards B.
Little stroll from Big Zera. I think he's going to back away now.
რამდენს ბედავს ავიმოდელი ტიპი იმენ ამ შუაში უჭირავს იმას თამაშობს
because of the presence of that orb. They got a gentle reminder, let's say, with that.
რომელ თამაშე დუმში არის ხო ეგრე რო შუაში რო გიჭირავს.
And so it's pretty passive here for Pain, playing crossfires back in the site, leaving no one out on these little islands to present themselves to that orb.
ხუმრობ, არის ნიუქში და 14 ხილი, მაგრამ 13 კაცი მოყვა.
To get that orb involved, we're going to sit back. We're not giving you anything for free.
As far as where I'd expect that orb to be getting involved, did he spot him?
Throw
a block smoke. It does feel like, yeah, he's not going to be returning to that.
Oh, bis вообще არაზონს ეხმარებიან, короче.
4 Desert Eagles and an AWP. Walk.
Oh,
this is cool. Out mid.
They're doing their best to set him up,
aren't they? That's like the boost over the top, and he spots a flash of VSM descending. It's Big Zera that's hoping to catch him unprepared, and he perfectly times it, gets away, turns tail. He's 50 HP though, a body shot would do it. Can't hit, can Rainwaker. One from Afro. You get across this line though. Oh, you just have a missed orb shot from Safe, and with 8-7, you got to get that bomb planted.
6-7.
Taken out. Just in time, he gets some extra cash for the boys. Okay, I feel like that's a silver lining, but it is a 6th round for the CT side.
კრუნკაზე და კიდე ვინ არის ეგეთი კაცრო ვერ კლავს. კარიგანაზეც გამოაქვს ხოლმე ეგეთი კუში, best of 5-ში 10 ქილი. და 8 კუში თუ რაღაც ეგრე რა. best of 5-ში თუ
getting through some of these rounds previously, if ones like this started to get away from them on nuke, it would have just fallen through the cracks, but they're tightening things up here on this CT defense. You're feeling very, very emboldened as well with Safe having such a strong performance. There isn't really a weak link right now. And a bunch of chances just slipping by for Monty has left them in a bad way. They're desperate to find a way through here. 3 rounds in a row for Pain.
თავის ადგილზე დავარდება თუ არა smoke-ი მაგაზე არის კუშის კრუნკაზე.
But some missed opportunities, some miscommed util. It's leading to frustrations building up here for the T's. So within that, you know, maybe things get a little more stripped back. You've tried some more convoluted rounds. Things haven't married up. Maybe you just go for a grouped hit.
ხო, 10 მაპში, 5 მაპში 10 კილია კარიგანას კუში. 8 კუში აქვს მაგას,
to these solo holds, and it looks like that's what they're going back to.
It's just Perrier. He's outside. He's just in the window. Oh, he gets his on the opening, and there's no door smoke. Beamus easy pickings for safe sword that's arrived just in time. Hang on a second. Azuu's flames actually spread to finish what Rainwaker started, and Azuu's managed to find 2 to equalize back into the 3-on-3. They might give this one a good look, though. You've still got a smoke on Azuu and a Molotov to keep them at bay outside B. There's that smoke. Replenish there. Molly window.
No presence tunnels either for Pain, and that maybe frees you up a little here. Not having a look over your shoulder. Not info they have yet, but they will do soon with all these flashes coming over. They're going to go on the back of this flashbang out of snow.
Oh, he's ahead of the play. Big Uzera went too early. Azuu will find a third, and it's going to be Monty's as well. B site broken into. Pyria and Safe both found one. I felt like that, you know, that was the hard work done, but no, Azuu actually catching himself a double on the way in. The spread of the Molotov in combination with his bullets. Yeah, good job indeed. They're making a competitive half, or at least starting to take steps in that direction. You'll see it again here. So Pyria does well in the window, Safe with no smoke, no problem. And this is that Molotov. You can see Pyria's reaction. Thought he had a second. He could kind of reposition and punish. Azuu gets them back into the site and gets the third round next to their name.
Has another great spawn for B as well. And so another chance, right? The early game plan was sort of about eliminating this B side of the map, putting a lot of pressure on there. An opener in this round for Afro. And so Monty can afford to slow it down a little. The pressure is now on Pain. A big part of this is just playing with the form you have in the game, right? And it's like right now, BMAS has not been able to win one of these long fights. So largely, they've steered away from any type of the long control. He's just kind of roaming, playing for info. But where they've had a lot of success is on some of these B openers, some of these early involvements from the Afro Warp. And so leaning into that a little bit more. To take this short control, and they know at bare minimum you're shuffling this setup right now. You're not getting the sound cues to confirm that, but just on a gut feeling, they know the pressure that comes with
Starts dumping a little additional. Finds a safe haven, planted. There is no
ერთი კაცი არ ყავთ, შესაბამისად უნდა გაგებდო მაგ შემთხვევაში და კარგად გაგემდეს, მაგრამ არ გავუმართლეთ. 50-50 იყო რა.
Just finding that path of least resistance, gliding into an open site. Gizmi's calling a good game.
შემდეგი რაუნდი რო კიდე ბიზე მივიდეს არ გამიკვირდება.
I think that's the thing that's been so exciting to see here in these last couple of rounds, right? Like Pain map 1, they were struggling on an individual level as well, right? It didn't help combine with all the prep work and the idea that Monty had really gotten in the head and, of Snow and by extension removed almost half the map from play. But here, Pain are matching them on the brawn front, right? They're hitting hard. They actually have more muscle with a really solid game right now. But where you can take the edge is in kind of the brain element, right? You can try and just outmaneuver Pain. And that's been the case in these last few. They had a very clear game plan. Try and condition Pain to worry about that side of the map. They've gone back to that now since their pause, since they went on a streak of losses, and they're finding a bunch of success from it. So a chance still to level out on the half, because money is not in a good spot for Pain. You see that save come through, it leaves them with a bit more to fight with in this round, but this is far from ideal. They're going to be a little more strapped for cash, even in that final round of the half. As a result of this, you're not going to be seeing another safe AWP come out. That won't get to make another appearance. So the top performer right now doesn't get his weapon of choice in these final couple of rounds. This is the chance Monty were looking for. They can still level out on this half.
Afro providing an important opening as well. And that was the only kill required. I suppose it was an understanding as well as to the fragile economy of Pain, the more likelihood that they would have to gamble stack in order to preserve. And oh, perfect. Afro had best spawn, and he just goes gallivanting out, catches Big Uzera with a clothesline. 11 rounds in, first long play of the entire map, so there's real intention behind that, isn't there? Getting them worried about B, having them lean stronger into a B-ward start, and you finally come through with an uppercut at long. 5v4, but you do get blocked. Pace is going to get taken out of this for Monty. The job is far from done. You know, Afro survey, gifted his AWP. Gizmi just kept it warm for him while he took his spawn. Understandably, someone has to be tasked with the potential for that flank, but there is nothing coming their way. They're looking to block this smoke. You can see VSF gonna try and get bounced off his head. And we'll manufacture a gap. Are you aware of that? For the finish. For the first time, there's no doubt in Pain's minds. Because Piri has cleared out the tunnels, they know what's happening. They know what's coming their way. Might be a man down, might be strapped for cash. You still have to put up some form of a fight here. Around that gap, safe there. Tracking. Especially with another one onto Rainwaker. Snow up next. On the long side, you've got 8 seconds left. They've got to rush this bomb plot. In comes Pyria, and that's chaos. Just in time, just in time. Jump shot. Bomb goes down, but round through for Pain. There wasn't time for it. It said 4. I swear it said 4. Milliseconds off. It had to be. And there's no rougher way to lose a round than that. Literally half a second making a world of difference. Can we get that again? I'm sorry, I got baffled there.
7, 6,
like literally a few milliseconds off of the bomb plant. Holy. Holy. Okay, I mean, to be fair, they really rotted that clock there. Blocked on long. Pain have stolen one, and it looks like an opening kill's been stolen away. Bemis has actually provided his second kill here on Dust 2 to remove VSM immediately on the long side. Just took the fight, took the spawn. We got a big back and forth, a tit for tat here on the short side. Dip down. Rainmaker's just accelerating. He's read period like a book there. What? Maybe got a sound cue.
It's been
rapid into the B site for their 5th round. No pistol and still presenting a competitive half. Credit to them, right? Bouncing back after the time. Well, that's a mistake. They make sure they don't repeat. And a good read as well that Pain have been siphoning away this tunnel's control as they've left it open. Monty, they get dealt some rough rounds here, right? But it's still a fair way to recovery on the half. Looking at a 5-round T-side. They're the guys a map to the good. Stealing away Pain's pick. Snow shut down. And so 5 rounds for Monty. Far from out of the fight. Pain, their work is not done if they want to stay alive at this major.
აი მის გაუმჯობესება თუ გინდა ბევრი უნდა ითამაშო დესმატჩი და აიმბოდი. შენი რუტინა უნდა შექმნა. სხვანაირად ვერ გაუმჯობესებ, თავისით არ მოვა. სალამი, უსე კარგად შერავა. Čo pistol tu mოვიგებთ ნიჩეო რა, აი პისტოლ თუ მოვიგებთ. პისტოლი უნდა წამოვიღო თუ ეჭვენი. პისტოლი გვინდა აი 100%-იანი და შანსი არის რაღაც პატარა მაინც. მე ვარხი გამოვიწეროთ დავიძროთ 12300 12400-ისკენ. პარა პერე. აქ წაგებული კაპუტკი. შოთა შეგიძლია ნახო ვიდეოები მიდევს მაგასთან დაკავშირებით გადახედე არხზე და ნახავ რაღაცეებს. Falcons Vitality რა თქმა უნდა რა თქმა მაგას 200. ერთადერთი Vitality-ზე მაგარი ერთი მოთამაშე ვისაც ყავს არის Spirit და ეგეც ის არის აქვე დონყა მეტი არა. Vitality-ს ჩათვალე თავის პოზიციაზე 4 საუკეთესო მოთამაშეა თავის პოზიციაზე. ერთადერთი ვინც Flames-აზე მაგარი არის დონყა მეტი არა. მაგ როლზე რა, მაგ პოზიციაზე რაზეც თამაშობ. Spirit არა. კაი ვინ არის? აუ გიო, ბანს დაგადებ მართლა ოღონდ რა, გეხვეწები, საიდან მოგაკ ეგეთი რაღაც ინფორმაციები თო, რა ჰევიგო და ტრაკში გამოისმევს, რა ნაირად ტრემს ლაპარაკობ. მაგიზიანებ გეხვეწები რა. ისედაც გაღიზიანებული ვარ ფეინს რო უყურებ, რომ ტრაკში ფეინები არიან რა. აშუაში არიან ერთმანეთთან მეზი და ის
top the charts in the server as we head into this pistol round. They got to hope they can improve on this track record. 2-1 in their favor in pistols in the series.
არ ვიცი bro, არ ვიცი.
First one on Dust 2
დარაჭოჭოა ვიღაც.
If they can find this one, they start to pull ahead and this lead would grow more comfortable.
მადლობა დანაცის.
During halftime, just reminding and reiterating about communications, talking about how hard they worked. And we are not going back home, says
არიცი, ანუ არიცი და პროსტო წერ მაგას. პროსტო წერს მაგ.
Culmination of their efforts gets you to the major. Now can you secure
ორივე თამაშობს საპირისპირო საიტებს. რანაირად არიან ერთ და იგივე პოზიციაზე. ენქორი ანუ იმას კი არ ნიშნავს, რომ ენქორია და მორჩა. ან ორი ენქორი არსებობს, A-ს და B-ს. რა კაი ძმა, არიცი არაფერი და წყვილად ნუ წერ, გეხვეწები რა გთხოვ პროსტო. რაღაცას მასწავლი რაც არიცი შენ თვითონაც.
Throws out a block smoke and I don't see a HE. You're not running through that. I say that as Snow does commit.
ერთი B-ს პლეიერია, მეორე A-ს პლეიერი. რანაირად შეიძლება შეადარო ერთმანეთს.
He's in so much trouble. He's just used half his bullets. Okay. Still fighting.
როგორ არის აქ ნიშნ? აი დაიკიდე რა კარგი. აუ ესენი იმენა ფეინ, მართლა ტრაკში ფეინები არიან ძმა.
They will take the site. This is far from over.
BMAS has a flashbang, but he's far away right now, so you've got to wait for him to move on over before this can begin. He's going to try and send them in with the flash. Retaking B, notoriously difficult bomb site. A pistol round that could bring you back into the series.
მოიგე first round-ი. ხო, პისტოლი გვინდა. არ მოკვდა შენი.
And these crossfires proven to be too strong.
ის ვინ არის? ირანი.
Only BMAS left. And they're not making it easy for him, never getting more than a second to find the incision. Time will expire here, and that's the real enemy of BMAS. As Payne run away with that pistol round, they are now one step closer to securing a third map.
The dual Berettas and the block smoke. He was equipped to defend against this kind of play, but a flash through the smoke, you're just not expecting that. You're not expecting a squad to dare to go through your block smoke. You felt like you'd done your job.
Apex.
Even Gizmi gave a little chip in on the cross, but we are going to see Monty fully invest. Second round 4CB, taking some early long space and a slow and steady approach from Payne.
Давай, რა ყოლეთ ეს რაუნდები რა. მე ვასება როგორ არა, მაგრამ Apex-ა ჯობია ბევრად.
It's just a great, you know,
როგორც ლიდერი და IGL-ი მირჩევნია ბევრად.
You expect. You don't think anyone's coming through that smoke. Payne have a far bigger propensity to hit B in these pistols than Monty did on their T-side pistol. It was a play they were aware of. I think that's why Afro's there, you know, puffing his chest up so much with the dualies and smoke down. Trying to just scare them out of it. But now you have this force.
რას გატყუებ? აქ არ შეიძლება. ერთი აქ დასტორში ერთი არის ლონგის მოთამაშე, მეორე არის ბის მოთამაშე. რას გატყუებს რა?
Remember at EPL where you first saw these trialed against top teams.
Bodishi, დასტორში არა, მირაში.
Azu was playing Joker. He's just hiding out with his knife.
ერთი jump house ბიზე მეორე თამაშობს IEM Cologne.
Which he's right to assume.
რა heavy go და რა გაკეთებული? ვაფშე არაფერი არაა გაკეთებული.
Looks like they're going to go on this. Gives me trying to throw H. He's going to get caught in the open.
უმაღლესი დონის მოთამაშე არის მეზი, აი ვაფშე ახლოსაც არ არის, მაგ თავის პოზიციაზე არავინ. აუ ნახე, სირები ესენი კიდე რა.
Standing his ground. 2 kills deep on that Desert Eagle. Afro Scout.
გადგა ჩორტი.
Surely we can't ask more from
Nice.
him. The MP9 doesn't.
Nice, გაიქეცი.
Azu for the ace. Has he got it in him?
ამის დედამ. ბომბი სად არის? ნახე, ამის დედამ მოვწყალე მე ამისი.
Outrageous scenes.
იმენა ბომჟები რა.
One piece at a time, all 5 for Azu.
And I mean that just sums up this guy's major run, doesn't it?
იმენა ბომჟები არიანი. მე გავუშვით რა ბრაზილიაში ისე პირველი ავტობუსით რა. ნახვიდი, კიელნი იმის და ტრიოს ავტობუსი გააჩვენეს.
One player for this Monty squad where you kind of had tapered expectations coming into the major, but this is how he's been playing. This is how he's been performing. And just looking better and better with each game.
Oh, I got the chills from that one.
ვერ ვიჯერებ აზუმ გაუკეთა ეისი ბიჭო აზუმ 6-7 გაუკეთა.
The inverse of what you would expect from someone at their debut major. Usually this is where the pressure's dialed to 11. This is where you enter a bit of a slump if you were ever going to find one. It's a thing of dreams to have someone who had been struggling in this roster actually level up at the major.
Yeah, right. Some players are just built like that. As the pressure amplifies, so does their skill.
Yeah. Very much playing to the level of all the opposition he's faced. More than deserves his credit. Been an absolute monster for Monty. And what a harsh, you know, slam back down to reality for Payne. A reminder that they're the team on the back foot. The heroic plays have been going the other way. So they're now the ones coming through with this force. And it's off to a rough start. You've got 2 low players straight away.
And
no real clear end destination in this round. They're grouped in the tunnel, sure.
What? Salami ჩუში იყიდე PS5. ვა, ფრეზ, უგრმესი მადლობა bro დონაციისთვის. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. ბიჭო, იცი რა არის? ან ფული შევაგროვე რა, მეც დავამატე რა იმ დონაციას. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა დონაციების, უგრმესი მადლობა bro. დავამატე და როგორც კი მესამე ტრეილერი დაიდება, ეგრევე უნდა დავითრიო. არა, ესენი ტროლავენ, აზრი არ აქვს. აზრი არ აქვს. უგრმესი მადლობა ფრეზ, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა დონაციების. არავის არ დაადო კაცო ანტონბანი, რატო ადებ? გადავხომე მე კაცო, ბანს არ ვადებ, აქ ვინმეს თუ არ აგინებს ვინმე ტიპი და ისე პროსტო გამოხატოს თავისი აზრი, პროსტო არ იცის და ტყუილა წეს. მეზის ჯობიო heavy go-დაო. მაგას მიმტკიცებს.
And forgives me, there's a lot riding
on this. Heavy go-და, რომელიც ამ ტურნირზე პლეიოფში არ გასულა. არა, ბჭო, მეზი. აი რობზა როგორ იყო, იცი? აი missing piece იყო, აი იმენა აკალდათ ეგ რაღაც ნაწილი და ეგ იმენა რო ჩარჯდავს რო ორა იმენა აი და 4-ვე უდედის მყნელესია თავის პოზიციაზე. არა ბიჭო, ანუ counter-ს თუ უყურებ და counter იცი, heavy go-და და მეზი ერთმანეთთან ვერ უნდა დააკავშირო, ვერანაირად. რახან ერთ პოზიციაზე თამაშობენ, იმიტომ ვერ უნდა დააკავშირო.
Should be no harm, no foul here despite the couple of picks from Payne.
არ გადევს ფანი დაწერე ჩატში ნუ გაადონატებ მადლობა დონაციისთვის მაგრამ არ გადევს ფანი კაცო 10 წამიანი ბანი დაიკეთე
That's 9 kills for Azuwu in these last couple of rounds. Right, how do you want to ace to get them back in the conversation. To shut down the Glocks. No worries for Monty. Tie game. And that university exam for Gizmi might have to wait a little longer. Really making a mad dash for stage 3.
არა ბანი არ დაადო აღარ გადევს ბანი დაწენა
But I think it's going to be hard to not feel deflated. You've got to lock in here for this right.
იმენა აი გიოს აქ მოწეული იმენა სერიოზული რაღაც
felt like Nuke just got away from
ეკორი ბიჭო რა ტოპ 1 ეკორი არის რობზა ჯერ ერთი რო დავიწყოთ მაგით თუ ეკორებს იძახი და არ ასხოვე ფენქორებს მაშინ ტოპ 1 ეკორი არის რობზა თუ საერთოდ ეკორებზე მივდივართ და მერე რობზა ის რა ქვია მეზის და ჰევიგოდეს შედარება ერთმანეთთან არ შეიძლება
But this would be an even earlier exit for Pain.
კაი მითხარი მაშინ მირაჟის გარდა რომელ მაპზე არ არის ენქორი
This is where you've got to dial in. And you're up against 4 major rookies who are just straight life gaming. I mean, game after game. I can't say life gaming.
მადლობა შენ როგორ ხარ. აი ისე დაწერე ძმა ჩატში არ მინდა დონაც მართლა უღრმესი მადლობა შენგან ვარ იმენა დიდუალში ძმაო. უღრმესი მადლობა დონაციებისთვის. ჯიგარი ხარ. დაწერე ჩატში ისე კარგად ბრო მეც საკაიფო ძალიან აგერ ერთი დღე 10-ში 11-ში ვწურავთ უკვე ტოპ მეიჯორს ალბათ ამაზე მაგარი მეიჯორი არ იქნება უღრმესი მადლობა კიდევ ყველა დონაციებისთვის გიოს და ჩუჟიკ მადლობა ძმა დონაციებისთვის არა ძმა ეგრი არ არის რა სიძახი გიო არ არის ძმა ეგრი არა
Gizmi's going to have a lot on his screen here.
არა აქ GG არის აქ ნახე გიმზი უკეთებს იმას რა გიზმი უკეთებს იმებს აქ ეისებს
Safe for VSM coming to terms with the fact that this rifle round is just too far gone. There is nowhere left to turn. There is nowhere left to hide in this matchup.
They're in trouble. That's another round. Like, that is just a twist of the knife, right? The knife's already in their gut, but this is a round that feels like a gut punch, a twist of it. Safe. Oh, he thought he could hide out in the corner. Can't bring it through.
Gadi,
he gets to bring something through.
Death was after time.
It was after time.
Safes broke. Right as the clock changed.
We've already
twisted the knife. I guess that's the
second knife.
Yeah, oh god. Straight karambit to the spine. That's horrible. This flashbang. 27 seconds left, and you just time it to perfection. They're about to exit.
ანუ overpass easy რო თამაშობს ენქორად ანუ ენქორად არ ითვლება ეგ ტიპი
$0 in his bank account. He's bankrupt.
Yeah. This is also now just a straight.
ანუ აი overpass რა ხან ეგეთი მაპი არის ანუ ენქორად არ ითვლება ეს აიც ვინ იცავს რობს არ იცავს ეს აიც და ზაივო
struggling on your eco. You finally come back through
the
you end up
ისე მე ვგაზრები ხა counter-ს მასწავლი თითქოს
you miss the CT smoke that completely fumbles the
გოგი სად გინდა bro სად დავამატოთ იმ საიძე
the limited util you had left at the end of the round and then you get flash popped on short because Monty aren't worrying about mid you miss the util nothing lined up there nothing worked out that's such a round that just gets under your skin in a game that's already getting away.
That's Korea. Bize კარგად ჯამფავდა. ვაფშე კარგან არ ვიცი სათამაშობდა.
Gonna go to something a bit more basic. Long take.
ბიჭო, რას თამაშობს? გეხვეტები სტატისტიკას გადახედე მაინც მობას გავფიცებ და ვის ეთამაშება ჰევიგოდა და ვის ეთამაშება ისა რა ქვია, მეზი და ვიტალიტი. ანუ რანაირად შეიძლება შეადარო ეგეთი რაღაცა? აი ერორის გუნდებთან აგებენ ისინი რა ქვია. ჯითუ როგორ შეიძლება მაგით გაარკვიო რომ მაგარია ტიპი ვოკალით ფაუტ კარგია გიხვეწებით ეს რაუნდი მოიგეთ ახტება კარიგანა მოიჯოს მადლობა გოგით მადლობა დონაციისთვის უღმესი მადლობა ვერ ვადარებ ერთმანეთს პროსტო აი არ ვიცი ჩემ გონებაში არ შედი და შეიძლება მართალი ხარ მაპატი კარგი ბატ დაამატებენ აუცილებლად მალე მადლობა დონაციისთვის
Yeah, it's a little bit worrisome, man. You know, you don't want it to feel like it's becoming a bit of a trend in some of these high pressure matchups, but he had a really, really rough game yesterday versus Bet Boom as well. It was his nuke performance in there that cast a bit of a shadow over.
აი არ უყურებ შემეში გეხეწები რა, ანუ არ ვერ ხვდები უბრალოდ შენ ვაფშე რა დონე არის და რა ხდება ვაფშე კაუნტერში, ანუ შენ მაგ სტატისტიკას უყურებ და რა, ანუ რეალურად რა საკეთებს ტიპი იმას ვერ არ უყურებ. ანუ შედიხარ იქ და ნახავ რომ აი სო ამას ისა აქვს რა ქვია მეტი ქილი აქვს და სო ანუ სტატისტიკას მარტო მაგით აფასებ რა.
Jumping through the short smoke, Snow finds the necessary pieces from all that kerfuffle caused on the short side, and that will tie us up 9-9. Do you know what this is? This is a game where both teams are leaving it all on the server.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, if you're Monty there, you tell yourselves, we maybe gave them a little too much room. The site was so claustrophobic, you'd smoke short, you'd block long. That leaves you kind of with nowhere to hide.
That's მაბულინგებენ ბიჭო, მიფკიცებს გიო რომ heavy go და უფრო მაგარი ენქორია ვიდრე ისო რა ქვია.
This would be the round because you're freshly reminded what it's like when you give too much room away. This time you have Afro posted on a
heavy go down დაფრინავს.
Shoring up this short defense.
კარიგანა მოუჯით ამ კაც კარიგანა ვინმე დამღალა ძმაო 10 სტრიმია დამღალა და მოუჯით ვინმე. არა ბიჭო რაც მარეიჯებს მართლა იძახის, მართლა გონია რომ heavy go და უკეთესია ვიდრე მეზი. ანუ სიგიჟია.
Still 4 smokes for Pain. Lurk smoke dropped on B.
You've got options here, at least if you're Pain. Piria still holding on to the tunnels, hasn't moved all round. And you know, this could be a pressure point for Monty. If at any point they feel like the map's gone a little too quiet.
Okay,
there's still noise in mid, that's where they're devoting a lot of attention for Snow, but an even
Გაატრეიდეთ.
out of a zoo.
Გაატრეიდეთ, კარგი. ერთი კაცი ბიზე, ერთი kაცი ბიზე.
As they get out through mid, and now they try and collapse down on Rainwaker's bomb site. He knows to anticipate.
Hey, კარგი რა, კარგი.
Never took his eyes off it. Now worried about the mid component. Here's Big Azera dropping in.
კარგი, შენი დედამ მოვთხან, მოგიტყა ბულგარეთი და სოფია რა.
And with that double kill, Safe doesn't have the time nor the resources to win this round. He is out of there. Monty.
Mojo's karigana,
but they're not ready to give back that lead.
I think Perry's just playing too soon there. Big Azera really needs to be the one trying to draw attention, confirm his location, because that little boot just poking out of the smoke gives him everything he needs. Suddenly he's just liberated. He just has to worry about the mid player coming out window. Sure, you're right, that trade, full blind, he does very well. To see double out of a Zulu, that was a big start, but Rainwaker punishing Peria's overstep just a couple of moments too soon, feeling that time pressure. It's got Rainwaker feeling extra confident, and that is, we're at the business end of this dust too.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, money is on the line now for Pain, right? If they don't recover this half now, it may never happen. And so
nice.
That is
oh, it's rounding window ueჭველი გეხვეწები. გეხვეწები მოკალიეს.
There's another opening out on long. Monty try and get aggressive.
კარიგანა მოიჯოს. აკერწმო რა მნიშვნელობა აქვს.
They've lent into a stack here, but it's all fractured right now. They don't really know where this plays.
დამიჯერე ძმა ბოსტონის მეიჯორის თიმი აჭირდება, დამიჯერე. ტრეიდი. კიდე ერთი ციტი. ერთიც გთხოვ ციტი. გთხოვ.
Rainwaker going to try and make good.
ნახე.
Finding one onto Peria, but he feels like his days are numbered here. The bomb on the back of Snow.
Bomb დავდებთ.
Jumps up, spots the tip of Safe's head. Partners up with Gizmi, who's
bomb დავდებთ, ხო? ყველაზე კვიდია bombi, ხო?
He doesn't feel great on the retake.
Very out of the action. There's a 2v2 open here.
So morchit bazarsa.
Look at this. In this moment, Safe wasn't even covering from
shot. Arde bombs argin არ დადო bombi არ. კარგი ხარ. ხო, დადე bombi, გეხოწები bombi დადე. Bombi დადე Snow შენი.
I don't know where Rainwaker's gotten to.
ის მეხე იმას. ის არ მჯერავებით.
With a monstrous 3K.
არა, მე მართლა მაგარი ვარ.
Such a necessity.
What the fuck? მე მართლა მაგარი ვარ. ენქორში მე ვერ მაჯობენ ეს.
Thankfully Snow never lets off the gas.
Crazy. It was Gizmi scoping. He was about to be vulnerable. He got a little flash.
მადლობა, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ძმაო დონაციისთვის. მოდი თამაშს უყურო, დაიკიდეთ, არ გესმით კაუნტერი და ნუ იმაშებით ყვილად რა. ანუ ორივე ტიპთან ვითამაშე და მეზიმ პატრონი მომიტყნა და heavy go-დას მე და space-ა თავზე ვაჯვავდი და მანდედან უკვე უნდა მიხვდე რომ ეს არის რა ქვია სხვა დონეა ვაფშე. Olofats
You know,
mojo.
a high pressure moment like that, and Snow getting like all the round rescuing kills. I think it's easy to see why Big Azera has never given up on this dude. Very, very young player. Has had some very scarring games.
მართლა გეუნები გიო, ანუ საწყენად არ გეუნები რა, პროსტო მართლა ანუ არ გესმის კაუნტერი მართლა. ყველა და თამაშებს რო უყურებ დასკვნაც უნდა გამოიტანო, პროსტო ისე არ უყურო ხოლმე. მართლა ანუ თუდად არ გეუნები.
AWP to work with. But other than that, a lot of limitations here for Monty. They're lacking util. Don't have a kit to work with.
Butterfly მიჩვენეთ ორივე მევასება, რავი, ხან ერთს ვიყენებ ხოლმე, ხან მეორე.
Just going through the motions of this map control. It's quite quick already to have so much space. Oh, and some of that space has just been taken.
მიგითხრა ბიჭო, თამაშებს არ უყურებ, მე რა პრო თამაშიც მაქვს, ნანახი ძმა, მაგდენი საერთოდ არ ვიცი, პროსტო ანუ შენ მარტო თამაშებს უყურებ და მე დემოებსაც უყურებ, ხვდები? განსხვავებას? შენ ერთი მიდან ხედავ, ეხლა აი აქ, რასაც ხედავ, აი აქ ტიპი რომ ფრაგებს დადებს, მარტო ეგ მაგას ხედავ, მაგას გეუნები. და მე შევდივარ და დემოსაც უყურებ და დემოს განვიხილავ ტიპებს და ვიცი რა საკეთებენ. შენ იცი ზედაპირულად კაუნტერი და მე რო ხვდები უკვე ტიპი რა საკეთებს და რა მოძრაობას აკეთებს და რატო აკეთებს იმ მოძრაობას, მაგიტო გეუნები. ორი კაცია ბიზი არა, ხო.
Barrier going to lurk out, no secret about that with the lurk smoke. It's Azuu's responsibility. Rainwaker tasked with doors.
ეს დემოებს რო უყურებ
Flash catches
აი ბოლოკოთ მოკალით არ არსებობს კარჩა ამაზუვუმ შევცა იმენა რა.
And Bemis is caught in perfect.
Live თამაშია ტიპს კაროჩ.
Monty take 11 first.
Hell of a round, man. Everything about that is beautiful for Monty. They use gimmicks. They're really not afraid to do so, right? In low econ rounds like this, little cheeky boost over towards A nets them that 5v4. That's how everything starts, with this gizmy boost onto Afro. Nails Big Azera, and from that moment, the round is instantly in jeopardy. You have this crossfire with the two other rifles in the B site. And it's a strong one at that. Azuu never doubted it. Never doubted it. One angle to hold, he had one kill here to find, and he got it. It's just the worst.
აგარი აიმი აქ აზუვუს კი არა ესენი არიან იმენა გასლა. ამათ უნდა დაადო ბანი სამუდამო რა.
Your major life on the line, and you're kind of having to accept that Monty are going to have 12. They've done it before.
Pain, ბიჭო, ტოპატში იყვნენ ტიპები და იმას ვერ უგებენ მონტეს.
Casual. Could be one hell of a HE. Second guesses it, plays for the block instead. VSM tried his hand at long. And now it's just two Desert Eagles, safe with the bomb, and a dejected Pain.
თევიგოდაძე იყო პირველი ადგილი შეპირებული 3000 წლის წინ და გიო დაანებით დისა სპეის დაანებით თავი. მაგას ეგ შეპირებული არის 3000 წლის წინ.
And just the idea that you're playing, you know, now with your tournament life on the line, your major life on the line, if you're Pain, that even starts to feel like it restricts the playbook. You've got a lot riding against you here. Momentum sides with Monty. They've got individuals showing up in great form. Afro on his AWP, forced to be reckoned with. Azuu in fantastic form all across the major, and
არ მევასება და ის რო ტოპ 1-იაო, სხვადასხვა რაღაცაობს.
Sure, he had to rein in the troops a little here on Dust 2, right?
კი, გოლს აიღებ ყველა ვარიანტში.
Force him to refocus, but Monty have. This has not been a walk in the park of a Dust 2. But they're the team eyeing up stage 3. They've got 2 chances to get there.
მართლა განბადებენ ბასეგრე.
Pain with the timeout as they try and protect their major lifeline. And you saw VSM
Yasenia მეზიზე იმენა ყოველღამე
during that timeout. Usually it's a time for the coach, for the captain.
Millennium's აკლდა რაც ამბავთ აქვს.
Come up with something.
მონდომენ ალბათ, რავი. მეტი რა უნდა.
12-10. As the major hangs in the balance.
Diamond's ყველაფერი უნდა გამოიცნო, вообще 5 უნდა გამოიცნო, 5, მერე კიდე 5 და მერე პლეი-ოფში უნდა გამოიცნო, კიდე და გამარჯვებული უნდა გამოიცნო Majors.
To go and take this long control.
He's given that smoke to stop the molly. Thrown from spawn, and you concede long immediately. Something Monty have been getting almost every round. Now it's taken away from you.
In times gone by, when they fell down at that critical juncture. I think the big problem here was they got really boxed in. You can't block short and long at the same time. You've got to fight for one of them. And so you're aware that Pain have taken this long control. That's going to lead to them shoring up the short defense. They've also got players nearby in mid. This is a full reaction from Monty in response to that aggression.
მაგრამ ფული აქვს იმათ რამდენი შეხედე. ნა ის კიდევ კაი. ხო, ერთი კაცია ბიზეკ ჩახსენ. ნახე, არავინ არ დააზგოთ, არავინ და შენს მოუკი ამოიღე ხელში. მიდი ბებერ მიდი. Rainwaker არის ბის პლეიერი, აბა რუიანი ვინ არის თუ შევა ბიზე. ბიგუზე რაბა მიდი. ამოყავი სათვალებიანი თავი და შედი ბიზე.
Monty are making moves. They're not content just to sit around and wait for Pain to bring this final round to them. They've just deep cleared mid. B-Mass is already moving over to B.
ამოვიდა მთელი ნახალოვკა. მიდი. ეგ არის ძმა, გავამაგრეთ B საღოლ ბებერ, საღოლ ბიგუზერ. მიდი ძმა, კაი კოლერე ხარ. საღოლ ბებერ. აბა საიტის კაცი, აბა Rainwaker, აბა თუ წავიკითხავთ მაგდენს. თუ მივხვდებით. მივხვდებით აბა მაგდენს? კარგი ხარ ბებერ, საღოლ. შემოვიდა ეგეც, კარგი ხარ, საღოლ. ბომბი უნდა დავდოთ, კარგიო. პლენტალ ბომბს. პანჯარაშია კაცი ბოლო. დამანეი დამდე დამოტყმა. კარგი ხარ, უიესემ, საღოლ. მე უნდა გავუქოლო ისი აზრი არ არის.
Said there, you know, it was a chance at redemption for Bemis. Monty had the right read. They were beginning their rotations. They were moving everyone over, but this B site, you know, the kind of one-man army of Rainwaker isn't going to be enough to get you through it. And you don't want this to be a game defined by the one absent player for Monty. That's the risk they're running. They've got one more chance to lock in stage 3, or else Pain force overtime.
It wouldn't, but they look at this call.
მადლობა ძმებო ყველა დონაციებისთვის კიდევ ერთხელ.
Rainwaker spots
gets the AWP down. კაია, შედი, თქვენი დედა მოვთხან, შედით. მანქანაზე კაცი. თქვენი დედა მოვთხან.
Collapse at the hands of Rainwaker. Monty surely have done enough now. You come knocking on Rainwaker's site and he escorts you out of the major. Bomb under their boots. 3 strong on B.
And Rainwaker არის ყველაზე top ინქორი აშკარად.
Snow with an impossible task, or his major ends here.
And with Afro looking down upon this mid control, the moment Snow rounds this corner, Pain's time at the major is over. Monty advance, charging through a clean 2-0. And while one team is elated, embracing at the end of a hard-fought battle, the others sit with their heads in their hands. For Pain,
დაგვეხმარე ფულში გეხვეტები ბებერ, რამე გვიშველა, იმაშიო ჩასახლდე თუ შეგიძლია ლეგაციაში.
led to changes to this roster at the end of Budapest.
Looks like Gizmi's going to have to reschedule the exams because he's got more Counter-Strike to play. Stage 3 secured for Monty. Very impressive Counter-Strike on display, and Rainwaker spray securing stage 3.
Monty advancing to stage 3 at the major, where we will be joined by Bimes in just a couple of seconds to discuss that game and get an info into all the emotions going on within that camp. After that, we'll discuss the major slot allocations and coming on later.
ჯვით სახში დავაი ავტობუსზე მიაჯექთ ხა და დაახღვიე სახში დროზე.
In order to stay right here, right now, and watch this stream. Yanko, are you surprised that Monty were able to take it 2-0?
No, not necessarily against Pain Gaming. It's a bit surprising the level of Counter-Strike that they've showed in this stage. Like, they played very solid.
Sirები ესენი აზუვს ვერ კლავენ, აზუვს ბიჭო. ეისი გაუკეთა აზუვუ.
They were the favorites in this matchup. A couple of moments, you know, they got a
ყველანაირი პიკი, სამი პიკი გააბუჭა ბიჭო, სამი. აი ლუთან წააგო, ბიგთან წააგო და ამათთან წააგო იმენა.
From start to finish, it was a very strong performance from Monty once more. We're joined by Bimes here on the desk. First and foremost, congratulations making it to stage 3.
Thank you. I don't feel like I deserve it, man. What a bad map by me. I don't know what happened. It's just like we won, we made stage 3, but it really sucks to have such a blunder on such an important map. But yeah.
I mean, sometimes you have it like that. I guess the good thing is that you have good teammates around you, and naturally, fair to say that you have played your part in getting to this point. First and foremost, we see your results on screen right here.
Oh, bicho, ran nervebis მოსაშლელი არის. Просто აი ეს სირები ვაფშე როგორ აი ბრაზილიიდან რო გადიან მეიჟორში. აი ესენი ვაფშე არ უნდა თავ კაუნტერს არ უნდა გააკარო ეს ტიპები, იმიტომ რომ დებილები არიან იმენად. ესენი არიან იმენა დებილები, ანუ ნებისმიერ აი აქ ნებისმიერ საქს აი ნებისმიერ ევროპის ქვეყანაში რო დაბადებული იყო ეს ხუთეული ვერ მიაღწევდნენ ვერაფერს. ჯერ ლეგასი მოიგოს და მე დაგიდებ, თორე ისე რა ვიცი. ლეგასი მოიგოს რომ 5 დაჯდეს. ლეგასი მათ ეხა ნახე იჩინელები იფრენენ მოუტყ დრაკონებს გამოიძახებენ და ისე მოიგებენ ნახე. ნახე თუ ეგეთი რაღაცები არ გააკეთო. ეს ბრაზილიელების დღე არ არის აშკარად. მადლობა დონაციისთვის. გუშა. ჯოი ნაუში რატომ მიშვებ? ბიჭო არ ვიცი, ეხა თამაშით არ ვიცი, რავი. ალბათ international გუნდში ალბათ სადმე სხვაგან სადმე წავიდე. ვიტალიტიში წავიდოდი და მეძის ამოვაგდებდი, მაინც მაგარი ყლია. არ მოპასი მაინც უნდა მქონდეს ნაყიდი, რომ მომცეს coin. კი, ყველა ვარიანტში უნდა მქონდეს ნაყიდი. ძმებო, სტრიმი დაალაიქეთ და არხი გამოიწერეთ. და ზღლაკიც გააქტიურეთ. მადლობა დონაციისთვის. ბიჭო, ბრაზილიიდან კი არა, აზიიდანაც გახვიდოდი ეგეთი როსტერით. ძალიან რთულია თქო გეუნები ევროპიდან. იო აღარ არის უკვე ეგ rage bait-ი. აი კიდე bro. That's what she said. ბიჭო, რავი, Falcon-ში ვითამაშებდით SS-ას მაგივრად დიდი სიამოვნებით რა. გიო, ისე ძალიან საინტერესო არის რა. მეორე აკაუნთი რატო გაქვს? გამოსთილი გაქვს მანამდეც? იგუზე შეძუძუებიანო კაცოში. როგორ წაასხით? Rainwaker-ა მიმენა გახოლდა. ბიჭო, შედის, მაგრამ რა, მე მაინც მაგის ადგილზე კარგად ჩავჯდებოდი წესით. რასაც ეგაკეთებს. დიდ სტატებსაც ეგ ვერსდებს ვერაფერს ხანდახან, ანუ აქვს ხოლმე რა გამოფწინებები რაღაც 30 კილიანი, მაგრამ აი, next თამაში რა გვაქვს? Legacy. Legacy. რამდენი ხანში იწყება მაგათი თამაში? 27 წუთში იწყება Legacy Tyloo. კაი. გააჯვით რა სახშიც მემო რა, გააჯვით. ბიჭო, არ შეიძლება გადასვლა აქედან თორე დიდი სიამოვნებით. მაგრამ მანამდე 200 ლაიქზე შეგვიძლია ავიდეთ, ეგ ჩელენჯი ქონდა. ბიჭო, არ ვიცი რატო არა, ჯერჯერობით არ ექნებათ მილენიუმ სტრიმები. დაიწერება როცა იქნება, მოიცა მოახალ. უჩუნდა ჯო. აი ჩავიჯვა ეხა ბიჭო. ვაიმე ცუდა თვე. ვაიმე. ვაიმე ცუდა თვე. მე ეს ვიქტორიო შევეცი. საული წუთიო. საული წუთი რა ვიტლიკინო. Ach. Agrat ვიცინეჩი. Yazayra. Satsqali yazayto, რა დააშავა კაცმა. Ora სასაცილოა. ვაიც მაგის გამო ეხა ახალი კანონი შეუძლეო გიჩივლოს და დააჭერინო შენ. შეურაცხყოფისთვის. ბევრი მაპში ტაილუს უკეთესი სტატისტიკა აქვს. აუ, ჩემი გთხოვ, ტაილუ მარ მოიგოს. ლეგასი გეხვეწებით, რაც გაგინეთ არა მინდა. აი, ბოდის გიხდით. არა, რაც გაგინეთ, შთამსახურებულად. აჰა, ლუი ვიტონის შანთებითი არეთ, მიდი. Gaming top 1 აზიელი აიმენი. Top 1 ჩინელი შეიძლება. მა იმენა იმას რა ქვია, counter-ს იმაზე უყურებს, რა ქვია, ორდეში უყურებს counter-ს. გიო. იქემ მე რო იყიდო ჩაგითulis არ ვიცი გაკეთებული თუ გაქვს არ ვიცი ეგ როგორ მუშაობს თუ ჩასმული გაქვს გუნდები მე რო იყიდი თუ დასვავ აი მაგ შემთხვევაში როგორ არის არ ვიცი ვერ გეტყვი ჩაგითulis თუ არა არ თulis
Okay, yeah, ready.
Yeah, flash us through this.
Flashing now.
Flash.
He's
In the
here.
open. Dead. One more in the open. Come to me.
From me,
Come on,
Jack.
we're ready.
2, 3, go.
Peek.
Dead B.
Peek, he's in the
Two,
open.
two. Go back.
Go back,
Both there.
Top front.
I'm
I'm flashing over.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Take
B-Road's
bomb, take bomb. I keep rotation.
Tick.
Yeah.
I'm right now.
Afro, pick
One
close.
close to he's on your right.
He's dead.
Nice.
I don't have rotation anymore. I
I'm
hold
mollet,
my
yeah, don't
I
worry.
hold my short.
One for down.
You have my city rain or no?
No, technically could go. Yeah, city, yeah.
Yeah, we'll smoke on good timing, right?
I will have window, guys.
I have right side of smoke.
He
Could
did
go
look.
car now,
I have
could go
right
car
side.
now.
I have right side. He can
Okay.
go car. Take car in.
Yeah. But he could pick.
Nice, guys. Good job.
Nice, boys. Nice, boys.
Let's go.
Good job.
Good recovery, guys. Good recovery.
Let's go.
Yeah,
I don't have it, so care.
I have
You
it.
have it now?
Yeah.
I cannot.
I'm anti-flash.
Yeah, do
Yes,
you have
you-
mid jack? 1B.
I smoke mid.
Look,
Mid B
look.
from close, guys.
I leave.
Mid B,
Can't
mid
be
B,
red.
mid B,
Can't be
I
red.
smoke doors, I smoke doors.
Should be
I
two
have
mid.
tunnel. I have
Yeah, I
tunnel.
have window.
Pushing top mid.
Window one.
Don't see.
You can pick on me.
Yeah, I'll kill one
Flash,
to one.
I'm blind.
Tunnel
Two
dead.
mid.
Dead window.
Nice, flashed.
That's
Bumper.
flash.
He's
Yeah,
somewhere mid.
pick on me still. Pick on me
Mid
still.
doors.
Nice.
Nice.
ეს რა რაუნდი
Nice.
წააგეს
Let's go.
იმენა ყლიცაცემები არის
It's a 2-2 matchup with Legacy versus
What
Tyloo.
match?
I'm over here with Lotto. Lotto is one of the heavy hitters on the side of Legacy. So let's get right out in front of this one, Lotto. You guys lost in Swiss round 3 to Monty on Ancient. Tell me what happened in that game.
Yeah, I think we play. We start slowly, I think, in the Ancient, and BO1 punished this. So I think we don't play our best CS, and now in BO3, I think we can do better.
Which is exactly what's happened, right? We're looking at, go a little bit further down the rabbit hole versus M80. You guys had the OT on Inferno. You go some 34-22 in that series. Again, that's just proof that best of threes are more comfortable.
Yes, BO3, it's very comfortable for us. Because we don't have the pressure, we lost. If we
Latom
lost some
gushin
pistols,
raundები
we know
მოიგო
we
ძმა.
can win the other round. So BO3 for us, it's better.
So you guys came into this stage as a favorite for the stage, for the pick'ems. What happens then when you lose your opener in this stage? When you lose the opening match, where's your head? Where's your heart at when that happens?
Well,
bro, I fucked my pick'ems as well. Yeah, so I think it's hard because like I said, we start slowly and we don't have a good start in the BO1s. So now let's see if we can go to the stage 3.
Yeah, for the CAC MVP, you guys beat the Falcons over there at a 2-2 game in Cologne. Our Legacy going to stage 3.
Yeah, I think so. We will prove we can go to the stage 3. So let's do our best game. So that's it. I think we don't need to overthinking about it and only do our game and do our best.
Thank you so much for your time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh wow, there's the first for Huntfrag. Hiko gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no help on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Hiko do it again?
Another do-or-die scenario is taking place here from Cologne. We're at the Major 2026, where Legacy will take on Tyloo in a game, Peter, that will send one of the teams to Stage 3 and one team home empty-handed. Now, starting with Tyloo. First and foremost, are you surprised that they even find themselves in this position, coming from Stage 1 into Stage 2? I feel like a lot of people were doubting them in Stage 1. A lot of people were even, flirting with the idea of putting them 0-3 here in Stage 2. Now, all of a sudden, they find themselves just one game away from making it.
I did the same, so I guess at some point I was part of that pile of people that didn't think too well of Tyloo. And just looking at the recent matchups, I don't think that Tyloo has taken down a team yet that I believe has the caliber of also to play at that level. I think it's still a team that has been so much inside of a roller coaster that the results is hard to kind of get anything out of. I think it's a team where it's been they've been carried by the individuals, mainly from IEM. I think that's the guy that's been standing out. He has had some moments, but for as a team, they haven't been looking like that solid. But I mean, they're here and they're fighting for a spot at Stage 3, so they must be doing something right.
Do you agree with that, Ash? The results that we saw on the screen, not really impressed you either?
No, I had them down as 0-3 in this stage. We've had 1-2 best of 1 so far. But they lost to Pain and they lost to Astralis. We saw Pain just not make it now and not really be that close. And Astralis. Yeah. A little bit less said the better about how they went yesterday against Pain as well. So
yeah, it hasn't really been impressive for Tyloo, and as you said, right, they're yet to win a best of 3 in this stage. Naturally, today that has to happen if they want to continue into Stage 3. For Tyloo, for Asian Counter-Strike, we just had the discussion, Peter, in terms of the fact they're also playing for an extra major spot. Asia currently have 5. If Tyloo were to win, that'll be 6 for the next major. Is that added pressure on Tyloo, or do you think they even care about that?
I think they care more about themselves. I mean, sure, I think it would be nice for the region to get one more spot, but then I'm going to be a little bit honest here. I think it's just going to be like a wasted spot, in my opinion. I think that there's other teams that would deserve that, or another region that could use that spot more.
The thing is, the other alternative is it goes to the Americas region.
Well, that doesn't really add anything up, right? It's kind of the same, right? But yeah, Tyloo looking for a Stage 3 here. They haven't done that since the Faceit Major in London, back in 2018. So I think for the team to try and at least go as far. Also thinking the last result in Budapest, where they went 0-3, that's quite the opposite of what they're trying to achieve. So I think it's a team that has a lot of reliance on themselves, and I think they just want to prove themselves right, that they can play with the best teams. But also,
the storyline I'm writing right here, Ash, that you have Tyloo going against Legacy, basically America's going against Asia. Is it fair to say that, at least before this game, we have, the America's Counter-Strike screen, especially the Brazilian teams, in higher regard than Tyloo and Asian Counter-Strike?
I think so, yes, but then it comes down to a few teams like Tyloo and they're very strong. Many people have been paying interest to this. The people in the teams, the 6th, 7th ranked teams in both these teams. I didn't even mean to say that time. For the first time. Those teams that are kind of on the edge of the bubble, they're the ones that are stressing about this, because this could be really difficult. And suddenly, like a team like Linvision, for example, the way they've played here, they're probably going to have to change their style and everything. They're going to drop a little bit. It's a
game within the game. I think there's a lot of people who have this one. Now, speaking of Legacy, I think it's been more for them. 8 years, 9 years since Tyloo were able to make it to top 16. Legacy did it at Austin recently, dare I say it, a year ago. And how they played and conducted themselves so far at this tournament, are you more on their side, so to speak, than Tyloo? Their results haven't impressed you. Legacy, on the other hand, have they impressed you?
I think after adding art, I think the team has after the miracle run they had in Austin, where they surprised everyone. I think that is that kind of put them a little bit on the map, right? Everyone started paying attention to them, how they were playing, but then at the same time you also added more expectation of them, and I don't think really they could cope with that. And from Legacy as a team, at that time they were a team that relied so much on the individual and always just playing, hey, we get 1 kill, we're just gonna go scale up on this. Legacy head Counter-Strike, where you always just try and dive deep in and attempt to get the frags going, whereas it's a little bit more thoughtful now. And I think that's one of the things that Art has probably brought to the team, that they still played sort of the same style, but it's really like thought through. It's not as random as it was at that time. So it hasn't looked that great at this tournament so far, but I still think that they have more to show.
I think it's fair to say that bringing in Art has definitely changed the direction of Legacy. Personally, I thought it was going to be a bit more bombastic, you know, and it was going to be more of the old Art, but I feel like he's developed a little bit, Ash. He also said in a couple of interviews that he's finally taught himself to be a leader, which he was not back in Furia for 4 or 5 years, you know, where he had the chance. So have you seen the same? Have you seen a Legacy that has actually progressed with Art coming into the line?
Tyloo
He's the most aggressive person here in terms of entries. He's still doing it. However,
surprise, right?
It'll be a surprise if we change that, yeah. But however, I have noticed there's a little bit more team style based on that now, because before it used to be like you've played against him loads of times. You've played a lot like Vertigo. He's already like pushing through Ivy in your spawn before the rounds even properly started, walking through every smoke possible. And if you kill him, well, the round looks terrible. It's over instantly. But now he's focusing more on being traded. And this before, he wasn't really doing this, no?
No, I think that's why I actually think Art could be a pretty good fit for this team, because he brings this recklessness, right? He's the one that also wants to go for the but at least his way of thinking is a little bit similar to how the use the thing that he's becoming to some of the timeouts that he's been taking. It's more like, guys, I want you to continue playing the way you're doing right now, but do it together, right? I don't think he's trying to change the style of Legacy. He's trying to improve it, and I think that is why I think this fit is actually proving me a little bit better than I thought when I saw Art join this roster, because I as you mentioned, Ash, I've had my fair share of time against Art, and you know, sometimes you could like hit your head against the table thinking, what the hell are you doing? But sometimes he made it work, right?
It does feel like he's found a balance, right? There's still a bit of the old Art in Art, you know. I've seen a couple of Mac 7 plays as well at this tournament where you think to yourself, all right, that's the old Art, we know you. Speaking of known quantities as well, and focusing a bit on the Tyloo side, G so far this tournament have struggled a little bit, Ash. Maybe haven't found the same amount of impact as you would like him to.
Yeah, he struggled coming into this. This is one of the players I went in and watched the demos, and I couldn't really see the sharpness in his game at all. It kind of looked like he's taking a big step back with that one. Yeah. And playing against a good opponents also struggled. So the one thing that you will notice there, though, clutches most in the entire event, which we'll go through in a second. But in terms of everything, so he needs to have this.
Diamonds არ ვიცი რამდენი აიღებს, იმიტომ რომ ძალიან გასტაყოლი მეიჟორია რა, ძალიან. ესე არ ყოფილა რა, არასდროს აი ამდენი ფავორიტი რა. მე არ მახსენდება ყოველ შემთხვევაში ეგეთი მეიჟორი, სადაც ამდენი ფავორიტი იყო რა. 4 გუნდი არის უეჭველი ფავორიტი. ფალკონებსაც შეუძლიათ I would say it's not like he's like blowing me away in this clutch. That he is in this team right now. And he's doing it. I'll show a couple of examples here. We can get pick your brains. But yeah, he's in a 1v3. He doesn't really have any information. He gets goes through. He has no real information on Qual. It's been a long time. Phase მოიგებს უეჭველი. გარიგანა მოიჯოს მოვა ეხლა უწერ მაგ ფეიზებს რაღაცებს და დაიწყებს ისევ.
The fact that he could be coming down the vents, knife out straight up, and the way he plays this 1v1.
არავინ არ მოუჯოს მო გარიგანა იმ კაცსაც
debate here, right? You know, he gets those 2 kills where they're trying to search for information, and as soon as he puts down the smoke, that is the bait he wants to hit.
Falcons ალბათ რამეს მოიგებს სანამ კარჩე აურორა ხო აურორა მოგება არა, მაგრამ აურორას play-offs არ ვიცი. აი მონღოლების play-offs არ მჯერა Aurora's play-offs აი 60-40-ზე არ ვიცი როგორი მომზადებულები არიან. პარიუჟენმა სპეისა მითხრა რომ ეხლა დაამთავრა ობუთემპიო.
Yeah, it's good to see him have that understanding. This one I really want to highlight his movement in this one. I think won in this one. So a nice little running Tech 9 headshot. I don't know, it feels random to me. I don't know how you feel about it, guys. But sometimes it just hits, sometimes it doesn't. So he gets into this 1v3. Nice little dink, comes through, just about gets this. We'll come through this in a second. But what I want to really highlight here is how difficult he is to hit. So Zaka, nice clean kills from him, probably the most underwhelming person at this tournament. But look at the jiggle peeking. There's a leg again and again. Then a wide peek, dink and dink, and unfortunately Starry did have the bomb. He did have it defused. However, at the very last moment, decided I'm turning around, and the game went, nope, you're not having that one.
See, those are impressive clutches and obviously high impact, you know, at crucial moments in the game.
რა მოხდა? ბომბი არ მოხდა ტიპმა?
It's with a pistol, it's based on
გეხვეწებთ ამას უყურეთ, რა მოხდა?
He's supposed to find the impact with the AWP, and is that why he's been lacking so
ანუ აუშვა ხელი ბომბს თუ რა მოხდა?
In this situation, because then he would have won him. I think that's probably what speaks to me. It's being an all player is also very crucial that you can, you know, yield and wielding, you know, Tech 9s and AKs and have, you know, impact with that as well, because some games you will
მე აღარ ქონდა დრო, მაგრამ ქონდა დროც.
I've seen
შეხედე დრო აქვს აშკარად ტიპს კიდევ.
seems to be functioning so well with snipers. I think the one
ბომბი როგორ აფეთქდა მე? კაი, ნახე, ბომბ დრო აქვს. დაიწყო დიფიუზი, მოკლა. კაი, ვერ მოკლა და ეხლა რატო აღარ დიფიუზებს? დრო აქვს ტიპს.
Have these weapons in your arsenal and actually also have an impact. And these two clutches is very different. The one is more about him outplaying his opponent using.
რაღაც გაბაგულია ალბათ დროის თემა თუ რა. აშკარად დრო აქვს კიდე დიფიუზი.
So yeah, it's a good mix of a full package from G here.
I played with one of those. He was called JDM back in the day.
Kitty talk though. What the fuck? Oh, show
for all he cared. Now a player that has stayed true to his identity throughout the entire tournament, and a guy I feel like we can rely on every single time is Lado from Legacy. I feel like he's I wouldn't call him a feel like he's always delivering great and is always a player we highlight, but there hasn't been this massive
Well, I think that Legacy kind of need that if they want to have a good run here. His CT
Falconების ფინალში გასვლას, ანუ პლეიოფში გასვლასაც აზრი არ აქვს Falconების, რა უოჭველი წააგებენ.
He's just a very solid player.
He's good, yeah. He's a guy that always delivers and a guy you can always count on. Dare I say it out loud? Is he a bit wasted, perhaps, in Legacy? Is he too good for how they're doing?
Well, I don't know if we can say that quite yet, but I think there's a few players actually in the South American region who look. You could take him into a team like Luchov, things for example, Dumao, Lato's in there. You could build a really good team right now with a lot of this talent in South America. Can they get them all in the same lineup? That's the question. Because right now it feels like they all have one, maybe 2 stars. Is that enough to win a major, Peter? I'm not quite sure.
Jacob, you made me giggle a little bit because, you know, you did say like this forever talent. And I think we've both played against Lado and Dumao back in our days. You know, it's they kind of been... I wouldn't have been in, like, they've been in the shadow of the Brazilian scene for so long and just reaching, like, maybe like the last year. That's why they've really started to stood out, specifically talking about Lado, but I think also Dumao has been in talks. I think that Dumao has for a long time been the more outstanding since getting their new coach. I think he's been looking fantastic. He's putting in some really big numbers, and he's a big reason to why Legacy find him here and haven't been eliminated yet. And you know, it's a player that, you know, he's taking his time. Like, it's been a long journey for him to try and get to this point, right? But
ყველა best of 3-ია მან, ხო? ეგ ის აღარ არის, რა ქვია, best of 1-ები აღარ არის მან, ხო? ეგ გამახსენდა ახლა. ეგ ძალიან დიდი პლუსია, რომ best of 1-ები აღარ არის რა. აი ძალიან. ვაფშე აქედანაც ეგრე უნდა ყოფილიყო. ნუ აქედან არა, მაგრამ მე მგონი რომ ხო, მამეთ როგორც არის ეგრე კაია, best of 3-ებით ენა.
Anything in this video that you think could potentially
Well, I think Tyloo probably going to go for Ancient here, even though they're not that good at it themselves. It's still kind of something
as a punish pick, or
yeah, more of a punish pick. And the thing is that Legacy have quite a strong map pool. Strong map pool.
Madlo,
against some of the I really like about Legacy, and I think they need to consider changing. Is this a Nubis ban? I've checked the statistics.
Oh,
92 maps before today. He's played 6 times at this event, 6 times, and Overpass is one. I think right now, if you're banning either Anubis or Overpass, you're wasting a ban because you can float both of these, and nobody wants to pick them. So I think that's a weakness that they have that some of the other teams are really optimized, and maybe they haven't thought about. So Inferno pick from Tyloo.
Inferno. Seems like quite. Oh, Inferno შეიძლება გადაწიმონ იმენა. ისინი Legacy. და Decider Nuke. აუ. და Nuke City-დან იწყებს Tyloo. მესამე მაპამდე არ მივიდეს გეხვეწებით. 2-0 გამაწორინეთ.
They decided to pick this one, you know, even they won that series. You know, it's both teams going somewhere different from where they just were 20 days ago, and that kind of speaks to maybe a little bit of the level that they both showed this tournament. That, you know, Mirage is by far the map that both teams like to play most, and the fact that Legacy decides to give that one to Tyloo, that's a little bit interesting to me.
Mirage, Inferno, Nuke, should we need it? Ash, does that change your prediction for this game, or?
I think Legacy win on Mirage because I checked the stats. Tyloo 28-3. However, if you dumb that down to top 50, they're 3-3, and this is where the weakness come down. CT side, Jam Young is playing BX. I don't understand it. He has no impact, and that's why they're sucking on this map on CT side.
Well, there we go. Something to look out for. Whether or not Jam Young can find enough impact to keep Tyloo alive on Mirage. Well, I guess there's only one way to find out, and that's by starting the game. As said, winner progressed to stage 3. Loser will have to book a flight home from IEM Cologne. Everything is at stake right here. It's Legacy taking on Tyloo, and we're starting on Mirage.
Yes, we are. Mirage up first, Legacy versus Tyloo. And they're speaking of the only way, and for me, the only way Tyloo win this series today is if Jam Young continues the kind of performance he's had at this event. And we'll keep eyes on that CT side. We'll be playing the B-bomb side anchor, as Ash pointed out. But for Legacy, let's see how this T side goes.
He didn't really enjoy pointing it out. He's
just
kind of parked over here on the side of the map that doesn't get a whole lot of attention, a whole lot of activity to it. So Mercury flashes to get himself an escape, which he does.
Dragon warriorები არიან
ესენი. Pressure on this defense as they turn the corner.
You've got missed shots coming in from Jam Young. He
კარგი ხარ. Bravo! ნელა, ეხა თავი არ მაგინებინო თუცებ, შეიძლება შემოგიბრუნოთ ყველაფერი. ბომბი რა მაგარ ადგილზეა.
Okay, well actually Zero tries to make the run while the bomb
აი არ კარგი ხარ. მიდი მოკვდი შენს.
Now to turn this into a 2-on-2, bomb being planted.
I don't know how Tyloo have got themselves back into a winnable situation here, but they're going to try and make the most of it, stepping up. No kid on the back of the two players. Zero walking forward. Nice shot to Nissim. It all falls to Art. The in-game leader of Legacy waiting at the and he peeks out all the damage, but Zero.
ეს რა ხდება, ბიჭო, რა ხდება ბრაზილიელების გამოკვლევების დღეა დღეს თუ რა ხდება?
I mean, that's how they win the round. You asked the question. It's the bomb being dropped on towards Cat as it tries to make the avenue up. That's Zero who catches the bomb just as it's about to turn the corner. And that makes Legacy run all the way back, slows it down, gives G time to connect another kill.
5-2-ზე.
Really well done to slow down the pistol and come out on top. Lovely shooting with these dualies. That's a nasty snap.
That is a nice shot. You know, Zero's had a couple of moments throughout this tournament. A few maps here and there, maybe even just halves we bring it down to, but it's been glimpses of his capabilities. But the reason we talk so much about Jam Young is because he's the only player that's actually even positive for Tyloo at this event. It has been described as a hard carry, and it's definitely in that category right now.
Yeah, 1.19 rating for Jam Young. Everyone else below 1. Mosaic is next up with 0.98 in terms of HLTV rating. So certainly on an individual statistical level, Jam Young is providing so much for this team. And every time we've casted them through stage 1, where they looked bad. I was actually surprised they made it through to stage 2. In some sense, I'm surprised they're actually fighting for a spot in stage 3. But every time we've cast them, we've just been like, this team isn't going to progress to the next stage if they don't have a second player stepping up next to Jam Young. So at least in the pistol round, he's got Zero with this triple kill with a highly impactful kills to steal it away from Legacy in a strong position.
Well, Legacy had a tech issue there, so it's resolved and straight into a force buy for Legacy.
As Lado dropping out and coming back in, and he was one of the strong to help them get over the finish line just last night. That was an impressive performance from him.
40 ლაიქის მივატყაც მე და არხიც გამოვიწერთ, ვისაც არ გაქვს გამოწერილი რა. ავიდეთ
20 days ago. He's a top player for Legacy. No surprises that Dumao was just in behind him.
Yeah, it's kind of cool getting this rematch so soon to see exactly how these teams have been able to build off whatever success or struggles they felt like they had.
Went
on to win a quarterfinal match against Mongols. Went on to win a semifinal against MIBR. Went on to win a best-of-5 grand final against Falcons. So in their camp.
Absolutely. But Dumao and Lato.
ნახე, ორივე კალაშიანი კაცი დაამუშავა, შეხედე, ორივე რა საწოდაობა ხდება, შეხედე. ნახე.
Catching Dumao as he tries to
dive
down under the wood. Good nade towards Lato. That's going to finish him off. Nissim trying to be the release valve. Oh, he's missed a lot of shots there. Nissim is missing, and that's going to be a 2-0 start for Tyloo as G gets to 3K this time.
Yeah, the Deagle give it, the Deagle take it away. That was looked like he was going to be able to land a couple, but none of those bullets connect. But I don't think any of it really would have mattered at the end of the day. The damage done to the initial engagement off short is what really sells this round. What are you supposed to do from here? Good shooting from Jose, I believe that was, to grab that damage. All right, there we go. G's getting hyped up. A lot of conversation on his ulting at the desk. Round-to-round impact has been missing throughout this major in Cologne. Lovely in the clutches, but they're going to need that ult to have more influence and more presence.
Mercury all the way towards top middle. Just pistols going up against him in this round, and Nissim already dead. And you've done significant amounts of damage towards Art as well.
Take it to a big picture angle during this eco round as well. Both these two teams kind of in similar places with similar goals. Both of them have like a team in the region that is clearly the top dog. For Tyloo, it's the Mongols coming out of the Asian region. For Legacy, it's going to be Furia, who's the top dog from the Brazilian side. And both of them are kind of chasing those teams and trying to catch up to that level. And we've seen both of them have that conversation at various points. Back at the Austin Major, both of these squads had some pretty decent runs through Stage 2. Tyloo is saying, we want to keep doing this for Asian Counter-Strike. We want to get it to be as good as the Mongols are. Legacy saying the same thing. We want to do this for Brazilian Counter-Strike.
Doing it with a full Brazilian team as well. Loyal to Brazil. He's got them a couple of wins in China in back-to-back years. They're waiting just at short. He's catched or caught. The window. Into the B bomb site. Jam Young. Warmed up in this round. He's looked a little hesitant. Early rounds. That pistol was a little bit worrying. That's going to be a 3-0 start for Tyloo, and the full buy coming up now for Legacy.
Yeah, I think coming into this game, both of us probably had a similar mindset of this. I know I was talking to Dupree earlier as well, just in the green room before the games went live, and Tyloo Legacy feels like this should just be like a brawl. Like both these teams.
Bytelabs Major-ის ფინალიდან მსოფლიო ერთ-დღეს რო უწევს. არაფერი არ არის, კაცო, მორჩება ეს. არ ამგონია გაიწელოს მაგდენი ხანი. ეს დაიწყება 1-6-7-ისკენ ალბათ. Ja, რამდენი რა უნდა გაიწელოს განა რომ მაგ პერიოდში რა უწევს 21-ში რა უწევს მსოფლიოს რა ის უწევს ეტაპი ნახევარფინალებია რამე უკვე თუ როგორ არის
It's top middle and now the window will follow suit, and as that happens you see Dumao taking up residence underneath the window itself. They're going to start molotoving out the ladder room, re-smoking the window. But G is not moving. He's not biting, not changing this position yet.
Tyloo's getting proactive towards the A bomb site though. Mosea and Zero starting to push over. This is going to be able to spot.
შეიძლება უკვე მათ გადაწყვეტილი იყოს უკვე ჯგუფში ყველაფერი და ეგეთ თამაშის ყურება ჯობია ისევ ეიზოს უყურ.
G behind the flames. Minute on the clock. Legacy with mid control. Scaling that bomb back all the way through top mid now. Oh, a lot of steps being made from this.
აუ ეს რა კუთხი აქედან ორ კაცს უეჭველი მოკლავს. არა დღეს იმენა და ჩაიჯოს ბრაზილიელებმა რა. ინფერნოში იმენა უშანსოდ არიან.
Oh, he sees two players line up. He does a lot of damage, but he doesn't get the kills. And
Zero
grenade might be good enough to finish off Lazzo, and it's not. Extra damage on top, but Zero mollied out of position.
Nice, Sky trade-ები საღოლდომაო.
And Legacy find the essential kills as we now hit the 22nd mark in the round.
Yeah, nice and simple. I think Tyloo's going to regret not applying a little bit more pressure towards middle. You take that mid control cautiously, not even really looking for any fights. Get a player moving up towards short. And readjust all your forces, all your pieces on the map back to the A bomb site. Really nice job positions of Mosea and A ramp. Really nice job grabbing G before that op can have an impact, and that's going to be saved by Jam Young. So first round on the board for Legacy with 3 players surviving.
This is kind of the first sign of what Ash was talking about, where it's like a lot of the contact we made through connector in these A plays throughout the half. You can have situations where your best player is saving an AWP on the other side of the map, and he didn't get a chance to get involved at all. So that's one of the rounds gone for Tyloo in that respect. And it's going to be Legacy finally getting through to their first round win.
Yeah, we'll see what they continue forward with, how Tyloo want to play this defense. Op going to be passed back over to G. Plenty of money on the CT side after the conversions of the pistol round to buy up again. So no one's sitting back at the moment. Money not great for either team, right on the edge of most players. Someone to be up in ladder room could lurk from Art. Last time we'll hear those screams echoing in the studio. Stage 3 going to have the live audience.
Oh! მართლა ბიჭო!
Squads trying to make it there.
Oh, უკვე თემა, live audience უკვე თემა, შემდეგი stage-დან ანუ ხალხი იქნება უკვე, ჩემ. არ ვიცოდიტო, მაგრამ წინაზეც ხო ეგრე იყო იმაში, რა ქვია, ამერიკაში არა? რაღაც ეგეთი მახსოვს. იმაში ბუდაპეშტში ეგრე იყო არა უკვე? ხო. კი, მან იყო ხალხი ლაივში მახსოვს, მაგრამ ცოტა.
Very cautious as they step out, trying to go light on utility for these plays. Smoke going to be broken open, peek in. Art spotted from beneath. A couple AKs ring out, so information for Jamyoung.
Jamyoung going to be playing window this time, but he eats it. He's down to 34 health. And the first fight hasn't really even come in for him, so he's going to start backing off into the kitchen, into the market. You've got 55 seconds left.
Feels like an A hit at the moment, and with G having the AWP in the B tunnel so that Jamyoung can play towards middle, they've shifted resources away from the bomb site. So this is one of those rounds where we've wanted to see a step up from G, but it's looking like G has to step up if they want a chance at winning it.
Now let's see if G can deliver. The AWP waits. Scope down the hallway.
There's no chance for recovery if G doesn't deliver.
Ყველა best of 3-ია ხო თამაში.
Flash goes forward. Plenty of players in front of him. G unable to connect on that first. Dropping back into the site. 20 seconds on the clock here. Legacy have to put up the pressure. You've got Art catching off the rotation. And he's now cut down by Lato. Nothing for Tyloo. And that will be the round again here for Legacy. 2 rounds back to back.
Yeah, and even Jamyoung hustling over to try and get involved, recognizing the situation, just taken down. Art was put up into window room, a perfect way to cut off the middle of the map, prevent anyone from supporting G.
Давай.
2 misses, and G couldn't find any comfort at any new angles inside the bomb site either. That'll be frustrating. So still.
უნდა გავიდეს უეჭველი გვინდა Legacy, თორე მე 5 ვერს ვსავ. არც ისევ ვსავდი ახლა 5. რო არ შემეცვალა Tyloo, აზრი არ ექნებოდა. გამაზული მქონდა პიკემი, ფეინის მოგებაც მინდოდა, მაგრამ გატროლა ფეინი.
Also really building that money in reserve, right? This is a round where they still look kind of weak when it comes to residual cash, but all 5 players still alive. They got plenty of reserve now.
They'll need it. I think there could be a buy coming out for Tyloo in this round. 3 saved M4s. You won't have the AWP, but G's got 3,500. So perhaps a timeout, perhaps a conversation for the Chinese side to figure out exactly how they want to invest into this round 6.
30 like-ს მივარტყათ მე 200 ავიდეთ რა.
That's that, or save all the money for the next round and see what the 3 M4s can do on their own.
მათ რაღაც სიმედები მქონდა რომ ფეინს უნდა მოიგო. დღეს ბრაზილიელები მე მგონა რომ მოიგებდნენ და იქით ბერვა მოიგებდა ბიგთან.
Once he's got that spot, you can cut off the rotation as the rest of your teammates are going through the apartments. And I really like what Dupree was saying about Art coming into this team, because I think it was a surprise to all really that Lux was removed for the team as early as he was, right? Because they won the Budapest major, had a bad major.
You could idea at coach.
Cut Lux not so long after, and they bring Art into. You're like, oh, how is this going to go? And I don't think people were really expecting great things, but he's been managed to improve upon the team in a lot of aspects.
Well, I think part of it is, you know, when Lux joins this team is when they kind of started their rise. Him coming into the squad is when we started really noticing Legacy and culminating in some of those deep runs and those trophies. And clearly there were some issues because they kind of fell off after Austin, their initial introduction, and they were struggling back to that level. I think eventually they just realized they had to go somewhere else. It was surprising because of his own criticisms of Art's in-game leading back on Furia, back in Fluxo. But I'll tell you what, he came into this and he's basically said, I've learned a lot over the years, I've gained a lot of maturity, now I'm doing something that I've never had to do before, which is become a leader. And he means that as a leader of men, not the leader calling the tactics inside the server. He's got a young squad, a hungry squad, and he's putting them to good use now.
Oh, they're hopping out, look at this. One piece of utility to block them, and they just go get destroyed.
Yeah, this is what we mean when we say this game is going to be a little bit more of a punch in the face than some kind of tactical chess game. Nothing fancy in that round for Legacy, just really fast to the B bomb site, getting a couple nice kills. Nissim down the stretch, added 1 more. He's found the last 2 players. And desperately, there's an M4 in the ground that G would like to pick up.
Yeah, well, G is not going to be allowed that whatsoever, so Zero waiting just beyond that murder hole. You've got Lato, who was anticipating this position. The best thing Zero can hope for is a save of this M4.
ბიჭო, კიდევ კაი ფლაიქოს მოუგო. კიდევ კაი. თორე 4 საფუჭებდა, წარმოგიდგენია 4-ს. აი, 4-ს ვეღარ გააფუჭებდა, მაგრამ ავარდებოდა ტურნირიდან.
Nobody want to mess with that murder hole. I don't care what stage of the round it is. So we're tied at 3. 3 straight gun rounds for Legacy after losing the pistol and the ensuing 2.
Yeah, coming out hot, Tyloo, but slowing down once these guns have started to come into play. So it's Doom out just jumping out of the window, going through that one defensive smoke from Tyloo. Legacy look to punish, and they make it look easy. They've got plenty of money.
Rari, Scarallo, Rari. Let's go. Ragazzi egethia.
For Tyloo, back in the hands of G. He's looking for the opening pick, and very close to removing Art, who just sprints up short. Flash goes in. Information was passed on, but Art got around the corner. How has he won that fight? Art has come out on top of a duel against Mosea that looked like it was definitely going to go the way of the Chinese squad. But a 3v3 thanks to Jam Young's nade, and now the aggressive play from G. Scurrying out behind that corner, behind the cover of the walls, and the grenade lands towards Mercury. Jam Young make his move forward. He is going to go up against the AWP, but sadly,
იმარა მაგრად ითამაშა და ამოღამე მოლოტოვი რო დაუგდოს ტესიდან რო გაწეულიყო.
To pull off a 1v3 retake, so he backs away here, Mercury, and it's Legacy heading into the lead.
Yeah, a pair of fast rounds that Art has brought out back-to-back that have both had huge efficiency. Last round against a lower buy, but fast towards the B-bomb site. This one, an uppercut at the A-bomb site, but you also mix in Art being really aggressive, moving up catwalk. It's a lot of chaos in the comms. If you're Tyloo, G just takes his attention away when he feels that A hit coming, spots the player moving fast on short. Hard to put the pieces into place, and Tyloo fall apart yet again. And it's a nightmare scenario up against a Brazilian team as they now rattle off 4 rounds in a row. Now they're getting confidence, picking up the pace. Getting loud inside the studio and building momentum.
This is the fight you just can't believe Art wins.
I'll even stare at this flashbang. He had a long time to turn that flash and just decided to tank it.
Dumal getting louder and louder as these rounds continue to tick up in favor of Legacy, and once again a simplistic hit being called here for Legacy. They've went B then A, and now they're going back to a B hit.
Sounds like an Alexi tactic. Well, G's picked up an AWP. I think Mercury passed that over. He's got 250 left in the bank, and G is in the right position for this AWP to have impact here. Gonna miss the first chance.
They get over the window. Flash is coming in as well. Look at this again. Dumal jumping out the window down into the site. G is stuck.
Wow, important
shots.
Dry peeking into his AWP, and he's just so really struggling to get a grip and have an accurate shot at the moment is G.
Yeah, that's the round done. I mean, if your AWPer's having no stopping power whatsoever, the game just becomes so much more difficult.
Well, he's been in the right position a couple of times, which makes it even more.
Spirit თამაშობს ზეგ. ხვალ დასვენება ამთლიანად, ანუ ხვალ მეც დავისვენებ, ხვალ
right now, but you have to remember he started 5-0 in those early rounds.
ხვალ დავისვენებ მეც და ზეგიდან უკვე შევბერავთ გოუთების მეიჟორს. აუ, რა თამაშები გვექნება?
Teammates over. There's time in the bomb left if they want to hunt this down. It's a single M4. They did hear the AWP ring out, so maybe they might be able to think, they might be able to make a guess that there's some stronger weapons in play.
დღეს აღარ შევიგინოთ მოდი სტრიმზე.
And Art is going to at least test things to see if he can grab one
მე არ შევიგინები, არ თქვენ არ შეიგინეთ. ფეინმა უბრალოდ ძალიან გამაბრაზა, იმიტომ რომ გაასხა ყველაფერი დააგო, რაც კი შეიძლებოდა, მაგრამ იარაღიც ვერ აიღეს კაი.
The important one, he took the M4 away. Otherwise it was a 5-7.
Vamo კარალიო, სოვიც პორტუგალია ვარ, წავედი ბრაზილიაში.
By Tyloo, still struggling to get a grip on these gun rounds. 5 in a row for Legacy. 5 bomb plants, 5 bomb explosions. Tyloo's been able to do nothing to stop their access to the bomb sites, nothing to be able to retake them. And a very hardcore conversation now on the Tyloo side as they've got to piece this together.
აი მაგათ თამაშები რო ისე დაამტყრენ ერთდროულად წარმოვიდგენ, რომელიც კი დაუყუროთ.
With that investment into the AWP in the previous round.
Vitality ის რო იყო შაქია.
Vitality footy are missing on a few players. Tyloo scrambling to get their grip here on Mirage.
Spirit-ი ნავის უნდა უყურო უეჭველი. Vitality footy თუ გაიჩი და Spirit-ი ნავის უნდა უყურო ყველა ვარიანტში.
Well, they go again, Legacy. As I pointed out in the last round, it's been a call towards the B-bomb side, back to a directed to the A side, and then straight back to B. So a little bit more of a default spread this time once the buy fully returns to Tyloo's hands. You've got a top mid push. Tyloo trying to throw some aggression in, but no one from Legacy is there to get caught off by.
არა, playoffs და finals ვერ გავსტრიმა, bro. მაგას ველოდები ამდენი ხანია და მაგას არ გავსტრიმა, ბაბა.
A little bit of utility and presence out towards the A site just early, trying to bait some nades out of the defenses.
I like the change up for Tyloo though. I like that they pushed 2 players towards top mid. I think their conversation had to have been like, well, we can't just sit back and let them have everything they want. They've been able to kind of walk out underpass, grab mid control, and they're using that as a launch pad, set up some lurks, and they're hitting both extremities of the map. So we at least have to take something away from them.
Now there was no utility used on that initial wave. because Tyloo don't have enough of it. So now they're deploying the nades as G is the only guy who can do it. So smokes out the ramp.
But this feels like the best situation Tyloo's been in a while, right? The round has been calm. No one's really encountered anything. No one's lost HP. And Legacy's just about to run an A exec. They've got one lurk over towards the B bomb site, but he won't matter if this doesn't pan out.
Smoke and Palace comes in, and G actually connecting early into the round as well with that missing on the smoke break. Takes down Zero. Sadson actually tries
to well. This is not a commitment. They're going back to the B bomb site. Dumao in position to maintain control.
The seesaw is working perfectly, and Dumao now moving out towards the bench.
Kitchen.
Dumao goes straight to hands busy with utility. Jamyoung trying to save his team. And G now rotating over from that A bomb site. A long journey to make for the Opera.
Remember, he's tied for the most clutches of stage 1 and 2 so far. 12 of them thus far for G. This is where he's shined, where in other areas he's struggled throughout this tournament.
There should be one somewhere on the ground yet, highlighted by the observers over towards short, but he can't get to it, so he's just going to back away. And that's a great call again from Legacy, being able to maneuver themselves late into the round, hit that A shot, and then go back in for a B finish.
I mean, just a lovely, lovely play. I don't know if it was designed that way or maybe the kill from G at the start kind of made them feel like they should bounce back. Either way, they get all the picks they want on the smoke breaks, on the re-aggression from Tyloo during the execute. And just well-timed from Dumao, sliding into the B bomb site, free kill on the catwalk player whose attention was elsewhere. And Tyloo, yet again, another round they just can't handle. And this is also what's so difficult is the extremities have gotten beaten up so many times. The executes through the B halls, executes straight up through the ramp and Palace at A bomb site. Now you throw these fakes in, and it's like, what are you supposed to do if you're Tyloo? If both those bomb sites have just fallen and crumbled whenever Legacy's breathed on it, as soon as they throw a fake, you have to respect it.
And they're going directly into towards an A hit again here for Legacy.
Although it's a similar kind of setup as it was previously. It's Dumao over in the B halls, but he's not lining up, it looks like, to lurk towards the bomb site.
It's early timing for this execution to be tossed out. They're going to wait on the other smokes coming in. CT lands a little bit earlier than the other two. Zero, what can he do with a 5-7? Up close, good flash on G. Doesn't matter, still gets that kill. Zero waits now, bomb is right there. Zero swings, drops the bomb. No one else around as Zero now goes to the AWP, and this round is stalled out for Legacy.
Okay, we'll hold the phone. Dumao's gonna grab one over in middle. There's still over a minute to play with, so he's got time to make some magic happen. Smoke break. G has an op and Zero's picked up Sadzins.
And those two Palace players have to back off and start to recover the ball, but Jamyoung has given them the way back into the round with that peek into middle. Dumao was waiting for it.
And look at the utility advantage on the Legacy side. They've got plenty of flashes. They gotta wait for Dumao to line it up from far back.
I'm going to start sending some utility in, just trying to get Zero blinded and off the angle. Once that op shot rings out, they go for the swing. Mercury, one kill. And put 7 in a row.
Top round. Over to Dumao in middle. He gets the freebie. He gets the window in a 4-on-3. That's a 3 versus 5 that just falls apart. And yeah, you're recovering some weapons. You got some weaker weapons. Good find here from Dumao. This one was nice and easy. This one's really, really painful for the Tyloo side, giving up the man advantage.
And that's their first round win without the bomb going off as well. Just off elimination for Legacy. Digging deep and finding the resolve. Dumao delivering the fallback plan in 2 rounds so far on this T side.
Guru ინტერნეტში უნდა ნახო აქედან ვერავინ დაგეხმარება მაგაზე bro. ბევრი ჩალიჩი უნდა BIOS-დან. ბევრი რა ერთი ის უნდა გადაართო და ვსო. შენი მაზერის ის ნახე, შემომისმინე გურო გეტყვი როგორ უნდა ქნა. შენი მაზერის მოდელი ნახე რა motherboard-ი გაქვს, მაგაზე ჩაწერ მე Google-ში ან YouTube-ში ჩაწერ მაგას რა. How to turn on secure boot და შენი მაზერის სახელს მიაწერ და გაჩვენებ როგორ უნდა ჩართო. მაგას ჩართო და ვსო აღარაფერი არ გინდა.
Legacy grab control of it. Smoke break, assisted with a flash of Mosaic, gets that opening kill here for Tyloo. So once again, it's got to be Legacy to recover a 4v5.
Yeah, again, and it's good to see them again with that philosophy of attacking them in middle. This half started out the first gun rounds. Legacy was able to gain mid control and kind of walk up con, walk up short without being too harassed. Now we've seen a mid setup a couple rounds back. Now we're seeing that smoke broken in some challenges. However, Arts found the seam, but blinded.
Yeah, gets caught by that flashbang, gets an easy kill there. Jamyoung on the swing out.
მაშინ TMP 2-დან 0-ს დაუწერდა სემი. თუ მარტო secure boots უწევს, მარტო secure boots-ი შავთა უნდა და თუ იმასაც უწევს, ორივეს დაწერდა ტესტ ერთ-ერთ.
You've got Jamyoung waiting at the van. He's heard that drop down from this, and he goes out to investigate. But Mozea's got it off the bench, and that's much better from Tyloo. They haven't lost a player yet in the round. Lato's going to try and spoil that clean sheet. Seconds left, and he starts to back off around the corner.
That's
plenty of money. You don't need the bonus cash. Not going to win it for sure. So finally, Tyloo 7 in a row from Legacy before they can respond. They get their 4th round on the board, their first gun round of this game on the board.
Google შენც იგივე უნდა ქნი, შენი მაზერის სახელი უნდა ნახო და დაგუგლო. როგორ უნდა ჩართო ეგ?
Got plenty of cash. They call their first time out because they just really want the last one.
20 ლაიქით მივარტყაცმებოდა არხი გამოიწერეთ ისეთ როგორ გამოწერილი.
They fought so hard to get 7 in a row. Might as well get 8 out of it.
If I had to imagine, I wonder if we'll see them switch back to something a little bit more fast-paced. However, they have bought up a second AWP on Art. Likely just for the spawn to go grab a quick shot and see what he can do with it. Come back and switch out to an AK-47, but something in there to surprise the Tyloo defense, potentially. Here's that break over in middle. And this round, one of the few, perhaps the only round where Legacy just kind of got picked apart every step they made around the map. And once you get a couple of those, and the Legacy attack gets spread out, a much easier time for Tyloo to handle it. So nobody's going to cross from the A bomb site over towards Khan. And nobody going to investigate the B halls by jumping into Art's op. G is here with one of his own to defend. Jamyoung supporting him at the bomb site. Mercury watching Khan, Zero and Mosea. The point man at the A bomb site. Art's going to back off from his opening play.
Gauks, Goldi შანსი გაქვს. Goldi მარტივია საღებია, Diamond-ი არის ყველაზე რთული თორე. Goldi და Silver-ის აღებას რა უნდა, პროფესიონალები ვართ მაგაში ყველა.
Tyloo just blocking the ramp as Legacy arrive. And Art was looking the right way as that boost is coming in, but just moves off. And Jamyoung doesn't spot him. Art gets out from the underpass.
No one's in danger inside the A bomb site from an op and Khan though.
Mosea swings, not going to connect onto Lato.
Man Molotov gdje ჩემი აზრით დაიჭრებოდა კაცი ყოფილიყო. AWP ფლანგზე მაგარია. ნახე რა როგორ არ გამომართვა. აი დუმაუ რა კაი თამაშია დუმაუ.
From the defenses of triple, Mercury top stairs dies, and Legacy have a 2-man advantage going for the 8-round scoreline. They've got the bomb plant coming through here on default. That shot whizzes past, damn close, but not close enough.
Sma, ეს საძინა რა კაცია უყურე. საძინა იმერე გამორთული არის.
They know exactly where he is. They throw utility, they keep him at bay. But Jamyoung has got some great.
რას უყურებდა ბიტო ჯანგრიდან კაცმა ნეიდი აიფეთქა ის რა ქვია smoke.
He's got that first quick headshot, but Legacy respect him. They hide away, and they will secure themselves 8 gun rounds on this T side, an 8-4 lead for the Brazilians.
რა გადაღლილი თვალები აქვს ჩემი. მეცოდა და რა იცი რა პრობლემები აქვს ტიპებს იმენაჩი. თუ გამოდიან აქ და სათამაშოდ რო არ იცი რა ხდება backstage-ზე. Mama pa. Პეტი მოგებს დონკას ხარჯზე წესით ნავის ხა ეგრეც ნუ იტყვი. იმათ ვაფშე კოუჩიც არ ყავთ. 21 სტოკჰოლმის მაგ. მე სტარლადერის მაგ და მაგის მე 3 დაიმონდი მაგ, გოლდები მაგ და სილვერები. ინა ბუდაპეშტის მეიჯორი რაც იყო რა. მაგაზე ვიღებდით დაიმონს და stage 2-ში გავმაზეთ, თორე აი stage 2-ს ვარ გაემაზა დაიმონს ვიღებდი. ჯაბჯაბიჩი იმენა თესლი ქოუჩია 100%-იანი win rate აქვს. ტაქტიკები და ანტისტრატები უფრო. გუნდის ვისაც ეთამაშებიან მაგის ანტისტრატები. Play-off-ი best of 3-ია. Play-off-ის და stage-იც მესამე stage-ი ყველა best of 3-ია საერთოდ. Best of 1 არ იქნება.
Final day of stage 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major in 2026. Win or go home for all the teams playing today. Legacy taking on Tyloo. And they took the message to heart because they're winning. Up 8-4 in a dominant half on the T side of Mirage. They're going to switch over to the defensive side. And Tyloo...
Because it's got to be something special. Yeah, it kind of changed pretty quick, didn't it, for Tyloo? First 3 rounds are fantastic. We got Jeeves screaming Boa across the other side. Wasn't Boa for a whole long time there for Tyloo. Did shift to absolute disaster very, very quickly.
It unboa'd real fast.
Yeah. Constricted, you might say. Well, we've got ourselves a quick play from Nissim, already up in the apartments. Jam Young's at the front of the attack. All of his teammates in behind.
That timing. He missed that timing, though.
Oh, Jam Young, he's going to hit the headshot. And now you've got Sadson able to step up in his teammate's stead. He's done very well to get a second kill, but now it's about art. Do you expect a third player this close? And Zero has definitely spotted him at least.
Jumping down, looks down. Okay, Molotov going to keep Dumao at bay for the moment. Smoke up in market as well. So Lado comes over with dualies. Dumao does have a smoke, but there's no kit for either of these players. Smoke to give themselves some space. It's also about time for Mercury to slide over towards bench and trench himself in a stronger position for the post plant.
Yeah, fighting for the pistol here, Tyloo, for another one. Dumao taking a sprinkle of damage as they try and come out. Mosaic hit the headshot, and you've got Dumao just sitting back inside of kitchen. He can do nothing about this, so all the way he goes, it's going to be another pistol round for Tyloo.
Yeah, the missed timing on Jam Young, boosting that player up, but Jam Young had already crossed over towards the kitchen up in the halls. Like, that was really painful. If they'd known someone was there, maybe take it a little bit more passively. Dumao grabs one more on the exit before the bomb pops off. Both pistols over to Tyloo.
Let's see if Legacy go for a force buy here. They are. So you're going to see scouts coming out straight away. Sadson and Dumao picking them up.
They won a lovely one last night on Dust 2 against M80. So you gotta imagine they're feeling confident in these scout buys. Sadson had some nasty shots with the scout. Yeah, there's the check. There's the clear. Art never saw it coming. I think they were a little bit surprised at how that went against them. I think they were feeling so comfortable and confident with that push.
We got 3B and they're coming B.
So Art and Nissim gonna be tucked into the corner over at the B bomb site. Dumao playing bench. Sadson with his scout. Excuse me, observer. I'm going a little bit quick for you. Nissim, Art. There's Dumao. Now we're gonna go to Sadson. He's gonna be a ticket. And then Lado up on the balcony.
Are you having fun?
I was having fun.
Yeah. Grenade for Sadzin about to leave. His glove hand. What a glove it is, look at that. Lots of colors going on, Jason.
That's cool.
It's going to be a colorful play up short here. Doom out, waiting off the back of bench. His head shredded. Then another player waiting. Nissim can only get one on the 5-7.
Right? Even if it's just a tag, if that scout gets a kill, it's even stronger. But a tag, the MP9 cleans it up. Maybe you trade him off. 5-7 surprises you. Maybe there's still some chances. Scout can have some repeaks if it survives, but good shooting from Tyloo to neutralize all of those eventualities. So starting out very much how the first half started.
Hey man, they're great at starting.
They're great at the pistols, great at the second rounds.
Well,
it's going to be 8-7. Tyloo will have closed the gap with merely just winning the pistol and conversion.
ერთი ბაი რაუნდი აქვს მართლა მოგებული ტაილოს ასე გიჟია და რით 6 არის პისტოლეტების წყალობით. პისტოლი მოიგეს მეორე რაუნდი მესამე რაუნდი.
And considering how well they played in the first half, you'd favor them to close out this map. Exactly where they wanted to take it. Also a good map for Tyloo though. And a round with Legacy is going to sit back. 5-7 in Scout from the previous round. Couple P250s and pistols upgraded, but nothing too crazy. And now's the chance for Tyloo to creep this as close as possible. Zero sent some presence up in Palace earlier. I think he might have caught maybe the wrist or an elbow of Art between those pillars, so he's being very cautious and backing off Palace entirely to join up with G and Jam Young, who just moved into T-spawn. Mosea's coming over as well.
You got Jam Young with the AK at the ready. Oh, no. That's a big shot from Art. G comes in to quickly upgrade and take two kills, one headshot of his own. So that'll end up being a 4v3. We'll see Mercury get into connector. He's spotted by the short player. In fact, he's going to be dropped by that P250. This is getting a little bit scary now. G and Mosea have to pull this back. All of a sudden, Legacy have a chance to win this. G unleashed.
Without a
commission now to put that bomb down. Nissim is not going to move forward.
Sterse mains გადაგეკროსა იარაღს აიღებდი შეჩე.
Jungle fading. The other now faded too.
Sterse გადაკროსა იარაღი მაინც აიღე. შეჩემა ია. ამის იმას იმენა რა ვიცმაო რა, მაგარი დანძრეული. Space-ს კი გავს ისე ცოტა.
Disaster with a 4K on his Galil. And Sadzin's going to step out and see if he can grab an extra kill here. But with both players playing at Tetris, it's going to be impossible for the Scout to pull this off. With the time ticking, G's got the ace. That's all 5 on the Khalil. And he saves a disastrous round from going against Tyloo.
I was going to say, normally you'd just be like, oh, no big deal. An ace and an anti-eco. Not the craziest thing in the world. But, man, those are critical kills. Legacy was about to turn that round, snatch this one away, and that would have just been heartbreaking. Lovely first shot from Art. Eventually cleared out by G. Traded off the second player on that bait and swing. And then a nice piece of aggression to alleviate the pressure from the defense that shifted over.
Now, that round goes against Legacy, but you know you've primed your opponent for an economic break with the amount of damage that you were able to do in the last round. So calling the timeout here, realizing if we win this gun round, not only do we get back to winning ways, but we do send the money down to a tough spot for Tyloo, and this could be the beginning of a streak similar to what Legacy were able to pull off in the first half.
Yeah, chance for a little conversation. You would have had this talk during halftime as well of what the pistol round's going to look like, what the first gun round's going to look like. Those should have all been set in place, but one last little refresher, a reminder to make sure that they can get around early on this CT side so that Tyloo cannot control the map for the first 5 rounds before they can buy again. Op is out in the hands of Sadzin. M4's otherwise. Few kits missing, some pieces of utility missing. But Legacy with a strong investment. Lado, Dumao, and Nissim heading over to the B bomb site. Sadzin's off in window, Art anchoring the A bomb site.
Flash goes out, there's Mosea stepping into the open, but Dumao peeling away with
Tomorrow
that
are
kills up to a
out.
6-2
Gaucho
frag.
I don't even mind necessarily Mosea challenging for that fight with the flashbang either. You see a player who's trying to
push
up.
That's
a fine fight for Mosea to take. It goes against him, unfortunately.
ლატო მიეხმარეთ მაგუში ხო კაი თამაში ქონა 7 კილი 6 კილი 9 10 კილზე არავინ არ არის
over to join up with Nissim at this B bomb site. Tyloo's got some pieces in place. Jamyoung pushed up to ladder room.
კაი ბლოკი
3 players to attack through halls. Now Dumao has come back to the B bomb site. The rest of the map is silent.
ой მაგრამ molotov აგდებენ მან ძმა გაიქეცით ორივე ჩემი molotov აგდებ 0 იმენა მომზადებული არ დაიმოლა
35 seconds left. Nissim winning up in the apartments. Flash coming over. Nissim.
Რა ფლეშები
catches him just as that important fight comes in.
კარგი ხარ გადარჩი. დაეხმარე. კარგი ხარ ლატო. მაგას ვიძახდი, ესეთი ლატო მჭირდება. აუიმენა აცილე. ჯერ რატო ანეიდებ დაიწყოს დადება ჯერ.
13 seconds.
გამოლეთ არას.
Diving down into the site.
იმა რა ქნა ყველა ის ვინ არის ჯენ ყველაფერი გადოჯა ძმა იმენად
hold is on a knife's edge though. If they don't have Dumao already cheated towards the B bomb site with low HP, they lose that. That player playing just beneath the lip of the balcony just gets taken down for free. Dumao, this kill right here saves his life and allows Lado to get one more, and then he adds a second on top of it for no good reason. Very, very close affair that goes against Tyloo, and they take their third timeout very early on in this second half. But unable to tie things up at 8, so sitting 2 rounds back, and now it's that weird money situation that you just mentioned. G had $8,000 after the buy in the previous round, so he can drop AKs. They got one more buy in them, but this is going to deplete all the cash that they have available.
Nice, რა მოხდა?
To figure out here for Tyloo in terms of where they're going to send these resources.
It's actually kind of a really hard decision to make of whether you want to buy here. This is a huge investment that if it goes against you, Legacy's up at 10 and they've got money advantage and you have to save.
It could end up costing you the map.
Yeah, kind of. It feels like it rides heavily on this round right now. If Tyloo can continue fighting back, if it just turns into a desperate comeback affair, or if they can keep things close and try and grind one out in regulation.
Yeah, an important round when the stakes are at their highest here at the major. Elimination on the line. And Tyloo, they've got a Galil for Mercury, a Tech 9 for GM, a Galil for Mosea too. At least they've got 2 AK-47.
Thanks, my job,
but let's see what they can do.
It feels like they're kind of piecing together the tactic as we sort of speak. It felt like that timeout was maybe to talk about how they wanted to buy and who was buying what, and if they could actually get away with it, and now kind of juggling the pieces of who's doing what.
ეს რაუნდი ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია და მარტო ლატო არის ეს საიტზე. მიდი რა შეიწიე საიტში ლატო საიტში შეიწიე ხო?
Let's see how it goes for them. Tyloo trying to get past. They do get beyond the gaze of Sadson, so he gets nothing from that AWP on the first timing. And now you're out of your Tyloo. You're scaling up. You've taken the stairs control. You've got Mosea towards jungle. The bomb going to be planted. Not denied. In fact, 2 kills coming right back for Legacy after the initial kill from Jamyoung. 3 players left for Tyloo, digging deep to try and win this out in the post plant.
Okay, well, 2 players gone down who are the aggressors towards Khan. Art and Lado handled that. Now the retake coming in. G is an X-Factor flanking in middle. He's only got a Tech 9.
Just a pistol from this position. Lato's taking down Mercury. It all rides on G. Can he get anything done? Strikes now from Connector. Held back behind that wall. No one on the defuse. 0 dead at Paris. Now they're on the defusal. Now they've got the round. And that all-important round for Tyloo works against them. They do not have enough for a buy in the next round. And that means Legacy up to double figures on Mirage.
Difficult place to be. Tyloo can't secure enough safety with that double push towards Top Con inside those smokes. They recognize they use all their utility on the exec, and if you don't gain some ground after the fact, then it just feels like 5 of you are stuck inside the bomb site, sitting ducks for the nades, the Molotovs, the flashbangs of Legacy coming in on the retake. So trying to extend the amount of area they control around the A bomb site, but can't get it done. Really, really good kills from Art and Lado to take away that piece of the post plant. And Tyloo say, you know what? We lost that round, but we really like the idea that you're playing retake at the A bomb site. At least we can get a plant. Maybe something cool happens from there. Let's go right back into it.
All the util going straight into the execution. Tyloo breaking through, making their way forward because there's no one from Legacy playing in front of the smokes. Jamyoung's on 1 HP.
1 HP, and Mercury is dead.
Yeah, so now Tyloo.
კარგი ხარ ძმაკაც. მიდი ლატო ცხრილებებერ ბოლომდე ხა ამასაც მოგიტყნავენ შენავებს. კარგი ხარ. აი კიდე ბოდიში.
He's got Nissim there beside him. So Jamyoung and G, the last two remaining
players. Gira მირაჟი გვინდა ბებრებო.
But a single point of health here for Jamyoung.
It's the same situation, we're just in a different spot. You see how desperately they try and push toward those spawn stairs to gain control of any other part of the bomb site outside of the bomb site itself. And when you go down, there's nothing left, but you have to try and extend that sphere of influence. Really, really well done. Legacy back-to-back retake rounds at the A bomb site, and they pass them both with flying colors.
Well, you know, we spoke about how important 2 rounds ago was for Tyloo's chances here at Mirage. This is their last chance. And you got AKs coming out, you got 1 Galil. Lose this, and you shall concede Mirage.
And don't really have a whole lot of nades to work the map. This might be something you do have like an initial salvo, some initial presence, but you might want to fall into another execute really quickly. Deep angle with Sadzin's off.
Art waiting. Tucked away, AK coming out. There's a second fight going down there as well. Art eventually getting spammed through that smoke. Basically a 4v2 with the amount of damage you've done to Mosaic.
Well, the story of this map has been nice pistol rounds for Tyloo, good second and third round conversions. You've done those perfectly. You get 6 rounds off that. 1 single gun round victory. Once the guns have come out and Legacy has gotten weapons and nades and economy to play with, it's just been all
the might of Legacy and the full buys at all. And now you've got Jamyoung and Mosaic trying to get through Connector. They're going to walk into Lato. There's going to be a very comfortable defender inside of Connector.
Nissim's going to peek off short as well.
Not even needed. Lato gets both inside of Connector. You've got G climbing down the ladder.
GG.
A hopeless endeavor stepping into the 1v4.
And walking to the off crosshair, but Sadzin focused on the ramp. Good shot from G. Lato trades it off immediately. Quad kill in the round from Lato, up to 15 frags on the map. Legacy being led by Dumao at the moment. 1911, but those are the 2 names synonymous with this organization. And over the past year, we've really seen these 2 players step into their own, delivering in the high pressure matches now with consistency.
Dumao and Lato, that combo. Look at that, 2 players walking through the smoke, and Lato ends up getting both of them. And this is it for Tyloo. You've got 2 Galils, a Mac-10, and 2 Tech-9s. You bring it to battle in round 20, which is very likely to be the last round of Mirage here. Up next is Tyloo's map pick of Inferno, and that's where their chances now here at the Major. Top mid, Flash goes forward. Jamyoung has crossed behind those top boxes as Art slips away as that smoke fades. Flash ready for G. Puts Jamyoung and 0 up short. Into the waiting arms of Dumao. He actually is going to get caught by that Flash, but is able to round the corner in time. And you've got Nissim at long range of the M4. Dumao on the double grenade kill.
Nice!
Devastating Tyloo. It is going to be a 13-7 dominant victory for Legacy. Despite pistol rounds going against them, they still don't let Tyloo break double figures.
Very, very, very strong performance coming in for Legacy on their own map pick of Mirage. From start to finish, they were pretty much in control and making sure to leave no room for doubt for neither us at the desk nor the viewers at home as to who were the better team on Mirage, Peter. We know that Legacy picked the map. We know they played to a high level. Ash, you made a great point saying that, you know, Tyloo's map pool is looks good on paper, maybe not as strong in reality. Was this sort of what you expected, Peter, on Mirage, or did you perhaps think that the game could have been more competitive?
I actually questioned the Mirage pick a little bit for Legacy since it was the 3rd map in the last series, and with the third map in series, it usually is a map that both teams are very comfortable playing. So I was curious why they decided to give it, but rightfully so. You know, I also looked at a team in terms of legacy that really had a very balanced game plan. It seemed like they were from the get-go in really good positions and had like the multiple of their forces that are right opposition. So I think, you know, as a team they look very strong. I think they played out the clutch situation very well, and I think the majority of the rounds they were just like having the upper hand.
Now you may think to yourself, you know, Jacob, how can you say the game wasn't competitive? It was 8-7, and you know, potentially at that point you could argue it was competitive. Let me just remind you that Tyloo won both pistols, they converted both pistols, and yet we're still looking at a 13-7 score. All I hear from everyone, Ash, is saying that if you lose both pistols and you lose both conversions, odds of you winning the map are quite narrow, quite slim. So is this performance from Legacy even more dominating than the scoreline may even suggest?
Well, the fact that that happens and you still win easily in the map as well, like this is no excuse. You should win the map, and if you don't win it, you should be at least going like overtime 13-11, 13-10. It wasn't even close. I've got to ask a question though. How come Jamyoung is their star player on every map? Did he lose a bet on something for Mirage? Did he upset the team? Is he overshadowing?
Can't let it go, yeah.
Gonna go play Bytelabs? Like, I don't know. Against these best teams, it doesn't work because he is their superstar player. They don't have that much firepower. He needs to be involved in the game. He spent half of that game apps, and whenever they came, it was somewhere else. So I don't really understand. This needs to be changed for me.
All right, let's pick up on that. Is there any logical reason to that, Peter? Is there anything that you like? Okay, we had this discussion.
Making them look bad.
It reminds me of when you had Furia having Quesarado playing BF as well. I think that was also a lot of the questions, and I think, you know, I don't know if it's his own decision or if it's a team decision, but it is weird that you have your absolute star player, the mad fragger of the team, playing a position where you either don't get any action, or when you actually do get action, it's about playing for time and not getting as many fights. It's more like staying alive for the rotation, which I don't think is... I mean, it's not that Jamyoung can't do it, but I would rather see him play Connector or A, where there's like a lot more action going on.
I find this conversation very interesting. So before we dive into some of the rounds that we prepared for you, is there any sort of that stuff going on, Ash? Where like, let's say Jamyoung, he gets all his preferred spots on 6 out of 7 maps or 5 out of 6 maps, but this one map he has to sort of like give and take a little bit. Is that going on, or would you as a coach be like, I want my best player in the best position on all 7 maps if needed be, and then you just gotta suck it up over here?
I mean, that might have been a way to look at it. I remember I used to look at that back when I was coaching in the UK Counter-Strike. You want to find more balance. I mean, people don't take it as seriously, but this is your best player on CT side, and he's also entry fragging on T side. And do you want your best player playing trampoline simulator towards Bytelabs, just hitting spacebar? Maybe he loves hitting spacebar. Maybe that's his favorite thing to do. But he's out of the game. And then when you're going to T side, you're saying, right, everything is around you now. You need to play, or we don't have a chance to win the game. And he goes, okay, bro, I'm 2-2, and we just lost a half of 9-3. And what are you meant to do? And this is happening against the best teams. It just isn't in the game.
Yeah, well, it's something we have to keep an eye out for if they're ever going to change that. Now, back to this game, Peter. Most of the action and most of the competitiveness of this game happened in the first half. I know round 5 has been picked out.
Yeah, I've picked out this scenario because I still think it's a very well-balanced round by Legacy in the driving CT, you know, and coming into the game, I really like that they found this balance of playing, you know, structured and tactical, but also, you know, playing off their strengths of playing crazy. And you see 2 players getting boosted a window now, trying to find some information. You have the thrust coming through B-apps, and then Ash, what actually happens in this given situation?
Well, this is what we're highlighting with G. Like, his clutching's good, but in this game, unfortunately, we saw the absolute worst of his AWPing. Missing shots again and again. This lurk comes in now, but G has the opportunity to take his chance here. I think 3 opportunities he has to miss, and in the end, he just kind of gets overwhelmed.
And it's just the idea from Legacy that I really like. You know, it's boosting those 2 guys in window. Then, you know, you wait for Tyloo to make a mistake. That doesn't happen. Then they decide to boost a guy in ladder room, which is, you know, kind of information that Tyloo can't really find because they haven't seen the guys. And then
იმას ქენით რა ქვია Tyloo გადააკეთეთ მე fly quest-ად მე მაშინ როცა ბაგი როცა იყო
the rest of the guys that stuck on the A bomb, they're afraid of rotation, and from there on it's just winning out the trades. And he should have probably hit more shots. That would have made it more difficult, but then you also see him getting eliminated by the guy that actually scales up from short. So I think as a whole the round was very well balanced, and it's this type of new identity that I really like to see out of Legacy, that it's not all about just rushing and scaling and just getting that one frag then running it down, but it's also, you know, having the mix between playing structured but also having these kind of rounds.
I just want to say as well, did you see where the B-Apps player died there? Whenever they went B, he wasn't there. This time he's rotating back to B and he's dying in the side from window boost.
You'll never ever Speaking of that T side from Legacy, I think they played it well. As said, they didn't win pistol, they didn't convert, but still find their way back into it. There were a couple of messy moments in the first half as well. Round 10 Ashes is one that we picked out where a lot of action is going on in ramp.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the bomb goes down, if you don't win this sort of round, at this level, it's very difficult. You need to be winning rounds where you have disadvantages, but when it's like this triple people in rampy, and it's not like they even went back and did the good flash into ramp. They just bounced the flash in, threw one over, G got blind, he missed his shot, and then chaos kind of happened, and he's kind of, if Legacy are going to play good, you can't play bad in the same moment and expect to win. And that's kind of, I think, what we saw here.
I would love to see that round once more, Peter.
Yeah, let's go for it one more time. And I think it's again the fact that I'm not even sure if it's Yi or if it's Zero that's up close with the AWP, but I think, you know, the setup here, like, it works kind of well. Like, it's a little bit of a bait setup. The flashes go in, and then you do see a miss of the AWP here. Mercury does find this one specific kill, but then it's like, at this point, you know, it's like two AWPs trying to fight them off. It's like, they should probably either have tried to swing together, maybe they should have had a better setup, like, from the get-go, you know, but you'd probably have to dive a little bit deeper into details in this round, but, you know,
it's all the grenades. It could just go back. Two AWPs there. It's very difficult for the T side, but at least make the T side do something difficult, because when you're trying to come out of ramp with no grenades left, how hard is that against two AWPs? You know there's not even two, but one AWP, there's two AWPs close. I don't know. They just made it too easy, I kind of feel, for them. Just, oh, we've got double up, okay, well, we'll swing to save the MP9 player, guys.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest brother moments I've seen throughout this game. There's also some positives, and I think we highlighted coming into the game. We spoke about Lado, we spoke about Dumao. In particular, Dumao found a lot of impact in this game. Is it fair to say that despite Tyloo being able to pose a player like Jamyong, now that he's playing on that B bomb side, obviously he's kind of neutralized, but individually speaking, does Legacy have more firepower compared to Tyloo?
I think there's something to it, specifically Dumao and Lado. That is like the duo that you always want to be mentioning when you look at Legacy. Like Lado seems to be the guy that gets more on the C side, then you have Dumao mainly doing a lot of the thrusting on the T side. But the thing is, you know, they can both take turns and also showing up on the opposite one. And I think this time around, Duma just had like the whole package, and he's very important for the team. He's a hype guy, but he's also a guy that gets so many entries, and he's really good at just believing in himself, and he plays a lot out of this confidence. And it's nice to have a player that, regardless of how things is looking, he just always gets the job done. And you know, he's a big factor together with Lado.
I've got to ask you as well, because your career. I've seen now with Dubao still gets to go for his plays. Nice to have someone else that will go first sometimes, so you can make the plays, but not also, like, you know, when you're first person to bomb side, most of the time you just die and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, it must be a nice balance, because, you know, as an intro, it can be very hard. Sometimes you would have
ადამიანი შექმნილი არის მოძრაობისთვის და როზი ხან 10 საათი რომ იწევს ხოლმე სტრიმი და 10 საათი რომ თამაშობდი counter-ს საშინელება. ანუ რო არ მევარჯიშე ალბათ ნახევარი ცხოვრება დამაკლებული
to dwell into that. I think Dumao is the more skilled player, so I don't want to take too many resources.
მაგრამ რაში გეყოფა 1 საათი ნახევრიანი ჯიმი რაში გეყოფა?
Dumao has showed time and time again that
he's just a better
I think part of that context for a question like that, Ash, would be to tell Peter whether it's an eco round or not, because Peter was hungry in his days. I can tell you that firsthand. You were always out there seeking for the ecos. Now, coming up quickly, guys, we don't have too much time here. Does it end now, Peter? Legacy 2-0, or can Tyloo fight back?
I think the game plan so far for Legacy looked very well, and coming into Inferno, they've picked up some pretty good wins. So I'm fairly confident that Legacy might close this one on 2-0.
And you? I think Legacy have 5-1 recently on Inferno, and they beat the Mongols,
and they beat now,
so I'm a little bit worried here. But it is Tyloo's best map, at least go out with a bang.
At least go out with a bang. At least give it a go here for Tyloo. They weren't able to make Mirage competitive. Hopefully they can make Inferno competitive. To the viewers tuning in right now, don't forget this is do or die time for Tyloo. If they lose Inferno, they are out, and Legacy will progress to stage 3. So time to step up if you want to stay in the game.
რა ოფისის სამსახურებით საშინელებაა რა. ანუ ხო გონია რომ ისა რა, ანუ კაი სამსახურია რომ აი ოფისში მიხვალ დაждებით თბილად ხარ რაღაცა კომპიუტერზე, მაგრამ საშინელება. არ არის ბიჭო, ანუ ყველაზე ცუდია. წარმოიდგინე 6-დან 9-დან 6-მდე მათხარ. მე მეგობრებთანაც ხო გინათ რომ ჯიმშიო წახვიდე, წარმოიდგინე 6-ზე მოხვედი, ხო ჭამუნდა ჭამა 1 საათი გინა, კაი 7 საათი. წახვედი, გახდა 9 საათი. 9 საათზე რა 2 საათით ხო არ გახვალ ხალხთან. მოვიდა 11 საათი. აი 12-ზე დაიძინე თქვა. 12-ზე რო დაიძინებ, რა, მაინც არ გეყოფა რა, ანუ არ ყოფნის ჩემი. ნუ ეგ 9-დან 6-მდე კიდე რავი, მაგრად გაგიმართლა რომ მაგ დრომდე მუშაობ, თორე ზოგი ხო 8-მდეც მუშაობს. 9-მდეც ხო მუშაობს ზოგი. გაგიმართლა რა, ანუ შენი სამსახური ეგეთი. აუ, რა მანქანა მიდის იქ იმენა, ის გაიჩითა ბიჭო. GT-არი გაიჩითა იმის Mercedes. ო, საცობი პლუს საშინელება. Office გარეთაც ეგეთ სამუშაოები.
There's no smoke city, what the fuck, please, guys, spectators. Guys, please, we need to speak. It's very important. If you want to win this game, we need to speak.
I'm completely honest. The marathon we played on Mirage, they just ran away with the momentum. Like, all the energy went into Mirage, and they just kind of ran with it after.
ეს მირაჟი იყო კაკრას.
It's Alexi and JL, what have they got? JL's got nothing. Staring at the sandbags, Messi puts him in the dirt.
Speak. Roll speed. Guys, please, don't be.
We were kind of like one step behind all the time. No matter how I phrase it here, we went to the server and pretty much got destroyed on our CT side.
He's got a 1v1. Looking for Alexi and he's
არა ბიჭო, ანუ საშინელებაა. ეხლა რა გვაქვს საწუწუნო ეხლა იმ ადამიანებთან, ვინც დილით გადის დასუფთავებაზე, ვინც მუშაობს, მაგალითად სამშენებლობაზე ვინც მუშაობს და რაღაც ისეთ სამსახურებში, ასშიც იმენა მთელი დღე დატვირთვა გიწევს რა. რემონტს და იმებს ვინც აკეთებს რა. მაგათთან რა გვაქვს საწუწუნო, კაცო ეგენი არიან იმენა კაცები. თქვენთან შედარებით.
Flames to PK, what a shot! This is make or break, Pit and wonderful, side by side, in Cologne.
მაგრამ მაგარი ძალიან ცუდია რა ჯანმრთელობის შტომა იმენა. ეს ხლით არ მოძრაობს. მე იქიმთან რო ვიყავ მითხრა რომ ერთი ბუქნები მაინც გააკეთეო. რაღაც ერთ საათში ერთხელ.
Wonderful down after one. Alexi V, he's got it all to do. What is that from Spinks? JL exposed and Apex charging up to deliver the headshot. Rebut. Oh! He's money blind, John. Apex wants this so damn much.
ესწავლი ფინალი იყო ეს. ძალიან მაგარი ესეთი ფინალი მინდა Majors.
My first major was in Austin 1 year ago. This is my third, but first major I got very nervous. And my teammates are saying like it's okay, it will be easy for you.
ბიჭო, მაინც გჭირდება თო, ჯდომა არ ყველაზე საშინელებაა. რა შეიძლება გავუკეთო შედი. ძალიან ცუდია. ჯდომა ჯობია იწვევენ. ის ნორმალურად მაინც მოძრაობს.
It was the Cologne. It was the first time that I see Fallen. First time that I got the inspiration. When I saw the play on train that he does against FaZe, but they killed the fuse and killed the guys trying to kill him, so that round always gets me goosebumps. They really teach me everything that I know. Like when I come in Legacy, I was just repeating and doing crazy plays. I always remember our CEO. He was always in the tracks behind me, and he is always like, bro, you are offer, you cannot repeat like that, you know. So yeah, he teach me a lot, and watching me like, let me see if he's gonna play right now. So yeah.
11 კილომეტრი რო გავიარო თან. ეხლა დავები, ანუ მთელი დღე ჯიმში უნდა იყო. რა, 11 კილომეტრს რავი, რამდენი ხანში გაიუჩი. ეხლა დავები.
Welcome back to the World Championships of Counter-Strike here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026 Major. We have got one team from China, one team from Brazil, 5 players on each side who have grinded their careers to get to this point to play here at the top event in the Counter-Strike world. And one of them is heading home, and right now it is Tyloo who are against the wall heading into their map pick, having a bounce back on Inferno.
Yeah, and there's not really a whole lot you can take out of Mirage and say, well, if they can carry this forward, if they can replicate this, all we've got is them winning pistol rounds. Outside of that, it's a complete wash. It was all in the favor of Legacy. Individuals not there for Tyloo, teamwork not there for Tyloo. And we'll see if that changes here on Inferno. Art's going to try and get a little information towards alt mid. He wants to see if anyone's going to jump up. And now he's got a headshot.
That's the bomb at the back of the pack as well. So that's going to slow things down.
Damn, dude.
ბიჭო, უყურე რა ლოგიკა, ეხლა ფრედ სარბენი ბილიკები რაცაა. მაგრამ ეგ რო დააყენო 8-ზე, 8 კმ/სთ, ანუ 8 კმ-ს ხო გავილი 1 საათში. და 8-ზე რო აყენებ, ეგ ანუ კი არ დადიხარ, მაგას დარბიხარ უკვე.
I mean, look at how much it's kind of thrown chaos into Tyloo's game plan. They were walking up like they were all going to march in towards walls. Mercury had some utility, I believe, as well. So now
2 საათი დაგჭირდება 5 კმ/სთ უნდა იარო რა.
Tyloo won both pistols as well, so Legacy digging deep to try and get this one. Tyloo
falling back into the 8 უაჭველი სირბილია თო. 8-ზე რო დააყენო, რავი, დარბიხარ.
Of Doomao and Lato.
Defensive smoke as well. So as long as you don't go contact, you're going to have to come through this. And there's going to be pistols waiting on the other side.
Yeah, dual Berettas as well. Can be so deadly in the hands of Doomao as they come charging. Not that deadly. Nothing, yeah, definitely not deadly. More like water pistols in that round.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, Lato at least getting one, has the bomb plant for Tyloo, so the minimum they could afford is by next round. Let's see if they can pull this off.
Yeah, still in a good position, but retaking the B bomb site is never easy.
მაგრამ 5 კმ სიარულს ის ჯობია რაც თქვი რა. ანუ რაღაც ერთი 4-5 წუთი რო იარო, მე გასპრინტო, მე ისე ვიარო, მე ისე გასპრინტო და ეგრე გააკეთო.
That's a quick kill from this. Holding on, Jam Young with a good headshot. Time starting to take him that fuse. It burns away.
Arars, nice! Sadzin, კიდევ კაი. საძინას მაგარი ინფერნო აქვს, ძალიან მაგრად ყომარობს ხოლმე.
And that's going to be Legacy recovering the round thanks to the double on the USP.
Oh, it's so sad. Just playing so well together. 2-on-4, 2-on-3, trying to hold back that retake. One watching CT, one watching Coffins. It's all working out so well. And Sadzin just lines you up. You're just constricted. Nowhere else to go. And unfortunately, all of them are just primed up and ready for these headshots from Sadzin. First pistol round of the series over to Legacy, and that does not bode well for Tyloo.
10 კმ ბევრი არის ჩემი აზრით. ვერიული მაგნეს. თბილისში მით უმეტეს ვერი. თბილისი არ არის იმენა სასეირნო ქალაქი. სეირნობისთვის თბილისი არის ყველაზე ცუდი ქალაქი. რაც შეიძლება რომ იყოს. შეიძლება ერთი 100 მეტრი გაიაროს სწორზე და მე იმხელა აღმართი შეხვდეს, რავი, შენი შეყვარებულის დატოვო, ყველა დატოვო და წახვიდე.
Not in this round. He gets jumping MP9 by Art over the half wall.
Well, not ideal.
Maximum parkში თუ წრეებს დაარტყო.
No, not at all.
They still look like they kind of want to bash their head against this a little bit more to see if they can turn the corner.
აი 10000 ნაბიჯი კი, 10000 ნაბიჯი მოჟინა.
Tyloo just being funneled around the map with no good options and no step forward. Are doing a little bit of extra damage onto Zero, down to 52 HP, just spotting him out through the smoke. Tyloo have no options. Not spreading around the map, not challenging anywhere else, just waiting out this smoke.
ანუ ვაკეში ახვალ და წინ დაუგან. Prolები რას დადიან ცოჩი.
Top banana. 45 seconds left.
I mean, they have to know at this point. Doomao and Art are convinced at this point that it's coming to this
Albeni ბილიკი არის ყველაზე ნორმალური რაღაც.
Util going to try and block out that boosted spot, and it's worked effectively. Art can see nothing, so he's going to bide his time, maintain this position, wait for the fadeaway. That plant's coming in. And in the meantime, Lato's sending bullets through that smoke. They're not looking at Art just yet, but Tyloo get the bomb planted, and they drop back into some post plants.
All right, there's a Molotov and an HE grenade and 2 flashbangs for Legacy to put to use. So let's see where they place that Molotov. You imagine first priority would be new boxes. Nobody's home at the moment.
Well, gee, you can see, realizes there's a disadvantage in the player count. He was challenging, but decides to drop down. Now Mercury goes for the swing. Has lost his fight towards CT, so you need to step up in the 2 dark players. And that is a sharp shot with the MP9 at that range. So going to be 2 in a row from Legacy, retaking that B bomb site back-to-back rounds.
And the bomb plant's nice for some extra bonus money for Tyloo, but I think with 3 players surviving, you're not going to be motivated to buy up and play that kind of economic game and try and win the early advantage in that sense. So it might just be back to a half buy with the bomb plant. Tech 9's armor, a little bit of utility being upgraded for Tyloo. 2 rounds they've gotten into the B bomb site. 2 rounds Legacy have retaken it.
Nice, guys!
Listen, because
Legacy just continue momentum from Mirage. And this time, Tyloo do not have a good start in the half, so a lot more difficult for them here in Inferno. They're going to be down to Tech 9s. Obviously still a threat around like this, but when Doomao does that, just into the smoke, peels away with a headshot on Zero without even seeing his target.
Yeah, he's got to be so confused how that just happened. Doomao just taking a couple chance shots.
course, just like perfectly on the head as well.
All right, well, now we're exactly to get up brackets, wrap around the bomb site. Not going to push towards CT, but now you got to come through a CT smoke. One coming lane, Sadzin's got to be careful. Nissim inside the bomb site.
Oh, clean headshot again. It's G that's toppled this time. Could swing out with that Tech 9 from Mercury, at least getting the trade on Nissim, but doesn't really even seem like there's a shot for a bomb plant because the rotations are so quick. Dumel charges down Banana, arrives at short, and swipes the legs of Tyloo from underneath them. So that's 3 in a row here for Legacy. And you're starting to get worried just with how hot Dumel started. You know, that B bomb site can be impenetrable, and Lato and Dumel are having a good game. So that just takes one half of the map away from you.
That's just a bit crazy. Dumel just making sure nobody's peeking in front of the smoke, takes a blind shot, grabs a headshot, and yeah, that's got to be frustrating. Just take it out of a fight for no good reason. Sadzin plays this very well when he realizes the amount of pressure coming in his direction, just hiding inside the smoke, not trying to be the hero, trying to survive, to be something they have to pay attention to for his teammates. It's 3-0 into the first gun round. Tyloo of AK-47s. Couple players moving up Banana as we speak. Deep utility. And they've got control of sandbags. That's 0 in Jamyoung. And with that kind of control, now it makes a little bit more sense for Tyloo to spread out across the map, apply pressure elsewhere, because Legacy's going to have to be a little bit nervous about that standing at top Banana this whole round. If you can force back this op on Sadzin, smoke him off, take away his line of sight, his information, then the defense will probably have to force Art to shift over and commit himself into the A-bomb site. $57 seconds on the clock.
Two smokes towards Archway, one towards Library. That pack of players here for
split
Tyloo, still at top middle, now trying to get all around towards the Archway. Can they get there before Sadzin starts to take them down? He peeks out, Mercury's dead. They now get 2 players into the Archway. They have to go for the B split, and they've got 25 seconds to do it.
A defender's going to start hunting him down now, but all the pressure on Dumel and Lato.
Yeah, well, Lato again, waiting inside of Church. You've got 0 crossing over. He gets by his gaze. Lato just stays composed, stays planted. Now it's Dumel. 13 seconds left from New Box, ready to strike. There's G. That's the bomb. It's gone. And the chances of Tyloo disappear. Dumel dead. But there's not enough time to even think about a bomb plant, and they don't even get that chance. Legacy with no mercy. 4-0. Flawless start here on Inferno.
The idea was kind of there. Not a bad tactic for Tyloo to run, just not enough time in the round to actually make it work. You could see G kind of wants to clear that with 13 seconds left, but realizes doesn't really have all the time in the world. No smoke towards CT spawn, because that's where they're crossing from. Means the defenders following them up can just spray them down at range while Lato plays slow inside the bomb site. Timeout from Tyloo to talk things over. First gun round firmly in control of Legacy. And without that pistol round in the ensuing 2 to buffer their scoreline, Tyloo already find themselves once again lagging behind in a big way.
Fly quest-ი გეწერა?
We head into round 5.
Fly quest-ი ვისაც ეწერა 5 დაждდება Legacy რომ მოიგებს. ვინც ვერ მოასწარეთ შეცვლას ამ ხარ.
They couldn't get much done with it. We'll see if this is any
different. მიხედვით არ დაждდა 5-4 დაждდა. No, მე მინდა რომ ისევ არგენტინა მოიგოს, მაგრამ პორტუგალიაც არ მეწყინება. იმაშინ ლეგასი გვინდა ახლა. Legacy გვინდა და დაждდება.
Flashbang over to come through the smoke. Jamyoung makes it as the leading player. 0's going to be with him at his hip.
This
feels like a big attack all day long. Nobody from Tyloo investigating towards A. Nobody having any kind of presence. All 5 Tech 9s just marched up behind this defensive utility.
არა საფრანგეთის გულშემატკივარი როგორ უნდა იყო, ანუ არც ერთი ფრანგი არ თამაშობს, ბიჭო, ნუ მაგიჟებთ და. Goes
Now inside the B bomb site, Lato's boosted up towards the spawn arches.
Util goes up, here comes Jamyoung, out he goes through the smoke, and Dumel at the pillar. So first kill's good here, breaking in is 0. But we've seen Legacy retake this B bomb site a couple of times already. They've shown they can do it almost at will. We've got Art coming out through Banana. Mercury's going to be coming to the Tyloo place, and then another kill through smoke.
Art even backed off. He took a dink, so doesn't want to actually be pressure because he's just essentially a free kill. But now he's forced Zero to move to Banana to assess the situation, believing there's still a lurker. He's disappeared.
He's not in great position, so you need G to step up to another level right now. He's done well. Headshot good on the first, couldn't control the spray for the second. Nissim and Sadzin coming in, and they know exactly where Zero is. He does finish off Art, but the defuse is happening around that corner, and it's got a bodyguard as well. So 5 rounds in a row. Legacy do recover the round again. Not bad from Tyloo to get into the side and get the bomb down with Tech 9s, but at this point you need round wins.
Yeah, exactly. Like close but no cigar only works for so long, and considering they have that history of getting blown out of Mirage, I don't think that's going to sustain them for too much longer. Might be the last piece of hope you're kind of riding on at the moment. Got a couple players on the Legacy side a little bit weak in terms of economy, considering they've won 5 straight. Dumal's down to 800, Lado down to 1600, but not even close to being on the verge of a reset for the team. Tyloo's still got a lot of work to do and haven't yet taken their first step into the map. Art's going to shut down Zero at the opening. Deep shot with the AWP and backs off into the bomb site.
გაცვალეს, ხო? გაცვალეს. 7-0-ზე აქვს საზინას. საზინას უმაგრად ყომავებს, კაროჩე. ამის იმფეროს უნდა დაუდო იმ.
Zero again going to be that early death. And a couple of those already. Frustration, I'm sure, building on the newest Tyloo player.
This is a little bit new from Tyloo, though. I don't think we're going to see anything crazy from Legacy, considering they have a man advantage, but we haven't really seen them show that they take brackets control with utility. Usually it's kind of the deep exec towards library, towards spawn arch, and then you kind of push up and either go mid to B or wrap around the bomb site. This time, they show like they just want to take control of it and back away. Sadzin's got all the information.
It might be so he's going to start
towards the B bomb site, where once again Lado and Dumal are going to be called upon. And after 2 rounds of seeing Tyloo smoke CT spawn on the boost, they don't play that position any longer.
Now is alone. He only gets the one while they're blinded. A really important double kill here from Mosaic. Once again, Tyloo have gotten into the B bomb site. One does get planted.
Why
he got the dink as well. Like, so Jammer was on 4 HP. And once again, Legacy have a good chance at retaking this B bomb site.
A reposition though from Jiang Yang, who drops down.
You really need this round, Tyloo. You need a round picked up. Time and time again, getting into the B side, but you have to hold it just once at least. Art stepping out, closest Jam Young, the headshots in, delivers a 3K in the round, and finally, Tyloo get a round victory.
Really good reposition for Jam Young after that first kill, after Lado takes him down low. Changes his position, you can see on the retake, but neither Legacy player even considered Jam Young to be in that close right corner. A 4 versus 5 conversion for Tyloo. Zero got picked off in the first 10 seconds, but this time they barrel over the B defense. Lado and Dumal been so rock solid there, but this time they fall prey. Reinvestment from Legacy, but the money's all gone. This is the chance for Tyloo to come back into Inferno early enough to change the ending.
Sadzin, top of the smoke.
Oof.
Whispers of an opening kill, and he flicks down. It's Zero gone again. Another round.
არ მიყიდი არაფერი, არც ვიყიდი ალბათ. Ფულად ვიყიდე. მე მეგონა იმაზე იყო, სუვენირებზე იყო, მაგრამ ამოუღია სუვენირები, პაკეტები და ყველა დიდი სისულელე გააკეთეს. ეგ იყო მთელი მუღამი და
This time you'll have Lado and Dumal again at the B bomb site, but this time the
supporting element is going to be a
little bit more chaotic and getting stuck into action. Sadzin in middle, going to go slide for more intel. Good shot. G swings out a little bit wider when he spots the elbow, but Sadzin's ready. And it feels like Jam Young, Mercury, and Mosaic at this point have no other options but to just walk forward up brackets and try and break into the A site. Defense here has been bolstered by 2 more.
Miss him. On he goes. And then P9's come through. We got Art nipping back. That's the one. That's their chances. That is the round. 6-1. Tyloo get them at breaking point economically. That was their chance. But Legacy do not let up. They keep all 5 players alive. Money's now recovered, and this half becomes nightmare mode again for Tyloo.
Tyloo's not playing very confident right now either. They felt like they didn't really have know what they wanted to do in that 3 versus 5. In fair play, there's very rarely any kind of good options, but it took so long for them to kind of move into position to even attack and attempt the 3 versus 5 that Legacy is able to rotate 2 more players from the B bomb side, able to execute that wraparound over brackets before Tyloo's really in any sort of engagement. So Legacy's getting plenty of time in these rounds to put it all together. Art's done a very good job working himself between the bomb sites, being in the right place at the right time. And Legacy up by 5, having really not a whole lot of issues whatsoever. Avoid the reset, avoid their economy being broken. And as the timeout comes to a close, they get to slide into round 8 with a full buy. For Tyloo, final thoughts, their tournament life here at the Major on the line. All their work in 2026 so far comes into having a comeback here on Inferno. That's just to extend the series.
ისი მაძმა თვითონაც არ იცის რას hold-ოს, მარტო crocheters hold-ოს.
So Hall's control for Mercury and Mosea.
Ეხტება.
G's got the bomb centralized. 0 on the Tech 9, 2 Galils in play for Tyloo. Plenty of utility. Nobody messing with man early on from the Tyloo side.
Yeah, game.
Pretty straightforward round. It looks like 4 players about to step up into brackets control, challenged by Sadzin.
Good pick here from Sadzin. Zero nightmare half coming in from him. Art just going to wait in the archways. 45 seconds. Mercury and Mosea walking in towards the leader of Legacy. And he's got 2 headshots trying to back away. That's not going to be too easy. At least Jamyoung and G taking 2 kills between them as Tyloo go for a last-ditch effort to try and split this B site.
It's their best option.
Banana, 1 through CT, but lying way is Lato.
Well, they know it's a 2v1 at the very least, which is why they've selected this bomb site to finish on. So Lato's going to bide his time.
Lato peeks out. And now Lato with the closer. So 7-1, just in full swing right now, Legacy. Doesn't feel like there's any chance for Tyloo.
Sadzin's loving their plays towards the A bomb site though. Like they've moved up into brackets a couple of times without smoking off left mid. Sadzin's been able to get a couple kills.
Აკი გადავჭით, მაგრამ მესამე stage-ი დაწერა როგორია? ჩემი რა რთულია თო. 1-0-3-ების იმედზე თუ იქნები რა.
Otherwise Sadzin's just going to keep abusing you. Art wanted an aggressive play, covered by Sadzin, but the Molotov is going to take that option out of their hands. Back to pistols for the majority of Tyloo. 1 single rifle in the hands of Jamyoung. This will be faster.
Yeah, Art's hearing all those steps. He knows he's got his victims pinned and short. He knows he's got a collection of Tyloo players coming their way. Simruddy, Art and Pit. There's just options upon options right now for Legacy about who is going to get these kills. And Art will step out and close it. He's got a triple kill. 14 and 5 showing right now.
უყურე რა ცუდი თემაა რა. 3-0-ზე რო დაწერო, მაგალითად სპირიტი ნავი შეხვდა ერთმანეთს.
And it's getting easier
აი, დაწერე ნავი 3-0-ზე.
Rounds are a little bit more simplistic.
და დაწერე ის რა ქვია, ვიტალიტი. რო წააგონ, ანუ ისეთ გუნდებს ეთამაშებიან, რომ შეიძლება წააგონ.
And not anyone on the team in either of the 2 maps that we've seen in
ან
the
თუ
map
და სპირიტი რო დაწერო, ანუ რავი,
able to step up to change that sense within the Tyloo squad. Looking like they might just fade out of the Cologne Major. Tyloo has beaten Pain and Astralis in best of 1s in this stage 2. Lost a best of 1 to Foot. Lost a best of 3 to 9Z to bring us here. For Legacy, lost to MIBR, win over FlyQuest, lost to Monsi, and a best of 3 win over M80 to get them to this elimination series.
City side კი კაი აქვს, მაგრამ
an early trade or an early kill over in Banana. Art falls prey to it. A rare round where Tyloo have the man advantage. Only the second opening kill they've got here on Inferno. And it's equalized right away by Sadzin once again in middle.
Geeks is giწერია, Tyloo giწერია თუ fly quest 0-3-ში. ეს სამზე არა Diamond-ის, მებო Major winner უნდა გამოიცნო, Diamond-ს ისე ვერ აიღებ. თუ არ გამოიცან, ვინ მოიგებს Major-ს ვერ აიღებ. ფული არის, კი არა.
He's been waiting again for his time to push out and strike.
Bravo, რა კარგად ითამაშებიან. ესე ეთამაშა ტრაფეინებსაც ბლია.
Legacy are the only team in the game right now.
Yeah, Lato's going to get the flowers for that, but he gives some credit over to Nissim with the bait. Just firing off a couple of those M4 bullets in the CT smoke made Tyloo feel like that second defender at the B bomb site wasn't anywhere close to the site.
მაშინ შენ თუ არ გადაგიკეთებია fly quest-ი Tyloo-ს, ესე იგი 4 დაждდება, ეხლა ის რომ მოიგებს Legacy.
Lying in wait. And that's a great bait. It's a great job by Legacy of just always being so mobile on this CT side. Tyloo have got to feel like whenever they hit the B bomb site, there's 3 defenders here. Whenever they hit A, there's 4 defenders there. They've not been able to get a clean look at anything throughout this entire half. And this is the map they wanted to take it to. So really early on, going into round 11, Tyloo has burned all of their timeouts. It makes sense. You just need
Diamond ისედაც ძართულია Diamond-ის აღება, მაგრამ გოლს მაინც აიღებ ყველა რინჯში.
Completely desperate for Tyloo as Legacy are marching towards their stage 3 advancement.
Single round on your T side. Tyloo go out again. Galil's for Jam Young and Mercury. Everybody else at least on the AKs, but utility is sparse right now for Tyloo. That's how Art started the map. He got aggressive into the apartments. Just gonna stand with a rifle this time inside of that smoke in the hallway. Nissim spamming just to try and sell the fact that Art isn't there.
Jamyoung's got the only smoke. And they will be moving up brackets across the gaze of Sadzin, who's playing in the cubby on left mid. Art and Nissim, the 2 riflers to help defend.
Yeah, you got Sadzin now waiting in towards the dark cubby. Right now he's going to go out for the peak. He's missed his spray. Hasn't connected as cleanly as he would have liked at all. 45 seconds left, and that does allow Tyloo to scale up towards Library. Nissim confused as to how that smoke didn't break open. Then Art gets caught on balcony, so a bad round here from Legacy. And sharp shooting from Tyloo. They get into the site. Bomb is going to go down, and a second round at least secured in the half.
It's one of the few rounds, probably the only round in this half, that Legacy just had like a completely individual-based defense. Sadzin just holding the angle for the run-up towards brackets. One player trying to break a smoke and single peek Library. Left Art all on his own on balcony.
დაიშალნენ მე კამანდა და რავი იმედია ეგეთი მეიჟორი აღარასდროს არ იქნება ის რო იყო რა ქვია გამბიტი versus Immortals-ი იყო ფინალის საშინელი სანახაობა იყო მაგაზე ცუდი მეიჟორი არ არსებობს იმის მერე რა ქვია რიოში რო იყო ჰეროიკი აუთსაიდერსი იყო ფინალი და მაგაზე ცუდი მეიჟორი ეგორი ცუდი არის აი ყველაზე ცუდი მეიჟორი ამას ფული
არ Mercury's going to go down with the bomb as well. So that might just affect this last buy significantly.
I mean, at least Tyloo gets a second, right? Like, I know it seems silly, but that's all they're hoping for. That's that third time out, is that moment is like, let's just get 3. Let's give ourselves a couple of errors, a couple of rounds to give up in the second half, but we got to have some breathing room to operate with. So at least accomplishing that in round 11, final of the first half. Tyloo can get up to 3. All back in the hands of Sadzin. Art has one as well, and he's going for the mid-pick.
All the way down middle he goes with this all. Banana Peak coming in as well. Going to be connecting Dumel. Eating a grenade, eating a flashbang, and has to multi-angle Sadzin.
Oh, the guy's so
It's fortunate to get alive, or to get away alive.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, Nissim playing in Boiler. Art with that all peeking aggressively down middle, sees it's completely vacant. So at the moment, Legacy's image of the map says that everyone's in Banana, and they're dead on. All 5 members of Tyloo here. They're even stepping in front of the defensive smoke, so timing on this next hit could be a little bit faster than Legacy expect. Once again, attacking into this B bomb site. There's 3 defenders here.
კაი, შედით ბიზე. ერთი გაიყოლე, გაიქცეს.
In the open, confident to fight, and even though his screen is white, he still takes that kill on 0. Sadson waiting here with the pillar burning into the smoke cover. Lato's there next. Will they clear him? Will they check it? Lato peeks out. Another kill towards Mercury. He's been so elusive in this map, and another kill through smoke.
That's brutal.
Jam Young, last remaining player. 10 rounds for Legacy. Stage 3 in their sights. It's basically in their hands.
საღოლ, ლატო ინფეროში მიბერავს, კარგად. Lato. მე კომანდორ ვარი ფილმი ხო იმის საუნდტრეკი არის. დააქვს რა ნახე აქ ფილმი იმეს არნოლდ შვარცენეგერ. Vitality Speed 3-0-ზე რო გაუშვათ ერთმანეთს შეხვდნენ მე რა უყო. ნახავ რა დავაგენერირებ კარგად. რა შვარცა რა, ბიჭო, რა შვარცა რა. შვარცენეგერი რო გამოდის თქო იმაში რა ქვია. კომანდოროა ფილმი შულს რო მოტაცებენ. არ გაქვთ ნახე ეგ ფილმი, არ გამაგიჟოთ ეხა რა პატარები ხართ ყველა? მეც საუკუნეში არ დავაბადებული ვარ შესავით და დაბადებული ყავით მეც საუკუნეში რამე მაინც გეცოდინებოდეთ რა. ეს რო გაიგიდებს სოჩი და მაგიმით რომ მიდის მე მორით რომ მიდის ენა მაგარი ფილმია ძალიან მაგას უყურე მან არის მაგარი 911 პორში ყვითელი
Well, the clock is ticking on Tyloo's attendance here at the Cologne Major. 3 rounds away from elimination. A dominant half, 10-2 for Legacy. And who the hell knows if Tyloo can come back for this one, but it doesn't feel that way. They haven't given us any indication yet that they're ready to go on that kind of a run.
No, they really haven't shown us much at all, and they're going to be extremely deflated. At least over on Mirage, they won the pistols, but this is what the scoreline starts, right? Like they have been dominated.
Dá uma respirada, postura, Faz um alongamento.
Ó, dá P2 flash, hein?
Lembra, mano. Não vamos dar chance, já vamos finalizar nesse pistol aí.
That was very chill. I actually enjoyed that timeout. That might have been my favorite timeout of the major so far.
Looking to seize the moment and seize their spot in stage 3 of the Cologne Major. Legacy set out on the pistol. They get into the archway. They're flooding through to spawn.
Now, not committing to a B split, though. Looks like they want to chill in CT spawn and potentially wrap around library. Looking to see what the reaction is going to be, right? Put yourself in a really dangerous position. Show a really tough tactic to handle to the CT side and see how that defense moves and shifts. Unfortunately, it almost feels like so beaten up and broken that
what the fuck?
They don't really know how to
handle this.
Not giving Legacy any of the looks that they'd like.
You're just waiting for the fights. They're like, is it going to be B or A? They're just sitting there paranoid, ready for a fight that could happen at any second. It is looking like it's going to be that A play as now the wrap becomes around long. Zero waits with the dual Berettas. Worried about the apartments, but now he hears the steps. He's calling to his teammates. They're coming in from Moto. Zero's got the first kill. The dual Berettas lining them up. 3 from Zero, carving out the pistol stronghold on that A site. And we've got Nissim doing what he can from the apartments. He's got the first kill. Couldn't finish off the low HP players. So Tyloo at least getting the pistol here to start off the second half.
Yeah, I feel like Legacy was really expecting to get some kind of a response. They were expecting to get somebody, a B player to wander back towards CT spawn, an A player to maybe push brackets, something, anything to show that you're actually trying to handle the situation. And Tyloo, for whatever reason, happy to just sit in the bomb sites and play the default setup that they started with. Just say, we'll win or lose based off this. No one trying to jump a quick flank. No one trying to go investigate where the final play is. And Zero delivers you a triple kill. So that timeout we listened to from Legacy, they said, let's get this pistol, don't give him any chances. Well, you've given him a small one.
I mean, the comeback seems so far away from being possible for Tyloo, but
I'm not even thinking about it yet.
Yeah, I mean, you've won the rounds you've had to so far. Pistol, taking off the start of the second half. You've now got the second opener here, so that's Mercury taking down Art.
It's not so much that like it's far away on the scoreboard, which it is. It's just Tyloo hasn't shown anything yet that makes you think it. Like there's not a point you can say, okay, well, this guy's been having a good game. If he can continue this level, he can put him on their back for a few rounds, maybe wake someone else up. It's just basically like, all right, Tyloo, this is your final chance. Let's see who's going to deliver today.
Well, we're going to see Legacy have an opportunity to buy in this next round, and they are going to take it. And that does mean they're going to have to play with a Mac 10 for Art, a Galil for Sadzin. Now, there is a case to be made. You've got enough rounds to play with that you could go for a half buy here, Tech 9s, and make sure you have a really strong buy, but they want to get straight to it.
There's still that facet of wanting to keep the money at a very precarious point, right? Keep it low, put it on a breaking point, especially with 10 rounds. As soon as you break the CT economy, it feels like you just kind of win the series and move on to stage 3. They're going fast.
Yeah, all the way through top middle. You got G, rifle at the ready. Art dead first, that Mac 10 gone. Utility dropping, now slow down this pace.
Good
grenade around the corner. So good job from G.
Yeah, maybe a little overconfidence out of Legacy with that kind of fast, aggressive play, trying to wrap around very quickly. She's going to love that kind of a performance. He'll be loving having that attack coming at him. Very easy for him to handle. Jam Young, they've heard him burning the whole way through, been able to track him inside the Molotov. But didn't find the timing to break off before reinforcements arrived. So once again, Legacy, this is a very, I mean, they're just sprinting between bomb sites.
Yeah, they've got one smoke left. That's all you've got.
There was no protocol after that initial play went sideways.
Well, this could be a kill. Yep, it's going to be. Mosaic just crossing into the open. Loses his heads. Still an advantage for Tyloo at this point with 50 seconds left. But the only thing you've got is smoke CT spawn on B and try and get into the site.
And at this point, well, the other issue is too, Jam Young at 32 HP, Mercury and CT spawn. There's no nades for the CT side.
If Jam Young dies, oh, it's completely back on. Because now it's only a CT player, you're going to get blocked by smoke. In fact, 2 minutes out of the open, and then the trade comes in from Sadzin. So they just keep moving forward. Legacy into the bomb site, 2v2. Tyloo have to win this, otherwise it's done.
And Zero is still a long way off. He's the one with the kit. He's the one with utility. Molotov, HE grenade, and flashbang. Coming up banana as we speak. G's just going to have to be patient. Sadzin positions himself in the dark corner. Nissim at first oranges.
Utility to start limiting some of these positions, but time is becoming limited. Tyloo start to move in, hoping for a last-second retake. Time ticking on the clock. Headshot to G. Zero's gone as well, and Legacy have somehow brought this round back. 11-4, and that surely shatters the spine of Tyloo.
Yeah, too many kills given over, too many kills for free as they're just playing a 3 versus 5. Boosted up over the smoke, trying to cross into the bomb site, picked off. Jamyoung goes for a little bit of a play to see if they're still at the B bomb site, and it's just patience that wins the day for Legacy. Applying so much pressure, utility's gone. Jamyoung felt like he had to know what was coming outside the B bomb site, and you just get picked off and traded the whole way through. One more buy for Tyloo in the hands of G.
Archer's running up confident. Opening kill from the MAC-10 onto Tyloo's best player. It's now Messiah waiting here at first oranges. Legacy are going to smoke CT, but are they just going to go? Yep, they're just going to charge in. Keeping the pressure up, boot to the throat here at Tyloo. This dragon is out of fire, and Legacy firing forward. It's going to be map point, series point for Tyloo. Elimination point. Blocked out, and confidence from Legacy just storming through the bomb site.
It's ego, man. They just know they're better at this point. They know they're better, and they're not afraid to just play these fast rounds. Tyloo can do nothing but save. G and Zero trying to bring these weapons forward into the next round because it's the only thing they'll have. And one weapon taken away.
მიხდი ახლა ძმა იქით იყურებოდა. აბა თუ მიხდება მაგდეს რომ ის იქით იყურებოდა და ესე იგი სახშია ტიპი. მიხდა.
Tyloo's chances of staying alive at this major have dwindled to close to 0. It takes something truly miraculous at this point. 8-round lead, 8 chances to close out this map. And in this very first attempt, it's an AWP that G saved in upgraded pistols.
Imagina se pega ele lá dentro, parecendo Rainbow Six.
Art stays in the MAC-10. Running up into banana.
Gogobis major-ი არის.
Damage.
გოგოებმა ვერ გაკაჩეს ათამაშეს ბიჭებთან რამოდენიმე ხელი და ვერ ითამაშეს ვაფშე.
More group away from banana, back up towards
არა აქვთ რამის ტალანტი რა გოგოების. არ ვიცი, ზოგადად კომპიუტერულ თამაში არ მგონია რამე შეაჯობონ.
Something going for Tyloo here.
Uh-oh, here's the boost up. Yeah, and they hear the Molotov. They're like, perfect, that's great. Exactly what we wanted. AWP goes 1 for 1. Legacy's going to be pleased with that. Now starting to wrap around and aggress this A bomb site.
Zero, good headshot, but it's going to set. The sun will set for Tyloo. Unless Messiah and Jamyoung can come back into this. At least there's 2 low players to Legacy.
The bomb.
Yeah, that's true, but he's ready. There's the first headshot. The sun and D will set on Tyloo. Legacy's leader shows them the art of war. And a decade ago, these players watched the legendary Brazilian team SK Gaming lift the Cologne Major trophy, and they have spent those long years sharpening their own skills so they can live in their own dream. And they will pass into stage 3 and have the chance to chase their own Brazilian legacy.
Also vindication for the decision to bring Art into this team as an IGL.
აქამდე რომ მოვიდნენ მაინც საღოლ 0-2-დან დააკამბეკეს პირველი სტეიჯი, მერე აქ გადმოვიდნენ, აქაც ცოტა დააკადათ საღოლ ჩინელებს. ცოტა მეტნი რო იყვნენ, შანსი ექნებოდათ, მაგრამ რაც ვეღარ მრავლდებიან
ეთქვა. First path to the major, he's got them into stage 3 to match that performance back in Austin and see if they can do a little bit better. A dominant victory over Tyloo, 13-4. We've got the desk ready to talk us through it.
That is easily one of the most convincing victories we've seen all major long, especially considering what was at stake right here. A spot in stage 3 now guaranteed for Legacy, whereas for Tyloo, they fall short once more, not able to replicate what they did back in 2018 at the Face It London Major, where they last time around made it to sub 16. I think it's fair to say, Peter, that they were...
აი, მოკლედ, წავედი მე ძმებო და მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციების, ლაიქებისთვის, არხის გამოწერისთვის. ბიგი ბერვა შეგიძლიათ თქვენთან უყუროთ, ჩვენ არ გვაინტერესებს, ვისაც ფიქემი აღარ გვაქვს დარჩენილი უკვე. მაგაზეს მაქს ვარკას ვერ უყურებ. დავედი და შემოგერთებით 11-ში ვადუღებთ იმენა უდედის მტკნარესი მეიჟორი იწყება უკვე მთავარი სტეიჯი. სადაც უკვე ტოპ გუნდები არიან. მოკლედ, ურმესი მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციებისთვის, არხის გამოწერისთვის, ლაიქებისთვის. დავედი და 11-ში აქ ვარ რა. 11-ში დილიდან შევცხოთ მთელი დღე. აკოცით. მერტი თქვენსკენ, აბა თქვენიცით.